Order, order. We start with questions to the Chancellor of the Exchequer. Catherine West.
Question number 1, please, Chair.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The rise in food banks across Britain is amongst the most visible signs that under the last government, ours was a country where growth was too low and inequality was too high. This government is committed to ending the mass dependence on emergency food parcels. We have expanded free school meals to children in all families receiving universal credit and removed the 2-child limit to lift around 500,000 children out of poverty. Britain is now on course for the biggest reduction in child poverty of any parliament on record, and charities such as Trussell believe this will significantly reduce demand for food banks.
From West.
It is indeed a very exciting development to see the bold and vital steps taken to address child poverty. But runaway rental costs are driving hunger and hardship. Building council homes is obviously the right long-term approach, and Haringey Council are the second biggest builders of council homes in the whole country. But will the team now help struggling families by lifting the freeze on local housing allowance so there's a permanent link between rents and support?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right. Food bank usage has fallen in recent years, but it is far too high, including in her constituency. And this is part of a wider challenge that the cost of essentials places too much pressure on household finances. On housing, DWP spends around £37 billion a year on housing support, but in the long run, the answer to high housing costs is to build more homes, and that is what we're doing with the £39 billion social and affordable homes programme. But we also need to protect tenants in the here and now, and the Renters' Rights Act comes into force just next week, and among other things, that will allow tenants to appeal excessive above-market rents.
Michael Wheeler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question 2, Mr. Speaker.
Chancellor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The government is committed to improving living standards for people across the UK. Thanks to decisions that I made in the budget, the price cap for energy reduced by £117 on average in April. We've extended the cuts in fuel duty for 2 times now, and also we have introduced an anti-profiteering framework to protect working people from unfair price rises during the Iran conflict.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I strongly welcome the steps that the government has taken to bring down my constituents' energy bills from the start of this month. However, the effects of the war in Iran are now beginning to feed through into higher food prices. Pressures on oil and fertiliser costs are likely to intensify, and I am concerned about increases in the price of my constituents' weekly shop at a time when their budgets are already strained. Will the Chancellor outline what steps the government has taken to protect my constituents in Worsley and Eccles from rising food prices?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my honourable friend speaks powerfully on behalf of his constituents. The response of this government during this conflict is, first of all, to try and de-escalate the conflict. This is not a war that we started, it's not a war that we joined, and unlike the Conservatives and Reform, we are working to de-escalate, not ramp up the conflict, and that is the best way to keep prices down. But as long as this conflict persists, we will do everything in our power to be both responsive but also responsible in the national interest, which is why we're keeping energy bills down and why we've provided £53 million of support for people who need heating oil.
Question 3, Mr. Speaker. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this government is backing our brilliant British businesses to trade globally, including with our new trade strategy that expands UK export finance's capacity to £80 billion. And this government has secured new trade deals with India, South Korea, the EU and the US to back British businesses globally, delivering improved access to key markets and protecting British jobs.
Mr. Speaker, I recently joined Cozy Direct for their second King's Award presentation, this time for international trade. Cozy are an award-winning business in early years education resources, exporting globally and continuing to grow. The Chancellor has seen their success firsthand, along with their goats, when she visited with me last year. So will the Minister join me in congratulating Pete, Amanda and all of the team and say what work she is doing to allow businesses like this to expand and export globally?
Indeed, warmly congratulate Pete, Amanda and the wider team on their success, and in inviting me to, and the goats, and in inviting me to do so, my honourable friend is showing that he is indeed a true champion of the businesses in his constituency. The support that this government is giving to businesses will enable more of our fantastic British companies to export globally and to emulate Cosy Direct's success.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Integrated industrial clusters, such as at Saltend in my constituency, provide the kind of fundamental chemicals and other inputs into defence and wider industries right across the country. But high energy costs and global events mean they're under unprecedented pressure. So will the Minister and will the Chancellor look at establishing an industrial support fund so that rather than having an ad hoc approach such as we saw in supporting Grangemouth, we have something strategic to ensure that we don't lose the industrial base upon which so much of this country depends?
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful to the honourable member for his question. He mentioned BICS, I believe. That indeed, that scheme is being expanded. But he'll also be aware of the British Industry Supercharger package, which provides additional price relief from April 2026 as well.
Thank
you very much, Mr. Speaker. Now, the Economic Secretary of the Treasury will know that our financial services industry is a shining example of our international economic might, but overinterpretation of rules and regulations has led to banks being nervous of taking risks. This has both slowed the growth in the city and also holds up international trade. Overinterpretation, for example, of anti-money laundering rules means that foreign inward remittances can take up to 2 weeks to clear into a UK bank account. Meanwhile, poor classification of risk-weighted assets starve businesses potentially of growth debt capital. So can the Economic Secretary please assure the House that this ever unnecessary tightening of the rules will be addressed in the Financial Services Bill due to be announced in the King's Speech?
Mr. Speaker, he won't expect me to preempt anything which may or may not be announced in the King's Speech. What I can tell him, though, as he already knows, is that this government is backing our financial services sector to the hilt to ensure that it continues to be the world-leading success that it is.
John Mill.
Question number 4, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Chancellor and the Defence Secretary meet regularly to discuss defence, including the Defence Industrial Strategy. As part of these discussions, they recently met with leaders from the UK financial sector to discuss how private investment can also be leveraged to accelerate defence readiness, building on the commitments made in the Defence Industrial Strategy.
John Mill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In my constituency of Horsham, Chess Dynamics, part of Cohort, is a world-leading developer of counter-drone and air defence technology, exactly the capabilities we need. Yet Chess, like much of the defence industry, has been kept on hold since last year, awaiting clarity on the defence investment plan. Without it, they can't commission new air defence systems, leaving the next generation of Royal Navy frigates potentially exposed. Minister, they need to know now. Will the Minister agree to meet with me and Chess Dynamics to provide certainty on the investment which everyone says we need, but which simply isn't happening yet?
Mr. Speaker, investment in defence under this government is underway. Just look at the contracts, over 1,000 contracts signed since the general election. And I could point the honourable gentleman and anyone else in the chamber to the £1 billion contract for medium helicopters in Yeovil, the £500 million invested in state-of-the-art radar systems, the £100 million boost to support submarine hunting aircraft. This government is raising defence in the highest sustained level since the Cold War, and it is at the core of making sure that we're protecting our nation's security.
Show the Select Committee, Dame Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder what consideration my right honourable friend has given to joining in with the Defence Security and Resilience Bank in order to make sure that we are really pushing the investment that we need to see in defence in the current world situation.
Mr. Speaker, the UK has already signed up with Finland and the Netherlands to the multinational defence budget, with this Chancellor taking a lead on that, because I know that the importance of security to this government is not just something we can achieve on our own, but it is one where we work with allies to make sure that we are safer in the future. And might I add, Mr. Speaker, that on this side of the chamber, we're committed to remaining a core part of NATO, unlike some of the opposition parties.
James Wells, Shadow Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Chancellor says that national security always comes first, but she delayed that helicopter contract for our industrial base, and we know she is blocking the defence investment plan. Labour's former Defence Secretary and Secretary-General of NATO, Lord Robertson, has said we cannot defend Britain with an ever-expanding welfare budget. He's right, so why is the Chancellor failing to grip the benefits bill and invest in our defence?
Mr. Speaker, the opposition front bench have some cheek. He is sat next to the Shadow Chancellor who oversaw the biggest increase in welfare spending on record. £33 billion increase, £33 billion increase in welfare spending in the last year of the Conservative government. This government, Mr. Speaker, is serious about getting people back into work whilst at the same time increasing defence investment to 2.6% of GDP by next April, something the previous government never managed.
Joe Franklin.
Question number 5, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And with permission, I would like to answer this question together with questions 8 and 17. We are monitoring the situation and preparing for every eventuality. The IMF expects the UK to be the fastest-growing European G7 economy cumulatively over this year and next. A rapid de-escalation of the conflict remains the best way to protect consumers from rising bills. And we continue to act on the cost of living, with £117 on average off of energy bills from the 1st of April, £53 million to help with the cost of heating oil, and freezing both rail fares and prescription charges.
Joe Franklin.
I thank the Chancellor for her answer. The tensions in the Middle East are pushing up energy and food prices, adding further pressure to households who are already struggling due to the cost of living. And the Chief Secretary of the Treasury warned this very weekend that families face 8 months plus of difficulty ahead. With the school holidays approaching both the May half-term and the summer, many low-income families in my constituency of Guildford are asking how they will get through the summer. And when I met a school last week, Holy Trinity from my constituency, the children as well raised concerns, which really shows how deep the anxiety about this conflict is. What concrete support will the government provide to protect the most vulnerable households from further cost pressures in the months ahead, especially if this conflict continues into the summer holidays?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the question from the honourable lady. Like her, I also regularly see pupils from my own constituency and local teachers. As the honourable lady knows, from this month we have got rid of the 2-child limit in universal credit, which is lifting 450,000 children out of poverty. We're also expanding free childcare for children aged between 9 months and 5 years, helping parents in work with the costs of balancing family life with work life as well. And in addition, we've taken £117 off energy bills, freezing rail fares, freezing prescription charges, and helping people, particularly in rural areas, with the costs of heating oil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm grateful to my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, for her efforts in what are far from ideal circumstances. Attacks on energy infrastructure and the effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz are having real consequences right here at home. Baker Hughes employ over 300 people in Nailsea in my constituency of North Somerset and are an essential energy technology provider. They are at the sharp end of this crisis. Can the Chancellor confirm what support the government is providing to expose companies like Baker Hughes to secure the energy supplies on what we plan to rebuild damaged supply chains today and invest in the infrastructure we will need to protect British consumers tomorrow?
I thank the my honourable friend for his question, and the example of Baker Hughes, an important employer in his constituency, is a good case in point about how this conflict is affecting businesses and families here at home. As my honourable friend knows, we have stepped in to defend our Gulf allies who have been attacked unprovoked by Iran, and we are working with our allies in the Gulf, who I speak to on a very regular basis, to make sure that not only are we defending them now, but also helping them to rebuild their infrastructure. And for businesses here in Britain, both the supercharger and the Business Industrial Competitiveness Scheme is helping businesses with the cost of their energy.
Jess Brentford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The owner of a haulage business in my constituency of Chichester, a vital industry keeping our economy moving, has reported a 40% increase in the cost of diesel. They are at risk of going bust, while companies like BP are reporting record profits. Given the impact of the conflict will be felt up to 8 months after its conclusion, will the Chancellor please commit to cutting fuel duty to keep my businesses and my residents on the road?
I thank the Honourable Lady for that question. Fuel duty was never lower at any point under the previous Conservative government and indeed the Conservative Liberal Democrat government, and we are keeping under review what happens from September. But in the first 3 months of this year, I think it's important to know that revenues from fuel duty were no higher than they were just a year ago. And with regards to the profits of energy companies, that is exactly why we extended the energy profits levy to make sure that windfall profits could be taxed appropriately. Now, BP and other oil and gas companies play a really important part in our energy mix. Our important British companies are representing our country in the US this week, but it is important that windfall taxes, whether that's through the electricity generators levy or the energy profits levy, are properly taxed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful to the Chancellor for the work she's doing to protect us from the economic impacts of this war. One of my local farmers has been in touch about the impact on red diesel prices, up by around 70%, and also fertiliser prices. And he's shared his nervousness about the affordability of going ahead and planting next year's crops. So can the Chancellor outline what more she can do to protect our farmers, our food security and our food prices in light of these global challenges?
I thank my honourable friend for that question. And of course, when we froze fuel duty and extended that, that also impacted red diesel as well. And as we keep under review what happens to fuel duty, we will also do the same on red diesel. But I think there are two crucial issues. First of all, protecting supply, which is why de-escalating this conflict, not ramping it up like the Tories and Reform would do, is so important so we can reopen the Strait of Hormuz. And then the second issue is around prices and costs, which is why we have introduced the BIC scheme to help businesses with energy costs and also the supercharger. The BIC scheme comes in from this year, the supercharger extended from this year as well to help businesses impacted by this conflict.
Jeremy Hunt. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Given that national debt is around 95% of GDP and debt interest costs are nearly 4% of GDP, does the Chancellor agree that it would be irresponsible to fund any cost of living support by increasing borrowing, which would further drive up borrowing costs, choke off growth and saddle future generations with totally unfair debt?
I thank the honourable gentleman for that question, and can I also congratulate him for running, I think, his fourth London Marathon this week for a cancer charity, which I know is very dear to his heart. He makes a really important point, because while people are calling for immediate support, and I understand that, the impact of the previous governments, and I understand why the former Chancellor did what he did, but the untargeted support, which cost, I think, over £100 billion in total, meant that interest rates, inflation and taxes has ended up being higher than they needed to be. Now, we managed to reduce government borrowing by £20 billion last year. The budget deficit is below 5% for the first time since 2019. But sticking to fiscal responsibility is not just good for the public purse, it's also good for ordinary families and businesses, because I am determined that we don't go back to the high inflation, the high interest rates and the high taxes, which would be the inevitable result if we had an untargeted response to this conflict.
Paul Foster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, cost of living, cost of living, cost of living. They're the three words that my constituents in South Ribble and the small area of Chorley that I represent contact me about every single week. What they don't contact me about is the Westminster bubble and process. Will the Chancellor please assure me she will stay laser-focused on delivering for the constituents of South Ribble around the cost of living and not allow the noise and disruption from the party opposite to put her off? Thank you.
I thank my honourable friend for standing up for the people of South Ribble and the issues that matter to them. Since the general election, there's been 6 cuts in interest rates, which is the best way to help people with the cost of living, especially if they have a mortgage. Before this conflict began, unemployment was falling, the economy was growing, the deficit was coming down, and interest rates have gone down 6 times as well. I will continue to focus on the cost of living because that's the thing that matters most of all to all of our constituents.
Daisy Cooper, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Australia, Italy, India and more have all slashed fuel duty in response to Trump's idiotic war in Iran, and we Liberal Democrats are calling for fuel duty to be cut by 12p per litre here too. Last week, the Chancellor claimed that anyone calling for a cut in fuel duty was economically illiterate because it would push up inflation. But according to the OBR, the current 5p fuel duty cut has led to a 0.2% reduction in the rate of inflation. So does the Chancellor think that all of these other countries who are helping their citizens and the OBR are economically illiterate? Or does she accept the fact that her government might be in the wrong and it is really time to act?
Yeah. The Honourable Lady, last time she stood up in the chamber, said she wanted a 10p cut in fuel duty. Now it's a 12p cut in fuel duty. What she has failed to explain is how on earth she's going to pay for any of these policies. And as the former Chancellor has just set out, the result of untargeted support will result in higher inflation, higher interest rates and higher taxes as well, which would hurt people with the cost of living in St Albans and around the country. Now, I support what the Liberal Democrats say about opposing the war in Iran. That is our policy. But they appear to be the only people on the planet that think a war in the Middle East is somehow good for the Treasury coffers. Now, I wouldn't be surprised that if in their next manifesto they said that they would commit to closing the Strait of Hormuz for good. It's not good economic policy, and I'm afraid that says a lot about the Liberal Democrats' policies.
Question 6, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
With permission, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to answer this question together with question number 7 and question number 14. The Government has already taken action on fuel affordability at the pump. At the budget last year, the Government extended the 5p per litre cut for a further 5 months, and we've also cancelled the increase that would have otherwise taken place in line with inflation at the start of this financial year.
Mr. Speaker, if you were a gardener with a Renault Traffic or a builder with a Ford Ranger in Scotland, you'll be paying over £150 just to fill up at the pump to get to your work. And when Spain and Poland and Germany and France and Italy and Ireland and Australia are all intervening to help their industry and economy, our Chancellor here stands idly by and congratulates herself on the quality of her inaction. Well, we don't want to hear from Anas Sarwar in Scotland because he promised £300 off our energy bills and are now £700 higher than that promise in 2024. We want to hear from the Chancellor. What is she going to do specifically on diesel and when she's going to do it to keep the grafters of Scotland turning up for their work?
Mr. Speaker, the SNP have had ample opportunity in Scotland to invest in energy, infrastructure, to invest in the changes that we need in our economy to bring down energy bills. And when it comes to fuel...
OK, carry on, Minister.
And when it comes to fuel duty, it is, of course, worth noting that fuel duty is lower today in cash terms than it has been in any year since 2009.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker. If the increase in fuel prices is to blame for the stagnating economy and not the Chancellor's 2 disastrous budgets, then why does she believe that further raising fuel duty in September will help in reducing the cost of living, when in fact it will further harm the economy and be another hit directly to the pockets of my constituents?
Just as the economy was going on point before.
Mr. Speaker, before the conflict in Iran started, we saw inflation falling, we saw unemployment falling, and we saw growth increasing at 0.5% in 1 month at the start of this year. That showed that our economic plan was the right plan for this country, and it's important that we stick to it rather than return to the bad old days of the high borrowing and high interest rates that the Conservative Party brought us when they had a chance to run the economy.
Labour are at war with motorists, and Reform's idea, in fact they're not even here today, of protesting about fuel prices was yesterday at their non-event. It's only those of us on these benches who are standing up for our motorists and our constituents. So I'd like to ask the Chancellor today, will she take this opportunity to help our constituents, our businesses and our motorists and adopt our plan to extend the fuel duty relief? Yes or no?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do agree with the honourable member that the reform sort of rabble yesterday was deeply underwhelming. On the point of fuel duty, look, at the moment, the rate of fuel duty is lower than it was at any point under the previous government, or it was never lower under the previous government than it is now. And in real terms, the rate of fuel duty is lower than it has been at any point since 1993.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The fuel duty freeze is, of course, very welcome for drivers of petrol and diesel vehicles, but this is the second time in just over 4 years that petrol and diesel prices have gone through the roof as a result of international oil and gas uncertainty. Isn't it time that we gave as much support as possible to those who want to transition to electric vehicles? Auto Trader says that the average price of electric vehicles is already lower than it is for petrol and diesel. So will the government confirm they are bringing forward the plans for greater ability to charge at home and bringing down the cost of electricity as far and fast as possible so that more drivers can benefit from long-term lower driving costs?
I thank my honourable friend for his question. He is right that we are seeing a continued uptake in electric vehicles. We saw that in March of this year. It was the highest ever. There were more electric vehicles purchased in March than in any month in British history. We can see that take-up is continuing to increase. This government is increasing and expanding the grants for those who want to buy an electric vehicle, and we're making progress too with permitted development rights so that those who don't have easy access to charging in their driveways can have easy access and cheaper access to on-street charging too.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Even before the current Middle East conflict, fuel suppliers in Merthyr Tydfil, part of my constituency, were charging on average 10p per litre more than other parts of my constituency and in neighbouring towns. Even London fuel prices were cheaper than Merthyr Tydfil, and the situation has not improved since. I've written to suppliers and met with some with limited success, and also asked the CMA to look at the matter, which they have so far not done. So can I ask the Chancellor to offer whatever assistance she can in urging fuel providers in Merthyr Tydfil to act fairly, and can she also urge the CMA to consider what they can do to ensure fair play for my constituents?
Good question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable friend for his question and the representation and the work that he is undertaking on behalf of his constituents in a rural part of our country. We are making sure that all garages are on the new Fuel Finder website that the Chancellor has introduced. That should drive up competition to make it easier for the people that he represents to compare the cost at the pump in different garages nearby. It's good to hear that he's been in touch with the CMA. The Chancellor's been in discussion with them too about making sure we have competition in this industry. And if it would help him to get a meeting with the CMA, then I would happily assist with that.
James Welsh, Shadow Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Whilst Conservatives froze fuel duty for 14 years, Labour is planning to increase it by 5p, costing families £150 a year and hauliers £2,000. And when she was asked to reverse her hike, the Chancellor said she was loath to spend government money doing so. There's no such thing as government money. There's only taxpayers' money. So rather than increase taxes again, will she actually help households and businesses facing higher prices and scrap this fuel hike?
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we are fiscally responsible. We will make sure that we continue to get borrowing down in a sustainable way, as we did over the last financial year with borrowing falling by £20 billion. Whenever they've had the chance, They've borrowed more, which pushes up interest rates for everyday families and means that we have to have higher taxes in the long run. That is not the approach that we will take. And one final quick thing, Mr. Speaker. Their plans that were set out in the final budget before they left office would have had fuel duty increase every single year. Instead, we have frozen it since we took over.
Number 9, please, Mr. Speaker.
Chancellor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We are reforming government procurement rules so that we can buy more that is made in this country. And we've already changed the rules around steel, shipbuilding, energy infrastructure and AI. But I don't just want big companies to be able to get contracts. I want to help smaller businesses and also charities access government procurement. The government is the biggest buyer of goods and services in the economy, and I want more of that money to be spent here in Britain.
Ian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Chancellor for her answer. In Stafford, we have world-class manufacturers like GE Vernova producing the technology that powers our national grid. Yet for far too long, British employers like these haven't had the money given to them by British government contracts. So I therefore warmly welcome the government's commitment to reform public sector procurement, to grow British industry, British skills and British jobs. Can the Chancellor tell us how this new approach will ensure that government spending reaches manufacturers and businesses in constituencies like Stafford and towns across our country so that when the taxpayer spends, Britain builds?
I thank my honourable friend for that question. And I was slightly disappointed that she didn't mention that today is Staffordshire Day, and Staffordshire oatcakes are available for members on all sides of the House in the tea room. I think that's what you wanted me to say. But on the wider issue, we do need to buy, make and sell more in Britain, with more contracts going to firms in Staffordshire, not just for their brilliant oatcakes, but also for their ceramics.
Assembly, Father of the House.
Will the Chancellor agree that post-Brexit, government departments have much more freedom to buy British, and under the Procurement Act of 2023, they can ignore EU directives? So will the Chancellor walk with us into the broad sunlit uplands of post-Brexit Britain and use the freedoms that we have obtained for this country?
Well, they cheer, but they didn't use any of them. And it's this government that is doing everything we can to buy, make and sell more in Britain. But one of the best ways that we can grow our economy is to work more closely with our friends, our trading partners and our neighbours in the European Union, whether that is through rejoining Erasmus, playing our full part in Horizon, whether it is through a deal for our food and farming sector so that we can export the great stuff we make here in Britain into the EU, and in so many other areas. And that is why we are determined to rebuild that relationship with the European Union.
Good fortune.
Number 10, please, Mr. Speaker.
Well done.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The reforms to business property relief maintain significant relief for owners of business assets. This is beyond what is available to others and is more generous than at any time, for example, under Margaret Thatcher, when the rate of relief was a maximum of 50% on all business assets, including the first £2.5 million. And I don't think members opposite would argue that we didn't see growth in the private sector while Thatcher was in power.
Good fortune.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I, of course, agree with the Minister that Margaret Thatcher really was the sunny uplands of this country. Mr. Speaker, SMEs provide the backbone for our economy in Bromley and Biggin Hill, and many of those businesses are still family-owned, suffering from the slew of taxation put upon them by this Labour government. Family Business UK's analysis, published just last month, said that 57% of businesses are still suffering from the business property relief, which, despite, as the Minister alluded to, the slight U change is still impacting their business. Would the Minister agree with me that the best way to growth is to support small businesses and not to tax them out of existence?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad that the member opposite acknowledges that while Margaret Thatcher was in power, she was actually taxing through business property relief these businesses more than this Labour government is doing. We do have a fair and balanced approach when it comes to making sure we can raise revenues from the very largest businesses and agricultural businesses in order to raise revenue to sustainably support the reduction in borrowing that this government is bringing about.
Whereas, Mr Speaker, hundreds of small family businesses across Cornwall will soon be subject to a significant increase in their property costs as a result of the VOA's decision to reclassify serviced offices, business centres and co-working spaces. Would the Chancellor arrange for me to meet with Treasury officials and the VOA to discuss how the impacts of this reclassification may be mitigated?
I thank my honourable friend for his question, and I am aware of the issue that he raises. I have met with the representatives of the sector in recent weeks to discuss it. It follows from changes to case law that have taken place over recent years, but it is, of course, an important issue that affects many businesses, and I would be very happy to meet with him to discuss it.
Mohammed.
Question number 11, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Government is taking action to tackle child poverty, including by removing the 2-child limit and expanding free school meals and breakfast clubs, including 7 breakfast clubs already rolled out in the Dewsbury and Batley constituency. As a result of these changes, 550,000 children will be lifted out of poverty in this Parliament. That will be the biggest reduction of child poverty in any Parliament ever.
Well, Mohammed.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Chancellor for her answer. In my constituency of Dewsbury and Batley, 44.4% of children are living in poverty, according to the latest government figures. Yet Oxfam reports that just 56 billionaires in the UK now hold more wealth than 27 million people combined in our country, with their wealth rising by over £230 million each on average last year. Does the Chancellor accept that child poverty is not inevitable, but the result of political choices about who this government wants to protect? And can the Chancellor explain how the Child Poverty Task Force can succeed without the Treasury being willing to pursue far more fair and equitable wealth distribution through closing tax loopholes, taxing wealth, not just income, and preventing...
Order. I think the Chancellor's got the drift. Chancellor, yes.
Child poverty is absolutely not inevitable, and that is why we are lifting 550,000 children out of poverty. It is always Labour governments that lift children out of poverty and Tory governments that put children back into poverty. And the numbers that the honourable gentleman used are appalling. 44% of children should not be growing up in Dewsbury and Batley in poverty, and that is why we have made the changes that we have to lift those children out of poverty, to give all of them a decent start in life.
Andrew, are you standing? Andrew Peck.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. One of the worst legacies of the last government was that 43% of children growing up in Peterborough are living in poverty. Nearly 10,000 children will be affected by the lifting of the child cap in Peterborough alone. Can the Chancellor assure me that whilst we've made huge progress on this, that we keep a razor-like focus on child poverty as we deal with the cost of living crisis and the fallout from the war in Iran?
I thank my honourable friend for that question. And 10,000 children in one constituency lifted out of poverty by just one of the policy changes that we have made to reduce child poverty, I think shows the difference that this Labour government is making. And when combined with the breakfast clubs, the free school meals, the extension of childcare, the Renters' Rights Act, the building of new homes, that is why this government is set to deliver the biggest ever reduction in child poverty in one Parliament.
The Judge.
Question number 12, please, Mr Speaker.
Sorry.
Chancellor.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. First of all, I would like to offer my deepest condolences following the tragic death of 2 young children in my honourable friend's constituency. I know that this will be an incredibly distressing time for the whole community, and I think the thoughts of the whole House are with that community. We recognise that everyday living costs remain too high, and that is why we're supporting households with their energy bills, and it's also why we've frozen prescription charges for a second year in a row and frozen rail fares for the first time in 30 years. It's also why we have lifted the national living wage and the national minimum wage, so people on low pay see their money go further.
The Judge.
Thank the Chancellor for her condolences. I was there at the site of the tragedy on Sunday laying flowers, and it is very upsetting for everyone in my constituency. One of my favourite places for lunch is the Pomegranate Cafe, together with the Central Community Shop within my constituency, which is a community-based social enterprise founded in partnership between the Good Shepherd Charity, Wolves Foundation and the Labour-controlled City of Wolverhampton Council to provide affordable food, with all profits from the cafe donated back to the Good Shepherd's free-to-access services, supporting their work to end homelessness, assist recovery, provide access to services around training and employability, and providing meaningful pathways out of poverty in Wolverhampton. Will the Chancellor please join me in congratulating everyone involved with the Pomegranate Cafe?
Once again, I think the Chancellor's got the question. Chancellor.
I thank my honourable friend for raising the excellent work that the City of Wolverhampton Council is doing to help people with the cost of living, and particularly to help the most vulnerable people in our society. And it's why, combined with the measures that we are taking to reduce child poverty, to increase the basic state pension and the new state pension, but also what we're doing with Pride in Place, including in Whitmore, Reens and Dunstall Hill in his own constituency, to improve outcomes for people in Wolverhampton West and around the country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question number 13.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, this government is investing in Wales's industrial future and unlocking economic growth, including by providing £2.5 billion for the UK's first small modular reactor in Anglesey to support up to 3,000 jobs and power 3 million homes. We've also recently agreed a new £50 million defence growth deal for Wales. We're backing Welsh free ports and investment zones, and we are connecting people and businesses with at least £445 million worth of rail infrastructure investment right across Wales.
Thank you. The people of Mega and Undy have been celebrating the fact that they're getting a new train station thanks to two Labour governments working together to deliver it. So it's unbelievable that Reform's leader in Wales recently said, nobody wants or needs these new stations. So does the Minister agree with me that new railway stations are, of course, essential for economic growth? And does he think Reform just don't listen to what people in Wales want, or they just don't care?
Mr. Speaker, I completely agree with my honourable friend that the UK and Welsh Labour government's generational commitment to the future of rail in Wales is fantastic for her constituents right across Monmouthshire. It is frankly, Mr. Speaker, outrageous to hear Reform's leader in Wales trying to tell people what they want, and even more shocking that they promise to rip up our plan. New railway stations, Mr. Speaker, are indeed critical for economic growth, and only Labour will build the rail network that people in Wales need and deserve.
Becky Cooper.
15, please, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable friend for her question. The government is acting to ease the cost of living for commuters, including by extending the £3 national bus fare cap to March 2027. We have also frozen regulated rail fares for the first time in 30 years, and that will save the average commuter travelling from Worthing to London using an annual season ticket £360 a year.
Becky Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my right honourable friend for freezing rail fares. This will indeed help ease the cost of living for many commuters, like my constituents in Worthing West, many of whom do have jobs here in London or Brighton. Southern Rail have been rated as the worst value-for-money rail operator in a national passenger survey. So, will the Minister please ensure that as we move to nationalisation of our service and finally see the back of Southern Rail next month, that there is investment available for key issues such as reducing overcrowding and improving reliability and punctuality of our vital South Coast services?
Hear, hear. Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend is absolutely right to make clear that improving services for passengers is our absolute priority as rail operations come into public ownership. And when Southern Rail is brought into public ownership, they will be expected to focus relentlessly on improving passenger experience, improving reliability, improving punctuality, and they will be held to account for doing so.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In rural areas like Rutland and Stamford, we are reliant on our cars, so fuel costs are hitting us hard. So I have a simple ask to the Chancellor that she could deliver on now. Will she expand the 5p per litre rural fuel duty relief to more areas as soon as possible, particularly Leicestershire, Rutland and Lincolnshire, who desperately need it?
Mr. Speaker, as my honourable friend, the Exchequer Secretary, has set out already today many times in relation to fuel duty, we inherited plans from the previous government that would have seen fuel costs go up for people across the country. We have extended the 5p cut in fuel duty, we've extended the freeze, and that is an important way of helping people with the cost of living right now.
Thomas.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Number 16.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Government has introduced a support package worth £4.3 billion to protect ratepayers across the country against the impact of the independently set new property values, valued for the first time since the pandemic. We've also introduced permanently lower multipliers for eligible retail, hospitality and leisure properties. These are worth nearly £1 billion a year and will benefit over 750,000 high street businesses.
Mr Speaker, I recently met Chris, the owner of Chapters Hair in Bromsgrove, who told me that after 25 years of trading, current conditions are the most difficult that he has faced, and he directly attributes this to the decisions taken by the Chancellor. Why is it that the Chancellor of the Exchequer and the government across the board is riding roughshod over what businesses think, the people who know best how to run their businesses, and when will the government get off their backs and get on their side?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Under the previous government, the multiplier, the tax rate paid by businesses, medium-sized businesses or the very largest businesses was exactly the same within business rates. But we have implemented significant reform to the way business rates works so that it supports the high street, and the tax rate paid by small high street businesses will now be 33% lower than the one paid by the largest properties such as online giants. Of course, Mr Speaker, the revaluation since the pandemic has had an effect, and that's why we've stepped in to provide support.
Richard Fuller, Minister.
Mr Speaker, a comprehensive survey this month by Hospitality UK shows that 1 in 7 of our hotels, pubs and restaurants will close as a direct result of the Chancellor's policies. Many of those businesses represent the hopes and dreams, the hard work and savings of the people who set them up. So, Mr Speaker, as I am permitted, rather than the Minister coming to the dispatch box, could I ask the Chancellor to come to the dispatch box and answer this? If it wasn't me standing here, it was one of those people who founded the business, now going through the gut-wrenching process of closing it because of her policies. What should she say to them?
Exactly.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Of course, the government wants to do all it can to support businesses up and down the country, small, medium and large. That's why we're working hard to make sure we can put the economic stagnation that we had over the last 14 years behind us. We're seeing economic growth rising, growing by 0.5% in February. We saw unemployment falling, and we were seeing government borrowing falling as well. Those are the long-term changes that we need to lay the foundations in order that businesses can grow and invest and hire more people. It's disappointing that the Conservatives seem to have forgotten what we need to provide stability in our economy.
Topicals, Catherine.
Number 1, Mr Speaker.
Chancellor.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. We are on the right path with the right economic plan. Unemployment is down, the economy is growing, interest rates have been cut 6 times, and government borrowing was lower last year than it was the year before and is set to fall by more than in any other G7 economy. At the same time, the government is acting responsibly on the world stage. This is a war that we did not start, we did not enter, and we are working with our international allies to de-escalate. Our focus is in protecting family finances, supporting businesses and taking care with the public purse to improve Britain's economic resilience. That is the right plan for our country.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'd like to thank the Chancellor for her work to lift the 2-child benefit cap, which was cruelly brought in by the Conservative government. And would she agree with me that not only is this morally the right thing to do, but it is economically good news for the 1,690 families in Lancaster and Wyre who will have more money in their pocket to spend in our local economy in Lancashire, unlike the super rich who would have just taken it to offshore tax havens?
I thank my honourable friend for that question, and I hosted an event in Downing Street just a couple of weeks ago where I met with people who benefited from the change in the 2-child limit and people who had campaigned for that change as well. and mums told me that they were going to use the money to pay for their kids to go to after-school club with their friends, swimming lessons that they weren't able to afford before, or a new school coat rather than a second-hand one. That is the difference that this money is making to families up and down the country, and I'm proud to be the Chancellor that has scrapped the two-child limit.
Shall the Chancellor of the Exchequer, Sir Mel Stride?
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, in response to the question from my right honourable friend, the member for Godalming and Ash, on borrowing, the right honourable lady suggested that she was following a strict deficit reduction plan. I think she made reference to a reduction in the deficit of £20 billion year on year. But of course it's easy to reduce something if you pump it up recklessly in the first place. So could the right honourable lady tell the House how much more borrowing this government will undertake across this Parliament compared with the plans that she inherited from the last government?
Well, let's remember to start with that the plans we inherited from the past government would have seen fuel duties go up straight away. The plans that we inherited from the last government wouldn't have seen £29 billion investment a year into our NHS. And the plans that we inherited from the last government would have seen business rates for our high street businesses, our retail, hospitality and leisure businesses go up straight away. We did make the decision to change that inheritance because we thought that was the right thing to do, and we still do. But the IMF confirmed that we have the fastest rate of fiscal consolidation of any country in the G7, and our borrowing as a share of GDP fell to 4.3% in the last financial year and is due to fall in every single year of this Parliament. It's the first time our deficit has been lower than 5% since 2019.
Mr Speaker doesn't seem to know how much additional borrowing this government is undertaking compared to the plans of the last government. So I will tell her it is £250 billion of additional borrowing across this Parliament. The truth is, Mr Speaker, that this Chancellor is addicted to borrowing. And that means, compared with what otherwise would be the case, and she said exactly this in the answer to my right honourable friends, it means higher borrowing costs, higher inflation, higher interest rates and more sluggish growth, doesn't it?
Yeah. What the right honourable gentleman is basically admitting is that he would have gone ahead with the increase in fuel duty, he would have gone ahead with the increases in business rates, and he would take that money out of our National Health Service. Well, we made those changes on the mandate we got at the election, and at the same time we are reducing the budget deficit. So for the first time in 6 years it is now below 5% of GDP, and as a result the Bank of England have cut interest rates 6 times, helping all of our constituents with their mortgages. Very different from the hikes in mortgages that we saw under the previous Tory government.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. This weekend, while door knocking in Woodley, I spoke to a young father of 3 who, despite working multiple skilled jobs, feared being made homeless because of high and rising costs of rent. Will the Chancellor examine the case for a fixed-term rent freeze in the private rented sector to protect renters like my constituent from rising costs following the invasion of Iran and to bring inflation down in the wider economy?
I thank my honourable friend for that question, and as she knows, sitting on the Treasury Select Committee, this government have also already taken action to reduce the cost of living and to bear down on inflation, with the changes around energy prices, around fuel duty, prescription charges and rail fares. And I will do everything in my power and use every lever we have to bear down on the cost of living, including for people in the private rented sector. That is why we have already introduced the Renters' Rights Act. And whilst for people who have mortgages, they have seen cuts in their mortgage rates since we came into office, we will do everything we can to also help people in the private rented sector, because we must ensure that this conflict in the Middle East does not result in our constituents being poorer.
Cooper, Liberal Democrat spokesperson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Business rates bills have been landing on doormats over the last few weeks. And for some small businesses in St Albans and beyond, they tell me that the future looks bleak, with some taking the crushing decision to close their doors. Will the Chancellor please look again at the eye-watering revaluations and release the full 20p discount for small businesses, which the government legislated to do to save our high streets?
On business rates, the honourable member will know that this government inherited the plans that were set in train to have an independent revaluation of properties take place for the first time since the pandemic. It wouldn't have been the right thing to do to delay that pandemic for those businesses who'd seen their value, to delay that revaluation for those who'd seen their rates fall since the pandemic. So we went ahead with it, the independent valuation, and then we put in £4.3 billion of support to limit the increases in bills that businesses would pay. Of course, we keep all taxes under review, Mr. Speaker, but we did set out for the first time putting it in a differential within the business rate system so that high street businesses face a lower tax rate, a lower multiplier than the largest online giants.
Tonya.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We now know what was going on in the economy before the attack on Iran. Growth was up, unemployment was down, borrowing was lower than forecast. The Chancellor took the right decisions and it was working. So does my right honourable friend agree that families and businesses should know that when times are tough, it is Trumpflation that is to blame?
I thank my honourable friend for that question. And whilst other parties, specifically Reform and Conservatives, wanted us to enter this war, we stayed out of it and are working to de-escalate the conflict and reopen the Strait of Hormuz. The economy was growing. Interest rates were coming down, inflation was falling, and as a result, every month since I've become Chancellor, wages have risen by more than inflation, easing the cost of living pressures that the previous government oversaw.
Ollie Glover.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At a recent meeting with members of Wantage Chamber of Commerce, local businesses were united in their concerns about business rates and unconvinced by recent government tweaks that ministers opposite have just alluded to. Page 31 of Labour's manifesto states the current business rate system disincentivises investment, creates uncertainty and places an undue burden on our high streets. In England, Labour will replace the business rate system so we can raise the same revenue but in a fair...
Order. Sorry, it's topicals and I want to get your other colleagues in, please.
Mr. Speaker, I'm always happy to take questions on business rates, even months after the decision set out at the budget. And I thank I thank the honourable member for reading out the Labour manifesto. We have made significant changes to business rates by introducing the new lower multiplier for high street businesses in order that they can pay a lower tax rate than the largest online giants.
Chris Bloor.
Mr. Speaker, given Reform in Worcestershire promised to cut taxes but have instead increased county council tax for Redditch residents by nearly 9%, does the Chancellor agree with me that in the Redditch Borough Council elections on May the 7th, the only way to protect vital local services and keep taxes low is to vote for Redditch Labour candidates?
Redditch Labour.
My honourable friend is absolutely right that whilst Worcestershire Reform-led council said that they would cut taxes, they've instead put them up. And so that is why on May the 7th I would urge people in Redditch and across the country to vote Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. More than 1.3 million people use lifetime ISAs to save for their first home. The property cap of £450,000 has been frozen since 2017, despite rising house prices, but those buying their first home over this threshold face a 25% penalty. First-time buyers across London are disproportionately affected. Data from February this year showed the average price paid for a first-time buyer in London was £463,000. So can the Chancellor tell us how is she ensuring first-time buyers in London are not unfairly disadvantaged by using this savings scheme?
Mr. Speaker, the government is committed to making the aspiration of home ownership a reality for as many people as possible. And we recognise that the LISA isn't working for everyone. That's exactly why we've launched a short consultation into the implementation of a new ISA product that's going to support more first-time buyers. And that new product will include the government bonus being paid at the point the individual makes a withdrawal for a home purchase, therefore removing the need for a withdrawal charge.
Tom Rutland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Chancellor will have seen the news this morning that BP profits have more than doubled, undoubtedly driven by the conflict in the Middle East. Does she agree that this shows the value of having a windfall tax at this point in time?
Thank my honourable friend for that question. The oil and gas sector will play an important part in our energy mix for many years to come, and we need to support them as we are, for example, through tiebacks. But it is important that the energy profits levy remains in place for now, because during this conflict we will be able to capture the profits made in the UK through the windfall tax. And the Conservatives and Reform, they oppose this tax, and that would just mean even higher profits for the oil and gas companies. We are also, as my honourable friend knows, delinking gas and electricity prices by increasing the electricity generators levy so that no energy company can make excess profits because of this conflict.
Chris Scotland.
Mr. Speaker, it has been widely reported in the press that the Chancellor is rightly considering issuing defence bonds. I know the Chancellor agrees with me on the value of defence R&D. So does the Chancellor or the Minister agree with me that these defence bonds could be a powerful way to increase R&D and raise economic growth?
Mr. Speaker, whatever the purpose, spending funded from bonds issued by the government adds to the national debt and so must be considered within the fiscal rules. But the honourable gentleman is right to point to the importance of research and development within the defence industry to support economic growth. And I'm proud that last year we allocated £400 million for UK defence innovation to foster a world-leading UK defence tech sector.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This Labour government has ensured that as of this month, workers in Worsley and Eccles and across the country get sick pay from day one, including low-paid workers. As chair of the Usdaw Parliamentary Group and someone who's campaigned for this, I welcome this so much. Does the Chancellor agree with me that it is only Labour, with its trade union link, that's on the side of working people?
I would like to start by thanking my honourable friend for all the campaigning work that he has done in this area, and also pay tribute to the trade union Usdaw, their former General Secretary Paddy Lillis and their current General Secretary Joanne Thomas for all the work that they have done in this area. Strengthening statutory sick pay is part of our commitment to implement our plan to make work pay, ensuring that the safety net of sick pay is available to those who need it from day one.
Final question, Shocker Adam.
Mr. Speaker, Leicester South has a home ownership rate of just over 40%, which is nearly 23 points below the national average in a city where an average house is 8.5 times their local earnings. My young constituents are working very hard, doing everything responsibly, saving, etc., to get onto this ladder, yet the tax system offers them absolutely nothing, whilst incorporated landlords deduct full mortgage interest through a company structure. Canada and Nordic countries are offering targeted tax relief for first-time buyers. Can I ask the Chancellor, has she assessed introducing a similar relief here to ensure young people are supported by this tax system and not left behind?
Mr. Speaker, this Labour government is committed to enabling more people to realise the dream of home ownership. And mortgages have become more affordable under this government thanks to increased economic stability and 6 interest rate cuts.
Right, that completes questions. We now come to presentation of bills. James McCleary.
Thank you. New Haven West Beach Public Access Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday, 8th May.
Friday the 8th of May. Presentation of bill. James McCleary.
Defence Bonds Proposals Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday, 8th of May.
Friday the 8th of May. We now come to 10-minute rule motion, local area energy plans. James Nash.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that leave be given to bring in a bill to place a duty on local authorities in England to produce and maintain local area energy plans, to make provision about the content of those plans and limitations on that content, and for connected purposes. Mr. Speaker, I am proud that before I came to this place, I worked in the energy sector. At SSE, I led large industry change programmes such as faster switching, and at Northern Power Grid, I led the customer engagement work stream for its ED2 business plan. I therefore refer members to my register of interests. I'm also proud that as a councillor, I led the bottom-up public engagement about the future of West Burton Power Station in North Nottinghamshire. I set up a residents' planning group which, over 18 months, demonstrated that Bassetlaw would make a fantastic home for the world's first prototype fusion energy plant. Nottinghamshire won that multi-billion-pound project, and I believe that the types and quality of community engagement were a key reason for doing so. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope that when I speak about the energy sector and community engagement in this place, it comes from a position of knowledge and understanding. And, Mr. Speaker, it is worth stating that across the private and public sectors, there are some excellent examples of how communities can be taken on a journey from being uninformed to becoming knowledgeable, from being nervous to feeling confident, from being sceptical to being supportive as a result of good engagement. But sadly, this is not the norm for energy projects. I would like it to be, and I believe that it can be, through the universal adoption of local area energy plans. Mr. Speaker, this government is advancing one of the largest infrastructure programmes that this country has seen in generations. As part of this, tens of billions of pounds are rightly being spent on energy projects to end our dependency on international fossil fuel markets. At the same time, we are rewiring the energy network in response to changes in how we generate, store and distribute power. Ordinary people can now generate energy and sell power back to the grid, meaning we operate in a radically different energy landscape. And yet we are doing a lot of this without purposefully engaging communities about new infrastructure. In contrast to how we plan housing through local plans with formal regulation consultations, right now there is no meaningful strategic conversation or consultation about energy infrastructure. Yes, individual projects consult about their impacts, but there is no strategic oversight or decision-making required by local authorities, which are overwhelmingly reactive rather than proactive on energy matters. In my view, this has to change if we want to successfully deliver our clean energy mission. Let me describe more clearly what is happening. Nationally, there is an emerging sense of order. The National Energy System Operator, NESO, is producing regional energy strategic plans for the whole of Great Britain by 2028. These are long overdue. Ofgem is simultaneously mapping the network upgrades needed in every locality, and the Clean Power 2030 Action Plan sets out what we need and, for the first time, where we need it. This means that the strategic framework for the energy sector is being strengthened across the board. And yet there is still a gap. NESO's regional plans need local inputs to be credible, demand projections, spatial constraints, sequencing preferences. But there is no meaningful or consistent dialogue taking place with local authorities. Without this, regional planning will either proceed on assumptions that are subsequently contested or stall while fighting objections to top-down diktats. Even worse, for communities with valuable national grid connections, they are inundated with projects, some of which are unlikely to ever proceed. I recently hosted a surgery in my constituency of Rushcliffe near Ratcliffe-on-Soar, which hosted a coal-fired power station. One parish councillor came to tell me that he and a small team of volunteers had reviewed over a dozen applications for new grid connections. Over a dozen. This level of disorder means host communities cannot see the wood for the trees and cannot picture how the projects that do go ahead will contribute to a joined-up narrative about local energy generation. Mr. Speaker, I believe there is an answer, which is mandatory local area energy plans. This isn't a new idea. Local area energy plans have existed as a methodology since 2018. Dozens of councils have produced them, detailing specific energy system changes, locations and delivery timelines. But in England, they remain voluntary. This means that the essential transition to green energy is potentially being made without consistent, meaningful local engagement across the country. And Mr Speaker, I don't want to see this. So this bill proposes doing 4 things. First, it places a duty on every local authority in England to prepare, adopt and maintain a local area energy plan. Second, critically, it will state that these plans must identify sites capable of meeting energy generation targets set for each area. The Secretary of State would set those targets, but communities would help to decide where the infrastructure goes, much like local plans for housing. And in so doing, we spread the load and take people on the journey. Third, the bill makes data sharing by distribution network operators mandatory, meaning constraint data reinforcement plans, connection queues and capacity forecasts are provided in standardised formats. And fourthly and finally, this bill would give legal weight to local area energy plans. I believe energy needs and generation should be a material consideration in planning decisions and considered as formal evidence in network investment cases assessed by Ofgem. Let me be clear about what this bill does not do. It does not allow local area energy plans to contradict national policy statements, and it does not provide a mechanism for blocking infrastructure that has legitimate needs. Rather, it recognises that local area energy plans can help to shape where and how and when infrastructure is delivered locally and bring communities and elected representatives into a very important and consequential conversation. Handled badly, Mr Speaker, energy projects become a source of major grievance. But handled well, as happened in Bassett Law, they become something else. They become a story about jobs, about investment, about agency, and ultimately about consent and control. Mr Speaker, this bill, I believe, is the only way to genuinely shift the dial away from "this was done to us" to "I had a say", away from "nobody cares" to "this project was considered and discussed locally", away from "why here" to "I understand why and how we are playing our part". I do not pretend that this bill will satisfy everyone. Some people do not want wind turbines or solar farms full stop, and no amount of process should do so. But in my experience, local opposition is not normally a fundamental objection to renewable energy. Rather, it is about feeling blindsided, lacking control, and not having a local narrative about which energy projects have been consented to and why, and understanding how this contributes to a better, cleaner local future. Mr Speaker, it's estimated that £40 billion could be spent annually on new energy infrastructure between now and 2030. The question is not whether that money should be spent. It must be. The question is what evidence and what voices inform how and where it is spent. The window of opportunity is narrow because business plans for the next price control period and the regional energy strategic plans will both be finalised by 2028. Getting that local layer right now is therefore essential. It will reduce conflict, prevent delays and limit expensive changes down the line. So I hope that the government will take this matter seriously. Mr Speaker, this bill gives communities a genuine stake in where and how energy infrastructure is delivered. It connects local planning to real investment decisions and ensures that transition will happen with people, not to them, while still making the essential shift to cleaner, greener energy eminently deliverable. I therefore commend this bill to the House.
The honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. The question is that the honourable member have leave to bring in the bill. As many of that opinion say aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Who will prepare to bring in the bill?
Chris Bloor, Mayor Ellis, Alison Gardner, Josie Gosling, Chris Hinchliffe, Julie Minns, Karen Moon, Samantha Niblett and myself.
James Race.
Local Area Energy Plans Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 8th of May.
Friday the 8th of May. Well done, James. Before we begin the next item of business, I think it will be helpful to the House if I remind members of the decision in question and the procedures to today's debate. The decision before the House today is not about whether or not a contempt has been committed. It is about whether or not to refer the matter to Committee of Privileges. If such a referral is made, it will be for the committee in due course to report back to this House and make any necessary recommendations. The debate today may continue till 7 o'clock at the latest, at which time there will be either a need to a successful closure motion or a debate will be adjourned to a future date. In recent years, the length of time taken for debates on similar motions has ranged between 7 minutes and 5 hours. Any members who wish to speak need to stand to ensure that they catch my eye at the beginning of the debate. I would say to members that if the debate becomes very repetitive, we may have to consider whether it would be appropriate to accept an early closure motion. Finally, members may well be aware of the rules relating to good temper, moderation in parliamentary language. Today's proceedings are on a substantive motion relating to the specific responses by the Prime Minister to this House. It is perfectly in order for honourable members to question the veracity of those responses cited in the motion, or whether or not they were misleading. However, it is not in order to challenge in more general terms of truthfulness of the Prime Minister. Right. The Right Honourable Member for North West Essex has tabled a motion to debate on the matter of privilege, which I've agreed should take precedence today. I now call the Leader of the Opposition, Kevin Maynock, to move the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the motion standing in my name on the order paper. Mr. Speaker, shall we pick up where we left off last Tuesday, when we had an emergency debate about the government's accountability to Parliament over Peter Mandelson's appointment as our ambassador to the United States? The very next day, at Prime Minister's questions, the Prime Minister read out selective quotes from Sir Ollie Robbins' evidence to the Foreign Affairs Select Committee and deliberately left out critical sections to make it seem as if Sir Ollie Robbins' evidence had exonerated him. The Prime Minister told the House, and I quote, "No pressure existed whatsoever in relation to this case." That is not what the record shows. Let me read Sir Ollie Robbins' exact quote. "Throughout January, my office and the Foreign Secretary's office were under constant pressure. There was an atmosphere of constant chasing." So how can the Prime Minister tell us that Sir Ollie Robbins said no pressure existed whatsoever? Everybody heard what Ollie Robbins said. We are not here to test whether members have good hearing. People can go and look in Hansard. The question today, as the Speaker said, is whether this should go to the Privileges Committee, whether this House and Labour MPs really believe in full due process, whether Labour MPs have the integrity to refer the Prime Minister to the Privileges Committee, knowing what we all know and can all read in Hansard. The Ministerial Code is very clear. Ministers who mislead the House must correct the record, and I quote, "at the earliest opportunity." It is very obvious that the Prime Minister, what the Prime Minister said at the dispatch box was not correct. It's clear that full due process was not followed. If Labour MPs allow the whips to force them to block the consequences of these decisions, it will degrade not just them, but this House. The question is, what kind of people are they? Are they people who will live up to the promises they made about standards and the rules mattering, or are they people who abandon their promises to be complicit in a cover-up? Yes, I will give way.
To the right honourable lady, on the 4th of February we passed our humble address here in this House with a unanimous vote of, well, a unanimous opinion of the whole House that all of the documents should be made available and published. And those that wait for the question, and those that were considered sensitive should go to the Intelligence and Security Committee. Her party accepted that amendment on the 4th of February. If she wasn't going to wait for the outcome of that, why is she moving this process today?
Yes, I think that is an excellent question. We asked for the release of documents, and then when the evidence came showing what the Cabinet Secretary had said in November 24 about what full due process was, it was very clear that those instructions had not been followed. We also know that this latest information about the problems with the security vetting did not come from the humble address, it came from a leak to The Guardian. So why should we wait for a never-never process that is clearly not happening? Even members of the Intelligence and Security Committee in that SA24 debate last week said that there were delays to the release of the documents. So, Mr. Speaker, members opposite want to pretend that this is something that only one party is doing. Can I remind them that this is a cross-party motion supported by independents, the Lib Dems, the DUP, the SNP, members from across this House? Calling this a stunt is disrespecting this House and disrespecting the Speaker. It's very obvious, listening to the media and their tweets, it's very obvious they've all been told to come here today, tell everybody it's a stunt, tell everybody it's a stunt. Why are they acting like sheep? Why are they acting like sheep? They should be better than that. We will be counting, by the way, some people might even be shouting bingo, at how many times people stand up and say that this is a stunt in this debate. We're looking forward to it. Mr. Speaker, there is a... Yes, I will give way.
I'm grateful to my right honourable friend. I think she's being a little too harsh to the limited number of Labour MPs opposite. I mean, here we have the entire reputation of the Prime Minister of this country, the leader of their party, and they're not turning out for him because they know that he is now a laughingstock, and having called round them, they found out they had to put a 3-line whip to get them to protect his blushes. So, can my right honourable friend be a little bit kinder to the members opposite, especially the brave ones who are actually prepared to come out and defend the indefensible?
I thank my right honourable friend for that intervention. I will do my best to be kind, because he is right. There are more people here today than there were last time, so the whips have really been working hard in the last 7 days. Last week, not a single Labour MP bothered to intervene. Now, we've got a second one. I'm going to take an intervention from the right honourable gentleman, and then I'll come to the Labour MP.
Very grateful to the Leader of the Opposition. She's right to highlight the cross-party nature of this motion and also question the applicability of a whip in refusing a motion before the House. Does she not agree, and should Labour MPs not consider that if there's nothing to hide, there's nothing to fear?
The honourable gentleman makes an excellent point. I completely agree with him, and in fact I will be making that case in due course, but I will give way to the honourable gentleman.
Well, I thank her for giving way, and a moment ago she talked about selective quoting, and I'm sure that she would not want to selectively quote Sir Ollie Robbins herself. So could she tell us what the rest of that quote was? And when he talked about pressure, was he talking about pressure to deliver a decision in time for President Trump's inauguration, or was he saying that he felt pressure to materially change what that decision would be? Because that is quite an important distinction, is it not?
It is quite important, and if it was, why didn't the Prime Minister say so last week? Why didn't he say no pressure whatsoever? He should go and read the Hansard, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, yes, I will give way on that point.
Right, friend, for giving way on that point. Are we really suggesting in this debate in this chamber that anyone who does not fully, comprehensively, without any hesitation, pass vetting should be given the most important role in our ambassadorship? The opposition seem to be suggesting that someone who is borderline, that there are any red flags, should be put in this sort of role. Is that not absolutely extraordinary?
That's not due process. It is extraordinary, and the evidence which we've heard from the Foreign Affairs Select Committee this morning is only making this matter worse for the Prime Minister. So it is very wrong for them to be talking about a stunt. This is about the integrity of this House. Why is the Privileges Committee only a political stunt when Labour is in the dock? Do they still believe that honesty and accountability matter when it is one of their own? Do they believe that Labour Prime Ministers should be held to the exact same standards that they held Conservative Prime Ministers to? Or do they believe that there should be an honesty discount because the Prime Minister is Labour? The fact that there are so few Cabinet Ministers sitting on the front bench, they've had to dig deep to the bottom of the barrel for junior ministers to come and sit there, I think shows that they're struggling to get support for this. But let me tell Labour, I'm going to make some progress, Mr. Speaker. Let me, I would say very gently, in fact kindly, I would say kindly to Labour MPs, as I've been asked to, that if they vote against this motion today, they are admitting that Labour has lower standards and should be held to a lower standard than everyone else. Because when they were elected, they promised their constituents integrity and higher standards, and I'm sure for most of them at the time they meant it. This country is the mother of all parliaments. This vote today is about Parliament. It's not about the Labour Party. It is about the Prime Minister being held to account. To those people saying this is a stunt, this is about whether the Prime Minister is accountable not just to the opposition, but to them and their own constituents. Members opposite may believe that the Prime Minister is telling the truth. As the Speaker said, they are not being asked whether the Prime Minister is telling the truth. They are being asked whether the committee should investigate whether the Prime Minister told the truth. That is a different thing. The question is whether there is a case to answer that he misled this House and has failed to correct the record. Yes, I will give way.
Can I thank the right honourable member for giving way? The British public are already fed up with politicians. We see that in general elections, the low turnout rate. What we have here is a prime example of why the British public has lost confidence. We are trying to shield and hide from the public the truth. Does the right honourable member agree that in order to restore that trust, this Prime Minister must be put in front of a committee?
I do agree that this is a matter of trust with the public. We have to show that we do things properly here. As I was saying, Mr. Speaker, the question is whether there is a case to answer that the Prime Minister misled this House and has failed to correct the record. If there is a credible case that he did, then this matter should be referred to the Committee of Privileges. Those are the rules of the House. Let me quickly run through the facts to make sure that every Labour MP hears them. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister appointed Peter Mandelson before security vetting was granted, in direct contravention of the advice given to him on the 11th of November 2024 by the then Cabinet Secretary. That is not due process. The Prime Minister's own National Security Advisor described the appointment and due diligence as weirdly rushed, and the Foreign Office weren't asked to feed in. That is not due process. The chair of the Labour Party has a lot to say, so I'm going to give way and let her say what it is that she wants to. Would you like to speak up? Yes.
The Cabinet Secretary said that it was due process.
Mr. Speaker, I think we have, Mr. Speaker, I think we have another minister who has just come to the dispatch box and said something that is quite different. Simon Case, the then Cabinet Secretary, has set out what the full due process was. A note from the Cabinet Minister a year after the appointment, after Peter Mandelson had been sacked, after I asked questions at the dispatch box, is not an exoneration, it is part of the cover-up. Mr. Speaker, we have been told by Sir Ollie Robbins, that the former Permanent Secretary of the Foreign Office, that the government showed a dismissive attitude to vetting and even argued that Peter Mandelson did not need any vetting. That is not due process. I'll give way in a moment. We have been told that Number 10 put constant pressure on the Foreign Office to approve the application. That is not due process. Sir Philip Barton, the former Permanent Secretary of the Foreign Office, said he was, and I quote, presented with a decision, that there was no space for dialogue. That's Philip Barton this morning. He also confirmed that the normal order is vetting and then announcement. But in this case, the announcement was before the vetting. That is not due process. I'll give way to the honourable gentleman.
First of all, can I thank the opposition leader for bringing this forward and for their introduction. Does the opposition leader agree that there is a very dangerous pattern emerging in government judgment and bypassing vetting to appoint Lord Mandelson, a man with a well-documented security concerns? And does the opposition leader also express concern about handpicking an Attorney General whose hands are still warm from the working of defending Gerry Adams against the very victims of IRA terror? It is little wonder that the people of this nation are concerned out there in the streets. They're worried, they're concerned, and well done to the opposition leader in bringing this forward.
Order. Sorry. You're straying outside the debate, Mr Shannon, and we mustn't do that. Convene.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I am concerned about the Prime Minister's judgment on all manner of issues, not just the one that we're discussing today. But we've heard this morning, Mr Speaker, that even the Prime Minister's former Chief of Staff says that it shouldn't have been him doing the due diligence, and that what he got back from Mandelson wasn't the full truth, but the Prime Minister appointed Peter Mandelson anyway. That's Morgan McSweeney saying that is not full due process. On several counts, Mr Speaker, it is clear that full due process was in fact not followed in this appointment. They shouldn't worry, I will let them give way, because I want them to make fools of themselves at every opportunity. So just be patient, I will give way. I will give way in a moment. Even the Prime Minister's current position, Mr Speaker, contains a glaring logical inconsistency. How can he say that full process was followed and at the same time fire Sir Ollie Robbins for not following process? If the honourable gentleman would answer that question, that would be fantastic.
I asked the shadow opposition leader the questions. That's how it works on an intervention. And can I also suggest to her that if she wants backbenchers to support her motion, she shouldn't be insulting us and calling us shit. Now, I think that the critical question that a lot of backbenchers are wanting to know here is why now? Why, when the Foreign Affairs Select Committee has not concluded its investigations, has she brought this motion forward now? Is it because there is local elections next week, or is that a coincidence?
I'm sorry. The decision was made on the letter that's been sent to me, not on whether somebody may be meeting somewhere else. It is judged on that merit. I don't need to be questioned again.
Mr Speaker, I think the honourable gentleman would like his ministerial job back. That's the only explanation for why he was asking that question. So I did ask, if full due process was followed, why was Sir Ollie Robbins sacked? No answer. The Privileges Committee is clear that misleading intentionally or recklessly, refusing to answer legitimate questions, or failing to correct misleading statements impedes or frustrates the functioning of the House and is a contempt. That's what the Privileges Committee says. The Prime Minister has not answered legitimate questions on this appointment. They were all there at PMQs when I asked him whether he spoke to Peter Mandelson before the appointment about 6 times, and the Prime Minister refused to answer. Contempt. This is no longer just about the appointment of Peter Mandelson or the convicted paedophile Jeffrey Epstein. This is about whether or not the Prime Minister should be referred for contempt of Parliament. The honourable member for Warwick and Leamington said last week, I don't know if he is in the chamber, he said last week that the Prime Minister is a man of the utmost decency who would never, ever lie. If that is the case, they should welcome this chance to prove that. If they really believed that statement, they would not have to be whipped to block an investigation. The Privileges... Yes, I will give way to the right honourable gentleman.
I'm grateful for the right honourable lady giving way. She will know that I was never a fan of Boris Johnson.
No.
You did it so well. But when there was a similar motion before the House to refer Mr Johnson to the Privileges Committee, his side was not whipped. Can she confirm that? And can she question why the government is whipping its side on this motion?
That is an excellent question from the right honourable gentleman. I can confirm that this side was not whipped. I can also confirm that the leader of the head of the Privileges Committee was a former acting leader of the Labour Party. We trusted this House to do the right thing. Why can they not do the same? Why? Mr. Speaker, the Privileges Committee is made up mostly of Labour MPs. Are they saying that they do not believe that their own colleagues would give the Prime Minister a fair hearing? Are they saying that? If this was just a bad decision that he's apologised for, then surely the Privileges Committee will find him not guilty. I give way to my right honourable friend.
Does my right honourable friend agree with me that the Prime Minister is pursuing a scorched earth policy? Advisor after civil servant has been chucked under the bus to save his skin, and now it is the turn of his own MPs. For if the Prime Minister had not misled the House, then the correct path is to go to the Privileges Committee so the Prime Minister can clear his name.
I do agree with my right honourable friend. This is a scorched earth policy, and they are the earth, and I'm afraid to say they are being scorched. Let me ask them this, Mr. Speaker. If the Prime Minister has nothing to hide, why is he whipping to avoid scrutiny? Why? Why is he whipping? They are being whipped today to exonerate him before the facts have even been tested. It is not for the first time I am having to tell Labour MPs that they are being stitched up. This is a man who has led them up and down so many hills. Our Education Secretary wants to intervene. Would she like to talk about the U-turn yesterday on social media? No, she doesn't want to. Shame. We got our U-turn, Mr. Speaker. We got our U-turn. They have to sit there looking embarrassed at every decision that they have to row back on. This is a man who has led them up and down so many hills. He sends them out to defend the indefensible even this afternoon, and it's a great effort by the whips, I must say. I know someone else wants to intervene. Please go on.
Scott Arthur. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank her for giving way. And of course, she's right that the Conservatives did get a free vote on the Partygate scandal. She chose to abstain, which is an absolute disgrace. Absolute disgrace. The bigger disgrace. The bigger disgrace was voting against action on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bigger disgrace was voting against action on Owen Parson, and she voted against her. Another disgrace. Whipped.
Mr. Speaker, I actually feel bad at having to make this explanation. And I say to my right honourable friend, I am trying to be kind, but there was no vote, so no abstention, because not a single one of us voted to block the investigation. This is a clear example of the Mr. Speaker, I'm not giving way. He's had his chance, Mr. Speaker. This just goes.
If the Honourable Lady, right Honourable Lady, gives way, that's fine. You've had one crack at the whip. I wouldn't try too many cracks.
Mr. Speaker, this is why I am telling. I know a lot of Labour MPs have not been in this situation before. They are being stitched up. I am trying to be helpful. This man has led them up so many hills and down again. U-turn after U-turn. I talked about banning social media for children. There was also a U-turn on the pensions mandation. This is a government that does not know what it is doing. This is a government that does not know what it is doing. And I think it's very valiant of them to come out to defend the Prime Minister. This is despite the fact that he took the whip away from MPs who wanted to lift the two-child benefit cap. And then he did it anyway. The member for Hayes and Harlington had the whip removed for opposing the two-child benefit cap. Then the Prime Minister U-turned. The member for York Central had the whip removed for voting against the Prime Minister's welfare reforms. Then he ditched the reforms. And then the member for Penrith, who had the whip removed for opposing the family farm tax. The Prime Minister's ditched that, but the member for Penrith still doesn't have the whip back. And this matters, Mr. Speaker.
I know. It is about the privilege motion. I know you're developing a theme, but I think we've run out of theme.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You're absolutely right. I'm just pointing out the question, why is this a whip vote? It will still happen anyway. This man has ruined the reputation of the Labour Party, has not been loyal to his own MPs, and I don't think that they are united. Morgan... Yes, I will give way.
Dr. Luke.
When the Prime Minister came in, he said he wanted to do things differently. He's had not one but two opportunities to, in an emergency debate tabled by this side of the House, to come to the House and answer all these questions, so he wouldn't need to go to a Privileges Committee. Can she advise on why he may not have come to the House to answer on both two occasions?
I think it is an excellent question from my honourable friend. Why not come to the House to correct the record at the earliest opportunity on multiple occasions? What is there to hide? We are hearing evidence in the select committees that is conflicting what is being said on the floor of the House. I would be very interested, by the way, if the Minister, when he is responding, is happy to repeat the Prime Minister's words at the dispatch box that there was no pressure whatsoever. Would he repeat that question? Would he repeat that statement? Let's see how brave he is. Mr. Speaker, this is absolutely critical. This cannot just be a debate about the Labour Party or a division between those who are on the inner circle and those who are on the outside. Again and again, we have seen the children of the chosen ones, people who had never been in Parliament before, getting all the best jobs. We now have the sacked Chief of Staff, Morgan McSweeney, his wife is a whip, telling people to vote for a cover-up. That is not right. That is not right. They are hanging... She has been notified. She has been notified. I know they don't like it. Have I said something that is not true? No. I'm speaking the truth. I know it hurts, but someone has to point it out. They are hanging everyone else out to dry, and I cannot believe that Labour MPs are letting this happen again. I know that a lot of them are expecting a reshuffle after the May election. Let me tell them, it is not worth it. I say directly to those Labour MPs hoping to be ministers after May the 7th, you will condemn yourself to being sent out on the morning round to repeat things that you know are not true, that you don't believe in, and that you know will end in disaster. And they will end in disaster, Mr. Speaker, as everything the Prime Minister touches does. This vote should not be about loyalty to the Prime Minister, but about standards. Why should Labour MPs ruin their reputations to save a man who has never shown loyalty to them? He has shown that he will throw everybody under a bus. Sue Gray, Morgan McSweeney, Sir Chris Wormald, Sir Ollie Robbins. Do Labour MPs really think that if this goes wrong, he's not going to throw all of them under a bus? There are some of them walking around Parliament telling everyone that they're going to be one-term MPs, and so it doesn't matter. It does matter. It does matter. Because when they leave this place, no one is going to remember what their whips told them to do. People will only remember that they voted for a cover-up. That is what will follow them around like a bad smell until the end of their careers. That's what's going to be in their Wikipedia entries. Yes, I will give way.
Would my right honourable friend agree with me that this issue will be resolved in one or two places? It will either be resolved in the Court of Public Opinion or in front of the Privileges Committee. And it's actually in the Prime Minister's interests to have it resolved by a cross-party committee of this House, which would give confidence to the public that the truth had been found, that the case had been made or not, and that they would have confidence going forward. The public will make up its own mind without the Privileges Committee.
Yes. That's right. The honourable gentleman is absolutely right. I trust the Privileges Committee to do the right thing, as I always have. And I've got some advice for Labour MPs. There is nothing wrong, yes, there is nothing wrong with giving your party leader the benefit of the doubt. There's nothing wrong with that. As a minister 4 years ago, I gave my party... I don't know why they're laughing. I haven't got to the punchline yet. Hang on, wait for it. As a minister 4 years ago, I gave my party leader the benefit of the doubt, but I trusted the Privileges Committee to do the right thing, even when it was led by a former leader of the Labour Party. We did not block the Privileges Committee looking into things, and the minute that I was asked to go out and say something that wasn't true, I resigned. None of them want to do that. I will always be able to hold my head up high because I did the right thing. I do not understand why Labour MPs are quite happy repeating things that aren't true. We have all seen the Hansard. That's the difference between them and us. When we get things wrong, we put our hands up and say so. They pretend, Mr. Speaker, they pretend that the wrong thing is actually the right thing. They pretend that the bad thing is actually a good thing because it's Labour MPs who are doing it. That's what they're being whipped to do today. It's the same way the Mandelson appointment happened. Because they thought they were appointing him, it must be a good thing. That's what's happening again today. They are being whipped to do the wrong thing. If they are telling the entire country that nothing matters, in a moment, if they are telling the entire country that nothing matters except avoiding scrutiny of this Prime Minister who won't answer questions at that dispatch box, then they're telling people that the Labour Party is not worth voting for. It does not exist. That this is not the Labour Party of Attlee and Bevan and Wilson. That Labour Party no longer exists because they would never do this. They would never be voting for someone who had stood at that dispatch box less than a week ago and read out doctored statements from the head of the Foreign Office like the Prime Minister did. Yes, I will give way. I will give way.
On the point of reading out statements, I thank the Right Honourable Lady for giving way. I can see that she's enjoying reading out her statement. But what I can't see is the case that she is making about the Privileges Committee. What I can't see is what she doesn't think is right about a criminal investigation, about inquiries that are consistently being made about the decision that was made that we have accepted was wrong. What's wrong with the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, and what's wrong with the processes that are in?
I'm sorry, you're out of scope. Come here.
Perhaps she should have just taken the whip's questions instead of messing that one up. She does raise an interesting point about the Foreign Affairs Select Committee. It's only looking at Mandelson. It's not looking into the issue of the Prime Minister misleading the House. Let's stop pretending that the Select Committee is a massive inquiry. It really isn't. Yes.
Mr. Rushworth, are you sure it's a point of order?
Oh, sure.
Let's hear it.
A moment ago, the Leader of the Opposition described the statement read by the Prime Minister as doctored. Now, doctored is akin to saying that it was dishonest, that it was lying. Is that not unparliamentary language, Mr. Speaker?
Oh, no. As I suspected, it's not a point of order. You need to read the rule book. This is a substantive motion. This isn't the normal debate. So please, it might be helpful if you took some time out rather than question. You might be onto something, but it's not today.
Mr. Speaker, time and time again throughout this debate, I've seen Labour MPs stand up showing that they do not understand what the rules are or what this is about. This is not about whether or not, this is not about the specific statements, this is about whether or not we should have a referral to the Privileges Committee. They are moving the goalposts because they don't want to answer that simple question. And they've come up with all sorts of excuses. It is not an excuse to say that there is a war on. The Prime Minister has said repeatedly that we are not in this war. He can't have it both ways. At every turn, he has tried to deny this House full transparency over this appointment. We had a vote in the House for documents to be released, and yet we discover that documents are not being released. That is a contempt of this Parliament. Labour MPs supported that humble address because they knew that we needed to see the truth. Documents from that release show due process was not followed. The ISC is complaining that the documents are being delayed. We only discovered there were numerous problems with Mandelson's vetting because of a leak to The Guardian. The truth is being covered up. Today's vote is about whether they want to be complicit in this cover-up. If they vote against that investigation by the Privileges Committee, they are in this together. This motion is supported across the House, Mr. Speaker. including by Labour MPs, which is why they have to be whipped to vote against it. The member for Hull East was tweeting, saying that he was making a referral to privileges last week before he deleted that tweet. This week, he is calling it a stunt. Why? Who's twisting his arm? Why was it not a stunt last week when he was doing it, but it's a stunt this week when everybody else is doing it? Why? For those who are mindlessly repeating the lines the Labour whips have given them, may I remind them that it is also their job to hold the government to account and uphold the standards of our democracy. Appointing a known national security risk to be ambassador to the United States is a profound failure of government. Do they not think that it is important the Prime Ministers tell the truth on a matter of national security? Or do they think that this is an internal Labour Party matter that they can fix themselves? And for those people who believe that Andy Burnham is coming to rescue them, can I just say that if they vote against this investigation, there will be so much contempt for Labour that there is no by-election on this planet that Andy Burnham will be able to win. This is not an internal Labour Party matter, Mr. Speaker. Do they believe that when something is wrong, we should look into it? This is about whether they believe that Prime Ministers should not destroy the careers of civil servants to cover up for their own failures. I know it is very difficult for Labour MPs to walk through the lobby with other parties. But let me be clear what they are saying if they vote against this motion. Would they rather be on the side of Peter Mandelson, of convicted paedophile Jeffrey Epstein, of Morgan McSweeney and Matthew Doyle, on the side of the man who sacked Sir Chris Wormald, sacked Sir Ollie Robbins, Sue Gray? Is that what they came to Parliament for? Yesterday, we read that the honourable member for Stoke-on-Trent South said we should do this so she could pay off her new kitchen. Do they really want to tell their constituents that they voted against this inquiry because they are more concerned about their own personal finances than probity in public life? Because that is a shocking statement. Every MP voting on this motion today will need to examine their conscience on all sides of the House, Mr. Speaker. This is not a matter of party loyalty. It is a matter of what each and every one of us believes is right. They are being asked to defend a man who has let the country down, he has let Parliament down, and let's be honest, he has let the Labour Party down. So I say to Labour MPs today, you can defend the Prime Minister today, and there are enough of you to get through the vote, but you will be complicit in a shameful abandoning of promises made to the electorate, promises every Labour MP stood on. It is up to them what kind of MP they choose to be. They can choose to live up to their promises on standards to ensure proper scrutiny takes place and allow the Privileges Committee to get to the bottom of this, or they can choose to put party before country. Their vote will define them, and the public is watching. They say it's a stunt, then let the inquiry expose it. They say there's no evidence of misleading the House, then let the committee test it. They say the Prime Minister has nothing to hide, then they shouldn't vote to stop the Prime Minister being scrutinised. They don't have to defend this. They can still do the right thing. They can show that Parliament matters. It matters more than any party or any faction. They can vote to enhance Parliament, or they can vote and prove the worst fears of people who think there is one rule for Labour and another rule for everyone else. Mr. Speaker, I commend this motion to the House.
The question is, as on the order paper. Emma Lowell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have watched this whole sorry saga play out for weeks now. Like the public, I feel let down, disappointed, and I am angry. Peter Mandelson should never have been appointed. This was a fundamental failure of judgment. Matthew Doyle should never have been given a peerage. This was also a failure of judgment. I feel the way that today's vote has been handled by the government smacks once again of being out of touch and disconnected from the public mood. The fact that MPs like me are being whipped into voting against this motion is, in my view, wrong, Mr. Speaker. It has played into the terrible narrative that there is something to hide, and good, decent colleagues will be accused of being complicit in a cover-up. A number of weeks ago, at a private meeting with my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, I spoke about how, after a career of working so closely with victims of child sexual abuse, that I could not even begin to express how much it hurts me when people are screaming at me in the street that I am a member of the Pedo Protectors Party. I also said that prior to this scandal, people criticised the government's policies and at times lack of political narrative. But to me, they are now questioning the government's moral compass. My comments were leaked almost immediately by colleagues who were present. My words were then used later by the Leader of the Opposition. Recent weeks have since seen such abuse intensify and ongoing abuse and threats to mine and my staff's safety continue. Privilege motions, ISC investigations, committee hearings and process don't come up on the doorstep. What does come up time and time again is a general feeling that there is something just not right, that politicians are failing to deliver on their promises. Trust has gone and it's been replaced by anger, and the already fragile fabric of our democracy is eroding further every day this continues. This Prime Minister is very careful with his words and does have respect for the office he holds. He does want to change this country for the better, and he truly believes in public service, something which in recent years may have been sorely lacking from previous Prime Ministers. So I can't understand, Mr Speaker, why the Prime Minister doesn't refer himself to the committee with a clear statement that he is doing so to clear his name. One quick session of the committee could surely see this matter concluded. Instead, it will now drag on and dominate every headline and interview. It will overshadow and undermine every good policy we make and continue to drag every single one of us down. Whether any Prime Minister misled the House or not is not a matter for the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, nor is it a matter for the Intelligence and Security Committee. It is a matter for privileges. That's why such a committee exists. It may be that opposition parties are using this motion today to box Labour MPs in, but I'm not angry about that. That's politics. Some of us here would do the same. But I know one thing for certain today, Mr Speaker, that I will not be voting against this motion, but I want to listen carefully to the rest of this debate because, like everyone, when I came to this House, I wanted to do the right thing, and I hope I continue to do that for however long I have left in this place.
Sir Ed David, Leader of the Liberal Democrats.
Mr Speaker, it's an honour to follow the Honourable Lady, the member for South Shields, who I think has made a very powerful speech. And I think we all, on all sides, listen to it, and I hope her colleagues on the government benches listen to it and think about it carefully during the passage of this debate. Mr Speaker, the Prime Minister called this motion a stunt. That is not why I put my name to it. But it's funny, though. I was just checking whether they were awake, Mr Speaker. But it is funny, though, because stunt is exactly the same word Boris Johnson used about the motion that the Prime Minister and I tabled 4 years ago, referring Boris Johnson to the Privileges Committee. Ironic, Alanis Morissette could probably write a whole album about it. It wasn't a stunt then, and it isn't a stunt today. It is, as the Prime Minister said back then, a motion that, and I quote, seeks to defend the simple principle that honesty, integrity and telling the truth matter in our politics. Honesty, integrity, telling the truth. These things matter in our nation's parliament perhaps more than anywhere else. And when I hear the Prime Minister complain that we've tabled this motion just over a week before important elections, I find myself transported back to that debate 4 years ago, 7 days before crucial local elections. At that time, Conservative MP after Conservative MP made exactly the same bogus argument in defence of Boris Johnson. So I do have to say, although there are differences in the whipping arrangements, I do find it very hard to take some of the sanctimony from the leader of the Conservative Party seriously. She and her Conservative colleagues propped up Boris Johnson back then. She called him a great Prime Minister, and even after the game was up and Johnson was gone, she dismissed the Partygate scandal and called it overblown. So it does seem there's quite a lot of hypocrisy to go round, Mr. Speaker. But I want to try and be consistent. So I look back in Hansard at what I said back then. And I was struck that I can use exactly the same words today. With families facing the deepest fall in the living standards since the 1950s, with the pain of energy bills and rising food prices compounded by the government's unfair tax rises, we know that our constituents are facing real hardship. It's not just a cost of living crisis, it's a cost of living emergency. At such a time, the country needs a government that will be focused on tackling that economic emergency. Crucially, it needs a government that it can trust. Labour members agreed with me back then. I hope they will still agree with those words now. I give way to the Honourable Lady.
Thank the Honourable Member for giving way. He's mentioned Boris Johnson a few times, so I just wanted to remind the House that Boris Johnson misled the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, and his words about my constituent, Nazanin Zaghari-Ratcliffe, meant that she spent 6 extra years in jail for a crime she didn't commit. He had multiple opportunities to apologise, including when he saw Nazanin face to face. Does the Honourable Member think when someone has made a mistake, especially someone in a position of power, they should apologise?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I can see from your restlessness in the chair that you don't necessarily want me to go down that particular avenue, but I hope I speak for others that we can reflect on how incredibly depressing it is that nothing has really changed. The British people are facing a cost of living emergency. They need a government focused on tackling it. They need a government they can trust. But instead, this is what we've got. A Prime Minister who promised to be different, who promised to turn the page, who promised above everything else change, but who has now mired this government in the same endless cycle of chaos and scandal as the last one. A Prime Minister who appointed Peter Mandelson as ambassador to the United States, even though his links to Jeffrey Epstein had been widely reported, even though those reports had been brought directly to the Prime Minister's attention, even though the Cabinet Secretary had advised him that security clearance should be acquired before the choice was confirmed. A Prime Minister who, despite all that, still told the House repeatedly that full due process was followed. A Prime Minister who says no pressure existed whatsoever to appoint Mandelson, even despite all the evidence we've heard to the contrary, as the Right Honourable Lady set out in her speech. And now a Prime Minister who desperately claims that he wouldn't have appointed Mandelson if he had known about UK security vetting's recommendation. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister said we would find what he told us to be incredible, and we do. But I think it's that last part that is the most incredible of all. Does he really expect us to believe that after all of that, ignoring the clear warnings from the Propriety and Ethics team, ignoring the advice of his then Cabinet Secretary to get the security vetting done first, ignoring everything we already knew about Peter Mandelson, and announcing his appointment to the world before the vetting had been done, does the Prime Minister really expect us to believe that if he'd been given the same recommendation as Ollie Robbins, that it was a borderline case, that he'd have cancelled the appointment? Do honourable members opposite really believe that's what would have happened? Because that claim is now all that's left of the Prime Minister's case for the defence, and I'm afraid it just doesn't stand up. So, Mr. Speaker, I will finish not with my own words, but with the words of another honourable member 4 years ago, the now Right Honourable Member for Ashton-under-Lyne. I know her words carry a lot of weight on Labour benches. She said, and I quote, "The only way to get to the bottom of this issue and regain public confidence in our democracy is by respecting the processes that have been created to enshrine the rules of our Parliament. I point out that process we are following today is in place only because the Prime Minister has failed to do the decent thing and resign. I repeat, honesty, integrity and the truth matter in our politics. Today, MPs across the House have the opportunity to defend those principles and to vote to support our democracy." Mr. Speaker, the Right Honourable Lady was right back then. That is the opportunity before MPs today. and I urge us all to take it.
Brenda Singh Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week I spoke in the emergency motion debate, and I spoke about the appointment of Peter Mandelson in the first instance, the approach taken by the Prime Minister as details have become available, and finally the vetting process overall. Today I want to address the motion and why I feel it's premature. And in doing so, I believe there are three principles of this House that are key to our consideration today, and that is transparency, due process and proportionality. A privileged motion is a serious matter and a tool available for Parliament to use in such circumstances. And whilst the motion is there to address such matters, it is also the case that use of a privileged motion impacts on the integrity of the House and its procedures. And deploying a privileged motion prematurely or in the absence of full and proper grounds has the ability to impact negatively on the integrity of the House. And I am clear that any allegations or concerns must be addressed.
Refer the member to the words of the Speaker earlier. It's the Speaker that decides whether or not a privilege motion goes ahead. So he's criticising the Speaker for having allowed it.
He received a...
So my point is about what our consideration of it, the fact that the Speaker has decided we are here discussing it, and I'm putting a case forward about why I think it's premature to vote for it today. Just because the Leader of the Opposition and others have decided to put it does not make it right. It's clearly a political and partisan process. And I'm very clear that any allegations or concerns must be addressed, and it's quite clear that the Prime Minister is clearly of this view as well, and which is why we have the humble address, why we've got ongoing inquiries by the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, and even an ongoing police investigation. It is right and proper that all allegations should be examined thoroughly, and that these processes should be allowed to run their course. And whilst there is all that is all ongoing, I would suggest this privileged motion is premature.
Who's giving a powerful speech. He said that all allegations should be investigated properly. Well, with greatest respect to him, the Foreign Affairs Committee isn't looking into whether the Prime Minister misled the House.
Neither are the police.
Neither are the police. There is no process other than the one which the Speaker has allowed to be addressed today, and that is to refer the issue of whether the Prime Minister has misled this House should be determined by the Privileges Committee. And if the honourable gentleman is going to be consistent, he should agree with that and he should vote for it today.
I think the honourable you should understand that the only reason we're here today is because of things that are being determined either through the release of papers through the humble address or evidence people are given to the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, and that's why we're here. So for him to say that those processes have no relevance in this process is absolutely wrong. That they absolutely have full relevance, and my whole case is that we should let those processes complete their entire run before, and that's why I believe this is premature. I'll come back in a bit. I want to make a bit of progress. So it is right and proper that all allegations should be examined thoroughly and those processes should run their course. And whilst that is all going on, I would suggest this privilege motion is premature. More than that, it's a clear attempt to bypass the processes already taking place, as I've just said. Mr. Speaker, whatever one's views of the substantive issues, there are some things that we should all agree on, and that is that the Prime Minister has been forthcoming in addressing the allegations, both in this House and outside. The Prime Minister has apologised from the very outset for the decision to appoint Peter Mandelson in this House and outside, and apologies that have been full, wholesome and without equivocation. He has also specifically apologised to the victims of Epstein. The Prime Minister has repeatedly answered questions in this House and outside and shown a willingness to be held accountable.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable member for giving way. Whatever the merits of this motion, does he accept that the party whip should not be exercised where politicians are constrained and cannot support or go against a particular motion? Does he agree that that whip should be withdrawn?
It's fine.
Mr. Speaker, I'm a humble backbencher, and I would not disagree with my chief whip in terms of their decisions on how to apply the whip. That's a matter for them. The inquiries, all those inquiries I've talked about, are ongoing and they are being robustly pursued. Mr Speaker, I fear therefore that this motion risks setting an unhealthy precedent. That unproven allegations alone are sufficient to utilise the most serious, one of Parliament's most serious procedures. And this is not something any of us should be comfortable with. The naked politicising of this process will not serve Parliament well. My fear, Mr Speaker, my further fear, Mr Speaker, is that whilst people on the opposition benches are seeking to utilise this procedure in this way, some of those honourable members on the opposition benches will already be looking to see what other procedures they can use to further extend this process in this partisan way. Mr Speaker, it is incumbent on all of us to give consideration to due process and proportionality. Diverting away from the high standards voters expect of this House risks damaging confidence in Parliament itself. There are substantial parliamentary and other processes already underway. We should not preempt those processes, which is what this has the potential to do, but should allow them to complete their procedures. That is in the best interest of Parliament, Mr Speaker. It's in the best interest of transparency, due process and proportionality, and that's why I call on members to vote against this motion.
Sir David Dix.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Sometimes the wisdom of the House is crystallised in the comments of us ordinary backbenchers, and particularly today with the brave speech of the Honourable Lady for and indeed with the intervention of the Honourable Member for Perry Barr on the Leader of the Opposition. Both of them, in effect, said that what we have lived through in these last several months is a tragedy, not just for this House, not just for the government, not just for the Labour Party, but for the trust in government, the trust in our democracy of ordinary people. Now, at the risk of expulsion from my own party, I will admit to having hoped after the election that the Prime Minister would succeed, because it's in the interest of the country that he did, but in some ways even more importantly, it's in the interest of our democracy that he did, because there is already extant throughout the entire Western world a corrosion of belief in democracy, on and on and on. This will make it worse. Now, we're here today for a simple reason. Statements by the Prime Minister made in this chamber are at odds with those provided by the Civil Service on the material issue of Peter Mandelson. This matters. It's not a stunt, it matters. Yep. Honesty between ministers and Parliament is fundamental to our democracy. Without it, scrutiny fails. Without it, accountability fails. Without it, trust fails. The responsibility for absolute honesty rests most heavily on the Prime Minister. So the standard that should be met by the Prime Minister is even higher than for others. Recklessness with the truth for any minister is unacceptable. From the Prime Minister, it's indefensible. Now, all political parties have their inherent flaws, and I'm not going to spend a whole day talking about mine. But the origins of this situation, the origins of this situation lie in a stance often taken by Labour MPs, which is that good intentions somehow justify bad decisions. We mean well, so our mistakes don't matter. Worse, we mean well, so we should be forgiven for everything, whether it's freebies or wrong appointments or whatever. That mindset, which I'm afraid is sort of sanctimonious arrogance, sustained by a habit of believing their own propaganda, is precisely what led to the appointment of a deeply unsuitable individual as our ambassador to Washington. A man twice dismissed after scandal. A man under formal investigation now by the EU's anti-fraud office. A man with an extraordinary relationship with a convicted paedophile. A man driven above all by a pursuit of glamour, money and status. A man who turned amorality into an art form. And in addition to that, a man who has plainly compromised by an over-close relationship with the proxies of both the Russian and the Chinese government. Together, these facts should have made this appointment unthinkable. Yet these concerns were brushed aside The head of the diplomatic service, we heard this morning in the Foreign Affairs Select Committee, was not even consulted. Why? Because within the London establishment, a ludicrous self-deception had taken hold. That the peculiarities of the Trump administration could be countered to the peculiarities of Peter Mandelson. Yes, of course.
Grateful to my right honourable friend. Would my right honourable friend agree with me that almost universally the previous ambassador, Dame Karen Pierce, was widely respected and felt to have a good relationship with the previous Trump administration? There was no reason to believe she wouldn't have one with the current Trump administration.
Well, that's entirely true. And in fact, the current Trump administration made that point to the government before the nomination of Peter Mandelson. So that perverse logic led to the most obviously unwise public appointment in modern times. And the implied message, unfortunately, was clear. Government appointments rest on networks of patronage. Great offices of state are perks to be handed out to friends. And it's systemic. They even tried to get an ambassadorial appointment for Lord Doyle, a man so unsuitable he's even had their whip withdrawn. Mandelson's unsuitability was evident before vetting began. It would have been surprising had the vetting service not found grounds to reject the appointment. I suspect Number 10 knew that, and they leaned on the Foreign Office to ensure the outcome was secured quickly and without question. And by the way, one of the honourable members, I can't remember his name or seat, tried to suggest that pressure for time is different from pressure on outcome. When it's vetting, it's not. I mean, my first positive vetting took 6 months. Now, I know I've got an unreliable friend. Fewer, I think, than Lord Mandelson. It would have taken quite a long time to get to the bottom of all the issues related to Lord Mandelson. So saying you've got to do it quickly is the same as you've got to do it shoddily. So let's not lose sight of it. I'll give way.
Oh, Francois, he's making an excellent speech. But is it not true that the post of UK ambassador to Washington would be held by someone who would therefore have access to extremely sensitive intelligence, potentially including nuclear cooperation, and the fact that Mandelson had been found to have been working for a Russian company post the invasion of Ukraine should have completely barred him from that appointment on that one ground alone?
My honourable friend is exactly right, and indeed it's worse than that, because it is the nexus, that post is the nexus of the entire Five Eyes intelligence cooperation. And in our service, it's not like the Americans. In the American embassies, the CIA is freestanding. The ambassador doesn't matter. In our service, the ambassador runs the local Secret Service element, if you like. And so he is or she is entirely responsible and has entire access. And it's particularly an issue with the Americans, because the Americans are incredibly sensitive about the corruption or in any way undermining the security of that arrangement. So we could actually put at risk the whole Five Eyes cooperation arrangement, but the honourable friend leads me off on a completely different tangent. So when asked this morning, to come back to the general point, when asked this morning about delay and attitude and pressure, so when asked this morning at the Foreign Affairs Select Committee if he recalled any dismissiveness in Number 10 about the importance of Mandelson's vetting, Sir Philip Barton, that's Ollie Robbins' predecessor, described Number 10 as uninterested in his security clearance. The evidence Sir Ollie Robbins gave was that throughout January there was constant pressure and an atmosphere of constant chasing. Yesterday, Ian Collard, the former head of the Foreign Office security team, corroborated Sir Ollie Robbins' account. And just this morning, again, Sir Philip Barton repeatedly emphasised there was pressure to secure Mandelson's vetting clearance within, I quote, a very compressed timescale. And the Prime Minister told this House only a week ago, no pressure existed whatsoever. Now, if that was the only issue, that would justify being referred to the Privileges Committee to resolve what the exact truth was. But it wasn't. Because plainly there, if the Foreign Office is right, the Prime Minister is wrong. and on that timetable actually deliberately wrong. But let's take some other occasions. On the 4th of February of this year, the Prime Minister gave an unambiguous impression when asked about Epstein's coverage in the security clearance that he'd seen Peter Mandelson's security vetting. But in April, he told the House, on the 14th of April, he found out for the first time that Mandelson had been granted developed vetting clearance against a specific recommendation of the United Kingdom security vetting, that developed vetting clearance should be denied. These two statements are incompatible. Again, a freestanding failure of the rules. And more, this chaotic clash of opinions reinforces the impression that far from following due process, as the Prime Minister has maintained on a number of occasions, Number 10 was effectively making it up as it went along.
Yeah.
On the 11th of November 2024, the then Cabinet Secretary Simon Case, as we've heard already from the Leader of the Opposition, issued explicit advice: secure the necessary security clearances before confirming your choice. Again, this was reinforced this morning by Sir Philip Barton, who described the correct process as, quotes, the normal order is vetting and then announcement. Normal due process was clear, but the Prime Minister did the opposite. Yep. Claims that this was normal defy common sense. For career ambassadors, the DV, the direct vetting, happens at every new post. You go to become an ambassador in Tehran, you're DV'd. You go to become an ambassador in Washington, you're DV'd again. But the DV is an update, so it's lower risk, and by definition, our ambassadors, generally speaking, are low-risk security personnel anyway. This is plainly not the case for a high-risk figure like Peter Mandelson. Indeed, frankly, it's harder to imagine a higher-risk appointment to a post, as my honourable friend, said, is of the utmost sensitivity. To appoint first and vet later is not due process, it's certainly not prudent, it's a gamble with national security and a risk for our single most important alliance. So there are three instances where the Prime Minister made questionable statements. His insistence that there was no pressure when there evidently was, the two versions he gave on when he saw the vetting file, and the assertion that due process was followed when it clearly was at odds with the process described by both the Cabinet Secretary and the Permanent Secretary for the Foreign Office. So the Prime Minister made a deeply questionable decision. Whether it was cronyism, a misunderstanding of the role, or excessive leniency towards a member of his own party, something he would never have tolerated, quite rightly, from any other party, we cannot know for certain. Whatever the explanation, the conclusion is unavoidable. The decision was wrong. And to implement it, established procedures were bent out of shape. The civil service was placed under extreme pressure to deliver outcomes that sat on the margins of propriety. When concerns were raised, they were not confronted, but sidestepped. As usual in number 10, an attempt was made to place the blame on somebody else. Even in this week's New Statesman, traditionally a banner carrier for the Prime Minister, even in this week's New Statesman, I think it was Tom McTague's article, there is a quote from a senior government official who goes on at length against the Prime Minister, but he ends by saying, ask Chris, ask Sue, ask Morgan, ask Ollie. He will say he takes responsibility, but then he makes everyone else pay. That's what we're looking at. So rather than addressing concerns directly, the Prime Minister proceeded regardless, and only later sought to justify his decision with answers that were, I'm afraid, frequently misleading. As a former DPP, he should have known better. What began as a mistake evolved into something more serious. A failure turned into a defence, a problem became a pattern, and ultimately the situation now looks like a cover-up. But today, as we've already heard from the front bench and a number of other speakers, is not about determining guilt, it's about determining whether there is a case to answer. Finding the truth and adjudicating guilt is the task of the Committee of Privileges, which has both the time and the access required to examine the evidence in full. Now, much has been made of Boris Johnson's appearance, as it were, before the Privileges Committee. and I am famously a fan of Boris Johnson. When it was brought to this House, that question, whether it should go, it was clearly recognised at the time that this was not delivering a verdict, but was deciding whether there was a case to be answered. Now, I, at the time, with our own Whip's office, made it very plain that I would not countenance any attempt to block a proper investigation on a House of Commons matter. But I was by no means alone. There are a number of other colleagues who made the same argument. And as a result, the government of the day accepted this is a House of Commons matter.
Exactly.
It is improper for the government to intervene in such a matter to try to guide the House. Accordingly, the motion passed without a whip and without division. Interestingly, the honourable gentleman thought. Mr. Speaker, you know, in a debate which is about misleading the House, I do wonder when members of this House accuse others of not voting in a measure without a vote. So I will not be taking intervention from him. I will certainly not be taking intervention from him. As the honourable gentleman is a noisemaker, not a truth teller. On the evidence before us today, contradictions, procedural failures and an emerging pattern of conduct, there is plainly a case for referral. Where doubt exists, it should be resolved through proper scrutiny. Where a case exists, it should be tested. This case should go to the Committee of Privileges and go today.
Cole Turner.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the Right Honourable Gentleman for Goole and Pocklington. We rarely agree politically, him and I, but we do work together, I think, constructively in the constituency for the betterment of the region. Mr. Speaker, I start by way of an apology, because I think it was mentioned by the Leader of the Opposition. I did accidentally publish correspondence between me and you, Mr. Speaker, last week. That was my mistake. I respect you, Mr. Speaker, and I respect your office. So I apologise sincerely for that mistake. But it was my mistake. Now, do I believe that the Prime Minister deliberately misled this House? No, frankly. I've known him a long time. I know him, I think, very well. I think it's fair to say I describe him as a friend, and I think he's described me as a friend as well. Both him and I are lawyers by trade. There is no way, in my honest opinion, that the Prime Minister would come to this House and deliberately mislead the House. However, there was a very significant difference, in my view, between what the Prime Minister said in answer to the Right Honourable Lady, the Leader of the Opposition, last week in Prime Minister's questions, and what the evidence was of Ollie Robbins the previous day. I think I'm right in saying that the Prime Minister said there was no pressure whatsoever, intimating at very least that that was the evidence that Ollie Robbins had given to the committee. I watched every minute of it. That's definitely not, and I've looked back, I've checked Hansard, the evidence that was given by Ollie Robbins. So I do think there is a prima facie case for this matter to be investigated and an inquiry to be had by the appropriate committee of this House. And I think, Mr. Speaker, that if that happened, I suspect it's not going to, because this is whipped, and I don't blame the government for that. I find it unfortunate, to be honest, but they're not setting any new precedent. There's been precedent for whip scenarios in this situation in the past. But, Mr. Speaker, I do think the Prime Minister would be vindicated. Yes.
For giving way and for it. He is right that there are some precedents for House business being whipped, but the lesson learnt from that is that it is a fool's errand. It is normally the start of the end. So does he agree that whilst he is making a fair point to his front bench and being kind to them, that the lesson is there may be precedent, but you learn from precedent, you don't repeat it?
Very grateful to the honourable lady. She's spot on, and it leads me to the point that was raised by the Leader in Opposition. I did make a statement on social media that this was a stunt. I think a stunt is defined as an action designed to capture attention. I think it's worse than that, actually, if I want to be cynical. I think the problem is this. This is an action designed to capture Labour MPs. And that's my concern. Because if it is said by our opponents, politically, that Labour MPs came in here today to block an inquiry of this House of the leader of the Labour Party and Prime Minister, I think every single one of us will be accused by our electorate of trying to help the Prime Minister in a situation where he needed to face the music. Mr. Speaker, I'll give way to my honourable friend.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. The Prime Minister has set out a very detailed chronology, and he's made it abundantly clear that he has not lied, he has not misled this House. So in those circumstances, would it not be the right thing to do to embrace this process and wipe the floor with the critics that put those things to him? And whilst we're at it, would he also agree with me that the appointment of Peter Mandelson, who had made it abundantly clear that his purpose every day was to take action to bring down the then duly elected of the Labour Party, made him wholly and utterly unsuitable for that office?
Well, I was about to say he's a good man, and he used to be my boss, Mr. Speaker, in the shadow transport team. He always tries to help me. But I don't want to get into the stuff in relation to Mandelson, which he hopes I go down. But while I'm speaking about the appointment of Mandelson, I'll say this, right. I think the Prime Minister appointed Mandelson in the national interests. I think he thought that we would go to Washington and do a job in the national interest and deliver for the country. I think that's why he made the appointment of him. And I think when it became clear, following the Bloomsburg emails, that it was politically difficult for the government, the Prime Minister again did the right thing by dismissing him, very probably. But where I think the Prime Minister went wrong is by the shenanigans between that point and that point, looking round for an excuse of why it's gone wrong. Just take it on the chin. Deal with it. That is the advice I would have been giving the Prime Minister, and that's why I am particularly disappointed, because the truth of the matter is, and people, colleagues who came in at the last general election might be disappointed with me because I've got the audacity to stand up and say what I am to believe is the truth. I'm sorry if they're not happy with me about that, but I'm here not to represent my interests, but to represent the interests of those that elect me to this chamber. And that's what I will always do, whether it's against the government policy, whether it's a Tory party in government, or whether it's my own government. I'll do what I think is in the interests of my electorate. And let me just warn colleagues by saying this. I promise you now, if we are seen to go through the lobby to defend this process, which is a reasonable process, Mr. Speaker, this isn't the shenanigans that the government has suggested in relation to jury trials. This is not a single judge. This is a jury of peers, impartial, made up more of Labour MPs than it is Tory MPs. The Prime Minister has nothing to fear. He ought to do the right thing. He should, as my honourable friend suggested, he should have referred himself. And that would have saved us all this messing around, debating the point, trying to justify why it's a bad idea. There's 2 committees running alongside. Utter nonsense. Get on with it, be dealt with, and let's move on, because we'll not move on from this shenanigan. I'll give way.
John MacDonald.
I think the honourable gentleman was referring to me when he said that I'd recommended the Prime Minister refer himself to it. And the reason I did that is because when you're under attack like this, you don't run from the attack. You run to face it. And you run to face it with confidence. And you argue if there's an attack and people want to criticise the individual, then produce the evidence. And he knows as well as I do that the Privilege Committee will deal with this matter fairly, and I believe as a result of that, this party will come out of it stronger.
Completely agree with my right honourable friend. I think I said on Twitter, he rarely gets it wrong. I was accused of being wrong for suggesting the very thing that he rarely gets wrong. But I think, in my experience of knowing him for the time that I've known him, he rarely, in my opinion, gets it wrong. So I think he's absolutely spot on. I'm confident, I'm convinced. I know the Prime Minister, I know he's not a liar. I know he wouldn't deliberately mislead. I know that for a fact. And I think he would be exonerated. And I think the trouble we now face is the accusations from the electorate that we stopped it happening in the first place, and for that reason the Prime Minister is guilty by the fact that we avoided the inquiry in the first place. And once we're in that position, once we are in that position, we have a big problem, because you cannot prove something that never happened. Thank you.
Father House, Edward Lee.
I want to speak very briefly, Mr. Speaker, because I'm not particularly party political, and I don't like making personal attacks, and I'm not calling for the Prime Minister to resign. I'm not questioning the appointment of Mr. Mandelson. This debate is not about whether that was a good decision. I'm sure that at the time there was some logic in appointing him, in that obviously the incoming president was a very political, very difficult character, and it was felt that Mandelson had the political skills to deal with him. I understand all that. So I'm not making a big issue about Mr. Mandelson or about whether it was right to appoint him or not. And I wasn't really going to speak in this debate until I heard the speech from the Honourable Lady for South Shields, which I think was a very powerful speech, because it came from somebody who was obviously a loyal member of the Labour Party, as is the member for Harley East who's just spoken, that they were not trying to damage their own government. All they were, I think, trying to say is that when you have an issue like this, when all sorts of allegations are being thrown across the floor of the House about whether people lied or not, actually having a process with the Privileges Committee is a process of catharsis. And we saw that with Boris Johnson. There was deep upset in the country, we know that. Whether that was fair or not, whether Mr. Johnson acted wrongly or not, we know that there was deep upset about what was going on with Partygate. But it was right that the House decided to have that Privileges Committee, and we knew that in a way that drew a line under the whole thing. Now, I believe the Prime Minister. I'm sure he's an honourable person. It's not for me to say that he deliberately misled the House. But I think there are many questions that quite reasonable people are asking. And one of the most reasonable questions was actually put by my right honourable friend, the Leader of the Opposition. If due process was followed, why was a dedicated civil servant, Sir Ollie Robbins, sacked for not following, apparently, due process? And I think many reasonable people feel that what is really monstrously unfair about this is that civil servants, dedicated civil servants, were simply trying to carry out the wishes of their political masters. And Sir Ollie Robbins has paid a very great price. And I think many people in the civil service, our civil service is incredibly loyal to ministers. They work loyally for ministers. They try and carry out the wishes of their ministers. And I think that many reasonable people feel that the treatment of Sir Ollie Robbins has been quite wrong and he should be reinstated. But that's, in a way, for another day. you know, I think the my honourable friend for Lagan Valley put it so well. If there's nothing to hide, why worry? You know, in these scandals, it's such a war of words, we almost lose track of what was originally true. It's not the original scandal, if there is indeed a scandal, which is at fault. It's the cover-up, or the perceived cover-up. And the best way to restore public trust in Parliament, in the system, in what the Prime Minister said or didn't say, and the public are not that interested in all the details of all this, and they're probably, like me, quite confused about actually whether the process was followed, who said what, whether the Chief of Staff bullied the head of the Foreign Office. These are all just party political words, Westminster bubble. What's important is the reputation of this place. And the most important thing in this place, we may say wrong things, we may say silly things, we may be party political, we've got to tell the truth. That's all that matters. Nothing else matters in this Parliament. I am prepared to accept that the Prime Minister, for whatever reason, made this appointment. I'm prepared to accept that in his heart of hearts, when he's been standing at that dispatch box, he's been telling the truth. Why can't we just have a privileged committee, not the Foreign Affairs Committee, which is deciding great issues of foreign affairs, just a privileged committee to look at this narrow issue? Why can we not just not have a vote at all? Not have a vote at all, like the last occasion with Boris Johnson. Just don't have a vote. Let us all express our point of view and let it go through. Let us have an impartial committee, let us listen to the testimony, and let the committee and the House of Commons make up its own mind on the truth.
Nadia Wood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, it's important that in all of this we're centring Epstein's victims, who have so often been forgotten. Their courageous campaign for justice and accountability continues, and we must all do all that we can to support it. I've heard the argument that this is all a distraction from the real issues that we should be discussing. Now, I would like nothing more than for us to be focusing on what this government has delivered, like bringing NHS waiting lists down, raising the minimum wage and lifting children out of poverty, and pushing for even greater ambition. But unfortunately, it's because of the serious mistakes made by Number 10, like appointing Peter Mandelson, that these achievements are being overshadowed. Now, I also don't doubt that the Conservatives are attempting to use this issue for their own gain ahead of the local elections. As my honourable friend said, that is politics. Of course, our political opponents will try to exploit our weaknesses. But nevertheless, I believe that our constituents do care about the honesty of politicians and that they deserve nothing less than the whole truth on this matter. This vote is not on whether we in this House believe that the Prime Minister misled Parliament or not, but about whether we believe that there are questions that the Prime Minister needs to answer and that the Privileges Committee should look at the matter and give its assessments. I appreciate that the Foreign Affairs Select Committee inquiry is ongoing, and I'd like to commend its chair for the fantastic work that she is doing. But the purpose of that inquiry is not to look at the Prime Minister's conduct. I've listened to the Prime Minister's arguments, and unfortunately I am yet to be convinced that he has definitively not misled the House, even if inadvertently. Because I'm concerned that pressure was put on the Foreign Office regarding Mandelson's appointment, given Sir Ollie Robbins' evidence. And if I remain unconvinced, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm sure there'll be a sizable number of our constituents who are also unconvinced. Why not let the Privileges Committee settle this matter once and for all? As is often said, sunlight is the best disinfectant. If we're to preserve what little trust still remains in our political system, it is vital that ministers demonstrate the utmost transparency, and it is vital that we, as MPs, no matter our political allegiance, do not allow the impression that we are in any way attempting to cover things up for the leadership of our parties. And that is why I'm extremely disappointed that Labour MPs are being whipped to oppose this motion. Votes on House business are not normally whipped, and even Boris Johnson's government did not whip Conservative MPs to oppose his referral to the Privileges Committee. I'm not making any comparison between his behaviour and that of the Prime Minister's, but our government must be seen to be holding itself to far higher standards than the mess and the sleaze and corruption that Johnson's government came to represent. I wish that the Prime Minister would just refer himself to the Privileges Committee, demonstrating his confidence that he has nothing to hide and preventing the need for a vote entirely. Now, colleagues will be aware that the Prime Minister and I have had our political differences, which is to be expected in a broad church party, but I want to be clear that that has absolutely no bearing on my vote today. I'd rather stick to debating these politics, not matters of integrity. So it brings me no pleasure to vote for the motion today. But this is about doing what is right by our constituents, for trust in politics, and for the party that I've been a member of for almost half my life.
Simon Hall.
Thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. And there's been a common theme in the remarks made by the Honourable Gentleman, the member for Kingston upon Hull East. The Honourable Lady who's just spoken, it's a pleasure to follow, from Nottingham East, and the Honourable Lady for South Shields. I don't really know what wings of the Labour Party or bit of the Labour complexion they represent, but what I do know of the three of them is that they are Labour people and part of the Labour family to their very fingertips. And I think the difficulty and the emotional difficulty which they felt in giving those three very powerful speeches was certainly tangible on this side of the House, and I hope their right honourable and honourable friends on their side of the House felt it too. Because I know, as my right honourable friend, the member for Goole and Pocklington mentioned, as have one or two others, one of the hardest things to do in this place is when your instincts and your judgment are to go against the herd of what your family or what the whip is telling you to do. Politics is a tribal thing. We stand together or we hang together, so we're told. But it was Lord Nolan, in those principles that he set out some years ago, who reminded us all that the exercise of our judgment as individual members of Parliament is so important. It was depressing to hear the Honourable Gentleman, the member for Smethwick, say, slightly tongue-in-cheek, I'm just a humble backbencher. It's not for me to say what the whipping should be. We are all individual members capable of coming to our own rational judgment, informed by all sorts of imperatives. And I would just remind the House, Madam Deputy Speaker, if I may, that one or two members opposite have prayed in aid, as a reason why this motion shouldn't be carried, the humble address. But I would just remind colleagues across the House, but particularly colleagues opposite, that we started that debate on the humble address with the whip being to vote it down from the government side. It was only when the government chief whip and the leader of the House, two right honourable gentlemen with whom I have the highest esteem and regard, listened to the debate, when the right honourable gentleman, the member for Torvine, as the Paymaster General, read the mood of not the House, but their own benches, and realised that the whip was wrong, and they needed to find a way of meeting something in the middle. Now, all of this could go away, of course, were the Prime Minister to refer himself. Now, the honourable... I will be fine.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and Madam Deputy Speaker, my honourable friend and I could never have been described as the greatest fans of Boris Johnson. But this party decided that when it came forward to go to the Privilege Committee, that committee was the right place to decide whether he had misled Parliament. Nobody was calling for his resignation until that report came out. Now, after that report, this party moved and he went. Now, isn't the flip side of the coin, I say to my honourable friend, that once the Privilege Committee, as many Labour MPs believe, will clear the Prime Minister, that actually his strength will grow? Is it not true, Madam Deputy Speaker, that he has nothing to fear?
My right honourable friend has many skills, one of which I've just learned is that he is able to read the left-handed scrawl of my hand on my notes, even when he's sitting next to me, because that is a point I am literally just about to come to, because the Honourable Lady for South Shields wondered, as have one or two, is this a trap set by my right honourable friend, the Leader of the Opposition, and many on these opposition benches laying this motion? I don't think it is. But even if it were, which I do not believe it is, as I say, the whipping operation from the government benches today has baited that trap. It is the wrong thing to do. It makes, as my right honourable friend suggests, the Prime Minister look uncertain. It makes the Prime Minister look weak. He's not using a large parliamentary majority in this place to deliver change for the country, but turning you all into a human shield for him. And I agree with the right honourable member for Hull East. I think the Prime Minister takes his training and experience as a lawyer very seriously. I think the Prime Minister takes the integrity of politics very seriously. I sometimes think the Prime Minister can be naive in presuming that everybody else takes a sort of similar, sort of elevated view of these things, and I think that can sometimes be really feeding in to some of his problems. So one has to ask, what would the Prime Minister, who is an experienced lawyer, fear from having his name cleared and his reputation strengthened by going through a cross-party informal process of this House? He wouldn't. He would feel stronger. But we do understand that Labour whips and loyal ministers have been picking up the telephones or whatever, accidentally on purpose, bumping into people in the lobby or elsewhere, asking them to vote this motion down. May I give, for what it's worth, just some thoughts on how I would have responded were a whip on my side to have asked me to do the same.
Keep it clean. Keep it clean.
And don't worry, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have checked what is parliamentary language and what is not. The first point I would make is one which has already been made. Not even Boris Johnson. I was never a fan. We first met in the late 1990s. I never got him then, he never got me, and nothing ever changed. But not even Boris Johnson thought to apply a whip on a privileges motion. So the question I would be asking if I was the honourable gentleman, the member for Smethwick, or anybody else to the whips is, do we, as Labour, really want to be letting him look like the good guy when it comes to referrals to the Privileges Committee? Bad politics, as far as the Labour Party is concerned. The second point I would make is that the Privileges Committee can be the fulcrum for lancing this particular boil. It will do it dispassionately, it will do it well, it will do it without fear or favour. That is what the Privileges Committee is taught to do. They have done it in the past, they could do it now. I am doubtless that they will do it in the future. There is nothing to be afraid of. This is not a kangaroo court. This is not a committee comprised just of people who really can't stand the Prime Minister. It is a committee of this House. I will.
My honourable friend is making an excellent speech as usual. He's talking about the composition of the Privileges Committee. Is it right to say that that is actually comprised of the majority of Labour members? He's actually asking his own colleagues, amongst others, to judge on him.
My honourable friend is right. Just in the way, of course, that when the Privileges Committee looked at Boris Johnson's behaviour, there was a majority of Tory MPs on it. And it was still able to come to a judgment on the facts, on the evidence. Would you forgive me if I don't? I know a lot of members want to speak, and I just want to make a little bit of progress. The third thing, the third compelling reason that Labour whip or Labour minister has deployed, well, you know, the local elections, Wales, Scotland.
National elections.
This isn't going to do us any good at all. Well, I'll tell you what would give a whole lot more confidence to party canvassers, I would suggest, if this was raised on the doorstep. My leader has nothing to fear. He has referred himself, or has not sought to hinder, a motion that referred him to the Privileges Committee. If members opposite, honourable and right honourable, follow the advice, and that might be the gentlest way of describing it, but follow the advice of government whips today, they will be creating the largest albatross to hang around their necks in these closing days as we approach polling day. Why did you vote to cover up for the Prime Minister? Why did you not do the right thing? What has the Prime Minister got to hide? Why is the Prime Minister running scared? Far much better to say to that floating voter, or that person who may be havering over where to put their cross, what confidence has my party leader got, the Prime Minister? He's happy for this to happen. He's absolutely clear in his own mind that his integrity is unimpeachable, his honesty is to be unquestioned, he has not misled the House off to the races. It is another trap which the Labour Party seems to be keen to fall into. We're all familiar, I would be saying to that whip, that sunlight is the best disinfectant. Let the Privilege Committee be that sunlight. And I can well remember, Madam Deputy Speaker, when I say in closing, there was a vote in the last Parliament which was whipped, and 13 of us on the government benches rebelled. It was a hard and tricky vote. We came under pressure during it and most certainly after it. But within 24 hours, the position of the government had changed to find itself pointing in the direction of those of us who had rebelled rather than those who had been loyal. This may sound a slightly old-fashioned question to ask ourselves. When we leave this place, either by our own choice or the choice of our electorate, we would all want to, I think, sit back and say, when some of those crunch votes came, did we do the right and honourable thing? Did we do something which left my soul and spirit feeling peaceful or in a state of turmoil? But possibly more importantly for today and tomorrow, could we, without blushing, or without crossing our fingers, or without trying to find some weasel word, answer truthfully why anybody would vote against this motion if we were asked it in the supermarket queue this weekend, or at the butcher's, or the fishmonger's, or wherever? Because if there is nothing to hide, let that absence of something to hide be shown to the Privileges Committee. The Prime Minister will be strengthened, the integrity of this place enhanced, the honesty of politics burnished. It is the right thing to do. In their hearts, they know it's the right thing to do. Have the courage of the Honourable Gentleman, the Member for Hull East, the Honourable Lady for Nottingham East, the Honourable Lady for South Shields. You will be in jolly good company.
Tim Rocker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The appointment of Mandelson was a profoundly flawed process. It was also a profoundly flawed choice. It was the wrong choice. And I think of the victims of Epstein, and I also think of Alistair Darling, who was a fine public servant, a committed public servant, and what he would be thinking today. But we're asked this afternoon to make several leaps of faith, one of which is to believe that just 9 days from local and national elections that we are here, not because of a political stunt coordinated by the Conservative Party, but to accept that they have turned into a sober, principled set of defenders of parliamentary standards. That they are not interested in pre-election theatre. But nobody seriously believes that. Even their own press briefings give the game away. A senior Conservative source was reported as saying, "We got the privileges vote. That was the goal ahead of the local elections." Not the truth, not the outcome, not the merits of the case. The goal was simply to force the spectacle of a vote. And that tells us everything we need to know about the intent behind what is happening this afternoon. And it's no surprise, then, that this has been widely characterised, even by those observing closely political correspondence, as a win-win exercise for the opposition. If they secure an inquiry, they claim vindication. If they lose, they still bank the headlines, the insinuation, the noise. This is not how the House should conduct itself when invoking one of the most serious mechanisms at its disposal. And as the Honourable Member for Smethwick very powerfully pointed out, we're not dealing with a vacuum. There are mechanisms already in train. The Foreign Affairs Select Committee, the humble address. The Prime Minister answered questions for nearly 3 hours last week. That is important. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, referral to the Privileges Committee is not a partisan tool. It is not a device to be deployed because one side sees a political opportunity. It exists for a clear, prima facie, serious and evidenced case of misleading the House, cases that go to the heart of ministerial integrity. Very happy to give way to the Honourable Member. Because it's so evident that what you're doing this afternoon, that the Honourable Member is participating this afternoon, is party political. In fact, I would say to the Honourable Member that he's partaking in a particularly dishonourable act in doing this in such a partisan way. So, to carry on with the case that I was making, I do not believe that what has been presented meets the bar that I just mentioned. At most, what we are dealing with now, I'm going to make some progress, thank you. At most, what we are dealing with here is an argument about a deeply flawed appointment, as I've said, a deeply flawed process and the judgments around it. But those are matters for political debate, for scrutiny, for challenge, across this chamber, but they are not, in themselves, grounds for alleging contempt of Parliament. If they were, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Privileges Committee would be constantly in session. And that brings me to the question of consistency, because the House in recent years has had to confront genuinely serious breaches, cases where standards weren't just questioned, but plainly and repeatedly violated. Findings of bullying at the highest levels of government in the last government. Of ministers in the last government falling short of the standards expected of them. And most notably, we saw a former Conservative Prime Minister investigated and found to repeatedly have misled the House. Conduct so grave, I'll finish this point and then I might give way if I'm feeling generous. Conduct so grave that it resulted in a damning report, which I think the Leader of the Opposition abstained on voting in favour of, I think. And, of course, that's quite aside from the fact that it also involved a criminal conviction.
Exactly.
There is no equivalence, none. Between those cases and what is before us today. Because if there was, there would have been a genuine attempt at a cross-party piece of persuasion. And instead what we got from the Leader of the Opposition was a rambling rollercoaster. Iran, the 2-child benefits cap, U-turns, etc. So, to attempt to draw that comparison is not just wrong, it diminishes the seriousness of those findings in the past. It risks turning the Privileges Committee from a guardian of standards into a weapon of convenience. Madam Deputy Speaker, the motion today speaks the language of contempt of Parliament, but actually it reveals something else. It reveals the contempt the opposition hold for the British people.
Keep the temperament good. Stephen Flynn.
Deputy Speaker, it's a pleasure to follow the honourable gentleman from Macclesfield who's done himself no harm whatsoever and soon becoming a junior whip in the government. And I look forward to seeing him in his a trade envoy, of course.
America, an ambassador.
I'll let them have their fun soon, Madam Deputy Speaker. But I wish to start on a much more important note, which is not to dwell upon what the Prime Minister said, where he is, of course, accused of misleading the House. I will come to that. It's something that he said at the dispatch box a few months beforehand, when he stood up just there and in response to the Leader of the Opposition said that he knew that Peter Mandelson had maintained a relationship with the world's most notorious paedophile and child trafficker, Jeffrey Epstein. And when he stood up at that dispatch box and said he knew, he finally admitted that he knew. That should have been it. That should have been curtains for him. And the members opposite at that time, at that moment, should have made a moral decision that he was not fit to hold the office of Prime Minister of the United Kingdom and the First Lord of the Treasury. He was not fit because his judgment was flawed and it was wrong. But they proactively chose to ignore that and to defend him. And in the weeks that have passed, all we have seen is even greater scandal engulf this Prime Minister and the members opposite, whether they realise it or not. Some appear not to. And as Parliament returns after the prorogation which is to come, we've now received confirmation from the Prime Minister's chief bag carrier that the second tranche of the Mandelson files will become apparent. And each and every one of these members opposite will be wedded to him as their leader and their Prime Minister, despite everything that the public knows and everything that the public is going to come to learn. And let me tell them something. As someone who has sat in this House and watched a little bit of chaos up close, it will come back to haunt them, and it will come back to bite them far sooner than they realise. And all of us, in all of our political parties, go through these moments. I've seen it in my own party in recent years, just as members opposite have said they have seen it in theirs. But what you do in politics, or what you should seek to do, is learn from those mistakes, not to repeat them. I remember sitting outside this chamber during a very contentious vote to which the right honourable member behind me referred earlier, where Conservative members were whipped to support the indefensible, and all chaos broke loose. That was the legacy that they built for themselves, and it's why they got hammered at the last election. This is what is going to befall the members opposite. They cannot outrun Peter Mandelson. They cannot outrun their own Prime Minister and his record. And what the House is being asked to do today is, of course, very simple. If they believe that the Prime Minister is innocent of the accusations that are being put to him, then all they need to do is accept the premise of taking it to a committee of the peers in this House, ourselves, to decide whether that is accurate or not. A confident Prime Minister, a confident Labour Party, a confident government would believe their Prime Minister, would have courage in their conviction and go to that committee post-haste to clear his name. But they will not do that because they are not acting from a position of strength. They are acting from a position of profound weakness. And the public see that, and the public smell it. And all they are going to believe is that there is a cover-up on behalf of each and every one of the members opposite who traipses through the lobby behind this front bench. Of course I will.
I thank the honourable member for giving way. Referring to the whiff that the public may pick up, do you think that some of the Prime Minister's concern may be that the Privilege Committee delivers a result that he may not like? Oh.
It's hard at this stage to come to any other conclusion. And if they had confidence in their Prime Minister, then they would already be going to the Privileges Committee, irrespective of the views of any of us in this here House. But notwithstanding the arguments that have been made regarding Ollie Robbins and Simon Case and others, and the Prime Minister's decisions to throw everyone under the bus bar himself, I do wonder what the public make of all this. At a time when they are profoundly, and I'm sure all of us can agree on this point, profoundly anxious about the very basics in their life, of being able to afford things in the supermarket, of being able to fill up the car because the price of diesel is near £2. And they turn on their TV and see a Labour Party that should be acting in their best interest, looking to protect and save their jobs, to give them hope and opportunity for the future, simply seeking to defend the indefensible. And that breach of trust, with the public can't simply be renewed. When the Prime Minister first came to that dispatch box following the general election, I did as many others did, and I congratulated him and I wished him well. And the phrase that sits most acutely in my mind at that moment was his attempt to convey to the people of these isles that he would tread lightly on their lives. He has done the opposite. He promised to be change, and I'm afraid to say he has delivered more of the same. The public deserve better. The government can do better. But that will only happen if the members who are sitting behind that front bench find the courage that the front bench so badly lacks.
Sam Rushworth.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and as others have said, I think it is important that when we speak in this place that we reflect the feelings of those that we represent. And I think that if they see anything in all of this at all, they'll be thinking about Epstein's victims. And as someone who knows more about sexual abuse than I'd like to, I want to make sure that I'm absolutely clear before I make any other remarks that I think that it was wrong to appoint Peter Mandelson, even knowing what the Prime Minister knew at the time. But I will also say this, the Prime Minister has acknowledged as much. He's acknowledged it at this dispatch box, he's acknowledged it to the PLP, and he's acknowledged it to Epstein's victims, who he has apologised to on multiple occasions. As I speak with ordinary people like an auntie that voted for Brexit and didn't vote Labour at the last election, she told me that she thinks the public are sick and tired of hearing about this because we're not addressing the bread and butter issues of their lives. Nonetheless, this is the motion before the House today. I also want to say a word about pressure. And many people have alluded to this being a whipped vote. In many ways, I wish it wasn't, because it would not change the way that I would vote. Exactly. I intend to vote against the motion before us today, and I would do based on my conscience of how I read this situation. Look, I'm a backbencher with really nothing to lose and nothing to gain greatly from loyalty to the government. I've looked at this in terms of the merits of the case. And what I think is also really important is that we do have a robust system of standards in this place and that we don't make a mockery of it. And I think when we have politically motivated charges such as been brought today, it does risk making a mockery of the Privileges Committee and that process. I will gladly give way to you.
What does he say to his colleague, the honourable member from South Shields, the member behind him, Hull East, Nottingham East. I don't see it as some politically motivated thing. This is something where it's a serious issue. It's a House issue. He already says he regrets it's whipped. Surely he needs to see beyond whatever the whips have told him.
Well, the whips haven't told me very much, but look, I will address the answer. I will address his question as I progress in my speech, and he will see why I've drawn the conclusions that I've drawn. The question is this: has the Prime Minister deliberately or recklessly misled the House sufficient to make a referral to the Privileges Committee? And as I said a moment ago, I think it's important that we treat that properly, because we should not treat lightly this committee. We should not mock it. If we just make political referrals all the time, every time a member says anything where someone could twist or misconstrue their words, we'd be making referrals. Now, it seems to me, from listening to the Leader of the Opposition, that there are two sort of principal claims. One is regarding whether due process was followed, and the other was regarding pressure. And I've been watching, and as we all have, the evidence sessions by the Foreign Affairs Committee. I've been listening carefully to those. And we're still awaiting many of the documents, more than 300, that have been referred to the Intelligence and Security Committee. And we're waiting to see what those documents say. But nothing so far that's come out has done anything other than corroborate what the Prime Minister has told us. I'll give way.
Just so I make sure that I can follow his logical structure. So when he's saying that the Prime Minister said there was no pressure existed whatever, no pressure whatever, he meant there was no pressure whatever apart from the various types of pressure. Is that right?
I will come on to address that point in just a moment. First of all, let's address the point about process. Sir Chris Wormall's letter to the Prime Minister said, "The evidence I have reviewed leads me to conclude that the appropriate processes were followed both in the appointment and withdrawal of the former HMA Washington." Sir Ollie Robbins confirmed that he did not tell the Prime Minister that Mandelson had failed the vetting process, and said, "You are not supposed to share the findings and reports of UKSV other than in exceptional circumstances where doing so allows for specific mitigation of risk." So this is according to him. Kat Little, who appeared before the Foreign Affairs Committee, said, "My view is that due process was followed, because the process I've outlined to the committee is that UKSV make a recommendation and the Foreign Office make a decision as to whether to grant DV." So all the evidence so far is certainly corroborating that view. I want to address your colleague's question about pressure. Clearly, there are different types of pressure that can be exerted. And what Sir Ollie Robbins was clearly talking about was the pressure to reach a decision quickly. And we all know, they know what was going on here in the decision to appoint Peter Mandelson. We had a change in government in the United States. We had no trade deal with the United States, thanks to the legacy that they left us. We had a very difficult situation that meant that we needed a capable ambassador in post before President Trump's inauguration. And there was clearly... I'll give way.
Member is suggesting that the previous ambassador was not therefore capable.
Yeah.
It's just not what he said.
I'm happy to answer that point, and if they stop chuntering, they'll hear the answer. No, not at all. I mean, it's my personal view, although I'm not an expert in these things, that I probably would have appointed an ambassador. I said I thought the appointment of Peter Mandelson was wrong. I would have probably appointed an ambassador to the United States or left her in post. But that's immaterial to the point that I'm making. The point that I'm making is that Number 10 clearly felt time pressure to get somebody in post. There is a difference between feeling a pressure to conclude a process quickly and pressure exerted on somebody to change the decision. And if we listen to what Sir Ollie Robbins actually said, we will see that. I'll happily give way one more time.
And I'm genuinely listening to the honourable member's logical process as he ratiocinates through this. I might humbly say that we could do this, we could put this evidence out in a privileges committee, which would be the point of doing it. But in terms of no pressure whatsoever being exerted, and he's talking about the kinds of pressure that didn't include that were exerted, could he give examples of the kind of pressure that wasn't exerted?
We've seen no evidence, and indeed, Sir Ollie Robbins made it quite clear that he did not feel pressure to change his mind, that there was no pressure exerted on him with regards to the decision that he made. There was pressure exerted to make a decision. Now, that is just part and parcel of the normal runnings of government, particularly when you're working to a timeline. Let me quote him. I'll make some progress in a moment. I walked into a situation where there was a strong expectation, you've seen the papers released under the humble address coming from number 10, that he needed to be in post in America as quickly as humanly possible. The very first formal communication to my predecessor from number 10 private office being that they wanted this done at pace so that Mandelson could be in post before inauguration. That does not imply that there was some pressure to appoint him against the evidence that came forward. I will give way.
I thank the member for giving way. Having recognised that, as Sir Philip Barton said this morning, I don't think there can be any doubt that there was pressure to get this done as quickly as possible, i.e. to jump through all of the hoops, to confirm the decision, to... No,
that's what you said.
That first bit is a quote. The next part of my sentence is my words, i.e. to jump through the hoops to confirm an announcement that had already been made that Mandelson was appointed as ambassador. It simply stretches the bounds of reason to breaking point to suggest that pressure on time frame within the context of an already announced decision where there is no contingency plan has no impact on pressure on the content of that decision.
Message understood. Sam Rushworth.
I simply disagree. I think that pressure to get things done is part and parcel of what we do in government all the time. I'm always under pressure. I'm always under deadlines. That does not mean, and the central allegation that the Prime Minister somehow pressured them with regards to the decision, I'm sorry, the evidence has not pointed to that in any shape or form. Now I won't take any more interventions because Madam Deputy Speaker's looking at her watch. But what it simply hasn't been substantiated. There is a process going on at the moment. There are documents being released under the humble address. There is the evidence being given before the Foreign Affairs Committee. I do have to wonder why they have not waited until that process was concluded before writing to the Speaker requesting this. Now, I just want to address a couple more points quickly, and I won't take any more interventions. One is that I will acknowledge that there are members on my side today who have suggested, and indeed some members of the opposition, that they're so confident that the Prime Minister has no case to answer, that he should just refer himself to the committee to prove it. I don't think that that's the way that we should be using that committee's time. I think the onus is on this place to decide, has any evidence come forward yet that suggests that there is a case to answer? And I don't think anybody so far has shown any. And people have referenced as well that the former Prime Minister Boris Johnson. May I remind the House that at the point that he was referred to the Privileges Committee, this was not a case of what happened in the FCDO behind Prime Minister's knowledge. This was a case of him saying there were no parties in Downing Street, him then appearing photographed at parties, and then there was a Metropolitan Police investigation and a criminal conviction by the point that he was finally referred to that committee. So I'm simply not going today to indulge the opposition in their games. We all know what this is about. We all know that somewhere in Conservative headquarters right now are graphics being prepared with our faces on it to try to play some narrative to our voters that we're all part of some big cover-up. I think that when we behave like this, frankly, it does a disservice to all of us, and it does a disservice to this place, and I'm simply not going to play their games today.
Well said.
hand.
Thank you. The motion today does not attribute wrongdoing. It represents a simple choice. Do we as a House support transparency? And a decision. Do we think that truth in this place still matters? Now, Peter Mandelson's CV reads like an indictment, and we all know that, and I don't need to rehearse the litany of appalling and heinous decisions and acts that he has taken. And for me, there leads no question as a result that the Prime Minister's judgment was absolutely found wanting in this situation. But given the seriousness of Mandelson's actions and the seriousness of this appointment, surely every member of this House wants to know why he was appointed, how he was appointed, and whether or not we and the British people have been given the full story of what happened. Now, I worked at the Foreign Office as a civil servant, and if I, listening in detail, reading every single detailed bit, feel that something doesn't sit quite right, if I have former colleagues ringing me and saying that's not how the process works, it just doesn't make sense, that's not right, if we then have the Prime Minister saying that he'd seen the vetting. Oh, no, I meant I'd seen something else. Sorry, I hadn't seen the security vetting. I'd seen the due diligence. Oh, there wasn't any pressure put on. Well, others most clearly think there was pressure put on. And if the honourable gentleman who just spoke is genuinely suggesting that there is no such thing as abuse from those who have more power against those who have lesser, that politicians do not sometimes behave appalling to civil services, and that pressure, oh, we're all busy, it's the same pressure. No, and that's why we have specific law. Let me finish the point and then I'll happily take this intervention. We have specific laws that represent that when someone senior to you puts you under undue pressure or treats you in a certain way, they have to take far more responsibility because they have the ability to exercise that responsibility and authority over you that you cannot challenge. And if the gentleman wants to come back and argue that he does not believe that in hierarchies, particularly number 10, political appointments versus civil servants, there is such an imbalance in power, I will happily have him make that case.
So I'm disappointed in the way that she just made that point. But no, what I saw in Sir Ollie Robbins' testimony was that he said that number 10 was repeatedly asking, has the vetting been completed? And that is inconsistent with the idea that number 10 regarded the vetting as immaterial to their decision. Quite the opposite. It demonstrates to me a number 10 that felt that actually this was an important process that had to be followed, and there was of course pressure to complete it quickly. That does not mean that there was pressure to change the outcome, and I'm sorry, but until somebody shows otherwise through evidence, there's no reason why we should believe that.
I'm sorry, but the idea that somebody just chasing an update is always done, and can I just check where we are with that? We really would like to get it done. And that there's no concept there could have been any bullying because anyone is just asking for something done a bit quicker. I'm sorry, but that is a foolhardy suggestion by the honourable gentleman. Now, the Prime Minister has come to the House many times, as honourable members would like to suggest, but he hasn't answered the questions. And the Prime Minister himself set the terms. Either he misled the House or he was reckless with the truth, and those are the terms that he set. Multiple people have lost their jobs over this Prime Minister's decision to appoint Mandelson. 2 civil servants and 2 political appointments. For a man who said he would never sack his staff for his own appointments, that's quite something. His judgment has also shown that he was happy to appoint people to Cabinet who had lied to the police, where he knew full well that they had done that. So there is a pattern. Now, Ollie Robbins lost his job for implementing the wishes of the Prime Minister by the book. Now, either he followed due process and was sacked for doing so, or there was no due process and he was sacked because there wasn't. The Prime Minister's position so far is that the former is true. It cannot be both, in which case Ollie Robbins should never have been sacked. He did his job under immense pressure and was stripped of the agency to say no. Mr. Speaker set out at the start of the debate. This motion does not attribute guilt onto anyone. The vote today is for an investigation by the Privileges Committee, and that is a committee chaired by my friend and neighbour, the Honourable Member for South Leicestershire. And I want to place on record my total faith in his probity and professionalism, because unfortunately we have seen in previous approaches and previous investigations that some may seek in future to undermine individuals. Now, I appreciate there are a range of views across the Labour benches, and some seem to genuinely believe the Prime Minister's version of events. Others share concerns on this side of the House, even if they're reticent to express those. I do want to point out that in the entirety of this debate, At no point has there been more than 9 Labour MPs on the backbenches who were elected before 2024. Now, I would say to those members, having been a new MP and having been through this process and watched it, having once voted, as I've said previously in this House, in a way that I deeply regret on the Owen Paterson vote, I had planned to vote against him. The reason for that was because I sat on those benches and I watched the debate and I was horrified by what I saw. And despite the enormous pressure from people around me, I went, right, okay, I've got to do what's right and I'm going to vote with those brave 13 who did the right thing. I then went downstairs to breastfeed my daughter, who was very young at the point. I think she was just turning 6 months. And when I came back up, there was only 1 minute left of the bell. And when I looked into the 2 voting lobbies, I couldn't see those 13 friends who'd gone the right way on the vote. So I was stood there on my own, absolutely terrified, not knowing what to do, seeing everyone else going through the other votes. And I never, ever, ever accept feeling that way ever again. And I say to the new intake, there is a reason why none of the other previous intakes are on these benches. There is a reason why anyone so far from the older intake who has spoken have said to you, if your gut is telling you there's a problem, there is a problem.
Absolutely.
They have given you their advice. Now, I know they tell us often how dismissive you all are of them, but there is... Oh, apologies. Forgive me, Madam Deputy Speaker. You would never be dismissive of anyone, so I correct myself entirely. But I would just say there is a reason, and you should take that time to reflect and... Oh, my goodness. I can only apologise again. There is a reason, Madam Deputy Speaker, why older intake Labour MPs have chosen not to come and defend the Prime Minister today, because they've seen this show before. They know what happens, and they know that actually your gut will be telling you the right thing to do. And I also congratulate those who've been brave enough to speak out today and to share their views. The House will recall the government did attempt to whip Labour MPs against giving the Intelligence and Security Committee a role in assessing and releasing the Mandelson files, as per the humble address. Parliament asserted itself on that day, and we must do so again. A vote against this motion will show loud and clear that you followed the party line and that you forgave and ignored your conscience. No, that you... Oh. There is precedent here. In 2022, the House unanimously passed a motion to allow the inquiry into whether the Prime Minister had misled Parliament. We Conservatives supported that motion and not a single MP blocked it. So I do know how hard these are, because we've been there. And I supported the committee's findings that Boris Johnson had misled the House. So my advice to Labour MPs is to listen to your conscience and do what you know is right. Members will thank themselves as years pass by to be free from the weight of regret. But also, I would also point out that matters of standards should never be whipped. And I'd be interested to know if any Labour MP is willing to stand up today and say that the threat of having the whip removed has not been made, because so far none of them have said that. And I would also say to the front bench that there is... Indeed. Well, pressure seems to be an issue we need to debate more. I would also say to Labour MPs considering speaking in this debate, you may find that even before the vote, the government changes. The members may find that before the vote this evening, your party has changed its mind and you are no longer being whipped. So I would encourage Labour MPs to reflect on whether this is the record that a member may wish to have, because whips do change their minds if members represent themselves to them. So can you truly say that the whole story is out there?
Oh, sorry. Can I remind the Honourable Lady, it's not me. Much of this has been addressed to me. I'm not voting this afternoon. I won't be speaking. Alicia Kearns.
And I accept fully, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I do know better, so I apologise. The whole story is not out there, and a future release it will have to be given.
I'm very grateful to the Honourable Lady, and she makes a wise and experienced speech today to this House, reflecting on her personal experience in previous votes. Would she agree with me that the question we must all ask today is, whichever side of the lobby we vote, we must justify that to our constituents?
Absolutely. And some members have suggested today that their constituents don't really care about process. They don't really care about whether the truth is told in this chamber, and they're not really interested in this privileged motion. That is most certainly not the case. and that is something members will experience in months to come. Madam Deputy Speaker, I fear that a future release of files will contradict the Prime Minister's version of events further. We discovered only this morning that Jonathan Powell, the National Security Advisor, was also appointed before being vetted. I asked the government about his vetting in February. I was told that national security vetting for the current National Security Advisor was conducted to the usual standard set for developed vetting. Does that sound familiar? Clearly something again went awry. Clearly due process was not followed with the National Security Advisor, and once again we in this House were told that due process was followed. Judgment is revealed not in the exception but in the pattern, and there is a very clear pattern in this situation. I will very happily give way.
I'm very grateful to her, and she comes to the crux of this debate today. Was due process followed or not? Would she agree with me that the simple fact that vetting must always come before any appointment, the simple fact, we've heard this morning, evidence in the Select Committee where that was not the case, is very clear that due process was not followed?
The Honourable Gentleman is completely right, and we were told repeatedly and consistently that due process was not followed. Now, anyone who wants to tell me it was, I know it wasn't, because I've been through security clearance, which was the first level, where I had to wait for 7 months to hand in my notice to my existing job so I could join the civil service until I got security clearance. Then there was developed vetting, where again I had to wait about 6 months before I could take up that role. And then I went through strap clearance as well. So I've been through the work, so I've been through all of it. And it doesn't sit right with me, the accusation that due process was followed. And fundamentally to the point about Ollie Robbins, it cannot be that due process was followed and therefore he deserved to be sacked. He must have breached due process if he needed to be sacked. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will be voting in favour of this motion. And tonight I will end my day with a clear conscience, knowing that I voted to give my communities the answers that they deserve. And I hope that every member can say the same. Because we are asking whether the man leading our country has the judgment the office necessitates and a commitment to the truth that is required. And at this moment, the country does not believe that that commitment to the truth is there. So let's have it, and let's see if it was.
Brian Leishman.
Good afternoon, Madam Deputy Speaker. And from the outset, I wish to state my support for justice to be delivered for all the people who were harmed by Jeffrey Epstein and for those involved with him who committed such despicable violations and crimes to be held responsible. Yeah. The people who were exploited should be at the front of all our minds. It is my opinion that this motion does not come from anything noble, a deep concern for those that were trafficked or abused, nor is it about the protection of democracy or anything of that nature. Of course, this motion is designed to embarrass the Prime Minister and put Labour MPs in an awkward position. And not for the first time as Labour MPs, we are in an awkward position. And not for the first time is because of the Prime Minister's actions and not that of the opposition. The accusation of secrecy and the goings-on in this place are serious political issues that mean the world to a whole host of our constituents. Sometimes it's in the traditions and protocols of this place, which to many often seem archaic, arcane and totally unrelatable to how they lead their daily lives. People are regularly frustrated at ministers not answering questions at the dispatch box, and equally shadow ministers with amnesia at their own record when in power. People are infuriated watching politicians do the media circuit, slavishly going through the party lines no matter how illogical they may be. All of it just breeds utter contempt in politics and for politicians. People are sick to the back teeth of it all. Now, when I'm out campaigning and knocking on people's doors, they tell me just how irritated they are with politicians who endlessly try to deflect and defend the most absurd and wrong decisions, just because of the party that they represent. Of course, this is not unique to the Labour Party. All parties indulge in this. Conservatives defending the record of austerity that ripped the heart out of communities up and down the United Kingdom. Many in the SNP refused to take responsibilities for failures in housing, education, health, local authorities and vital public services. But credit to the Right Honourable Member for Aberdeen South for alluding, touching the lightness of touch on some of the travails that his party have experienced. Madam Deputy Speaker, I just want my Labour government to be better than that. It really is a low bar that we have been set, but people genuinely think that we are all the same. They see no real difference. And to echo other honourable and right honourable members, I think the Prime Minister should refer himself to the Privileges Committee. It would say to Parliament, and more importantly, our voters, the country, that he knows he will be proved innocent, that he will be vindicated, that he's got nothing to hide, and importantly, that transparency and accountability are at the heart of our democracy. I say to colleagues on this side of the House that we were elected based on the promise of providing change, an end to the scandals and the cover-ups that people are so disgusted with, whether it be Tory lockdown parties or trips to castles, hundreds of miles to test eyesight. The SNP abandonment of care homes and the do not resuscitate notices placed on patients without their consent during COVID. We need to be better than all of that. But truthfully, in our first 20 months in government, the public don't think that we are. And because of the mistakes, the decline in standards, the secrecy, the lack of accountability, then we are paving the way for a hardline, far-right government to come next. And be under no illusions. That government would set the country back to the days of mass unemployment, dire poverty and inequality. They want to create a society that is as intolerant as it is unfair. And it absolutely terrifies me. In finishing, I say to any colleague that if you think I'm wrong, then please do have a look at the polls. Look at the by-election results we have had. The Prime Minister said we would put country before party. Today, with his vote, he has the perfect opportunity to do just that. The Prime Minister needs to stop putting Labour MPs in awkward situations. The open and honest thing would be to refer himself to the committee. But if he won't, then I'm afraid he has left me with no choice. I will have to vote for this motion this afternoon.
Sir Roger Gale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. At the start of this debate, when Mr. Speaker was in the chair, he reminded the House that this debate was not a trial of the Prime Minister. This was a debate about whether or not an issue should be put to the Privileges Committee. I do think we all need to remember that. And he also said, for the record, that when the debate became repetitive, he might consider taking a closure motion. I'm sorely tempted to move one, Madam Deputy Speaker, but not yet. It saddens me deeply that we are where we are today. It saddens me that this has been presented by some members of the government benches as a ruse before the local government elections. This is about something very fundamental to many of us. It's about the truth, the probity, the integrity of this House and every man and woman that sits in it. I've heard some very courageous speeches from the government benches this afternoon. And I applaud each and every one of those people who made them, because I know just how difficult, Madam Deputy Speaker, this is. Mr. Johnson has been referred to frequently. I was one of the first, possibly the first, to call publicly for the resignation of Johnson as Prime Minister. That was not a happy circumstance. I did not enjoy it. I do not like taking on my own side. But I believed then, as indeed I believe now, that man was not fit to be Prime Minister. But I also know that what I did and said was right, as I believe that those honourable members on the other side of the House who have spoken this afternoon in support of the motion are doing what they believe to be right. I'm horrified, Madam Deputy Speaker, to have to believe that House business is whipped. It should not be. It's been said repetitively that actually the sensible thing to have happened would be for the Prime Minister to refer himself to the Privileges Committee, but if that's not going to happen, then I think we all need to understand that out there are people waiting to see what we do. Can we be trusted? Never mind can the Prime Minister be trusted, can we be trusted? Yeah. Can we be trusted to take the proper decision tonight? Every single one of us in the morning is going to get up and look in the mirror to either put on makeup or shave. And we have to look. My honourable friend reminds me that my honourable friend reminds me that he did say incorrectly that the vote on Johnson, the call for the resignation of Johnson, was not taken until after the Privileges Committee findings. He's actually quite wrong. That call was made well before it went to the Privileges Committee. So let's come back to what I was trying to say. Every single one of us has to be able to look in the mirror in the morning and live with ourselves. I hope very much that the government whips will withdraw the whipping tonight, so that honourable members can vote according to their conscience. And I believe that if that is so, and if that is done, then this matter will be referred entirely properly to the Privileges Committee. And then we can get on with the job that after the King's speech we will be here to do again, which is to devote our concerns to the cost of living, to fuel prices, to the manner in which the hospitality business is being destroyed, to all the matters that we ought to be here discussing today, rather than discussing this. I beg my friends on the other side of the House to do the right thing tonight.
Chris Kane.
Deputy Speaker, a referral to the Privileges Committee, particularly involving a Prime Minister, should be rare. The bar should be high because we have so many other processes available to us in this place. And with this issue, many of these processes are already in action. The Foreign Affairs Committee, under the excellent chairing of the Right Honourable Member for Islington South and Finsbury, is taking evidence and will report in due course. The humble address from this House has put a process in place to ensure transparency, and the Government is complying with it. Then there is attendance in this chamber. I have no doubt the Prime Minister will continue to make himself available here, as he has done in recent weeks through statements and at PMQs, both because it's right and because the processes of this House require it. And let us be honest about the timing. Bringing this forward 1 week before elections is political. Now, I do not criticise that. It's part of the system we operate in, but we should be clear about it. I've been reflecting this week on the concept of pressure. We have heard from senior civil servants that there was pressure to proceed with the appointment of Peter Mandelson before vetting had concluded. They have said that the pressure was inappropriate. They have not said the pressure was inappropriate, simply that it existed. The Prime Minister, for his part, has been clear. He has said that this was the kind of pressure that exists in any high-performing environment where decisions need to be made and progress needs to happen. That is very different from pressure to do something you are not comfortable with. But I suppose the truth is that my experience of pressure is not the same as the Prime Minister's. a degree of recalibration is required on my part. As a member of the Public Accounts Committee, we apply pressure to senior civil servants every week. We expect them to account for their decisions, often in difficult circumstances and under public scrutiny. And time again, I am struck by their professionalism and their ability to handle that pressure. I am equally struck by the Prime Minister's ability to do the same. Whether at Prime Minister's questions or in extended sessions like the one we held last week, where he answered questions for over 2 hours. That level of scrutiny is constant and unrelenting. In my time in this House, I have never known the Prime Minister to act in anything other than good faith. He is focused, serious and determined to deliver in extraordinary, difficult circumstances.
Yeah.
Is he perfect? Of course not. None of us are. His is an almost impossible job in turbulent times. But that is the nature of government. The public elects a government and gives it time to govern. That requires consistency, judgment and, at times, the ability to change course as circumstances demand. What it does not require is abandoning the course entirely at the first sign that another ship looks to be sailing more smoothly. We are, quite clearly, in the middle of a storm. Not a passing squall, but sustained, difficult conditions. Economic pressure, global instability, and challenges at home that have been building for years. In those circumstances, what matters is not whether the sea is calm, but is whether the vessel is seaworthy and whether the person at the helm knows how to navigate. Now, no ship is perfect. There will always be repairs to make, adjustments to take, and decisions that with hindsight might have been handled differently. But abandoning a ship mid-storm or trying to sink it is a risk. Because that other ship, finding another ship that is sailing in different waters is sailing under different conditions. And let's be honest, that other ship, well, the same storm is heading its way too. So the real question is not whether things are perfect, it's whether we have a vessel that can withstand the conditions and a captain who can steer it. Yeah. Now, when I look across the chamber, I do not see credible alternatives ready to take us through what lies ahead. On one side, we have a Conservative approach that too often feels like a ship designed for a different age. A wooden ship, not equipped for the realities of the world we are living in now. A vision that looks backwards rather than forwards. And in the other, I see the SNP. If you cannot reliably build and run the ferries that connect your own communities, it does raise serious questions about the readiness to navigate a much bigger journey. Theirs is less of a fully equipped vessel and more like something assembled for the appearance of movement rather than the reality of it.
So we give way in that point?
Of course I will.
Dr. Scott Arthur.
Does he agree that it appears the SNP don't have a ship right now? They must have a submarine.
Order. I think honourable members will find this is not a debate about the SNP, and perhaps we all ought to confine remarks to the subject that we're actually debating. Chris Kane.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. To finish my metaphor, but not about the SNP, you hold steady. You make the adjustments that are needed and you focus on getting safely to better conditions. That is the task that's in front of us. And that is why I will be supporting the Prime Minister to continue doing the job he was elected to do, to keep a steady hand on the tiller and guide the country through challenging times. And I would urge colleagues to do the same, because in the end, this is about stability, seriousness and leadership. And that is what this country needs. Today's motion feels to me like a distraction from that mission, and so I urge colleagues across the chamber to vote against the motion today.
Anne Davis.
Madam Llefarydd. The Prime Minister has called this motion a stunt and pure politics. But the Prime Minister and Labour MPs rallying around him forget the seriousness of the allegations against him. That is, misleading the House of Commons over statements relating to the appointment of Peter Mandelson as ambassador to the United States, an individual with well-documented links to the convicted sex offender and human trafficker. To swat away these allegations as a desperate political stunt, refusing them to be investigated properly by the Committee of Privileges, is an insult to us all. An insult to the public who were promised transparency and openness by the Prime Minister's Labour government, and an insult to victims and survivors of violence and abuse who deserve so much better from those who claim to represent them. What Parliament is being asked today is a straightforward question about whether serious concerns regarding the Prime Minister should be examined properly and independently. If the Prime Minister insists that he has done nothing wrong, then surely the Privilege Committee will come to that same conclusion. And if Labour believe that everything is in order, why have they forced their MPs to vote against the motion today? It begs the question, what does the Prime Minister have to hide? The Prime Minister promised change, and people across Wales gave him a mandate for that change. But what did the public get instead? Misjudgments, incompetence, a lack of transparency at the heart of government, and no real accountability. I put myself forward to become a Member of Parliament because, to be frank, I was fed up of Partygate, the betting scandal, the 200,000 that Vaughan Gethin had accepted in order to fund his own leadership campaign. I thought we're better than this. As residents, as constituents, we are better than this. And people deserve a government which is honest and transparent, and we certainly haven't had that in the 2 years that I've been sitting here on these benches. The Prime Minister has tried to wash his hands of Mandelson's appointment, hiding behind processes, procedure and the actions of civil servants, destroying decent people's lives, only to hobble on for another few weeks. And even if the Prime Minister's loyalists vote this motion down today, Labour and the Prime Minister himself will have shown their true colours. In just over a week, people of Wales have a chance to give their verdict, and they will.
Alex Barros-Curtis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I rise in this debate, first and foremost, to reiterate, as other colleagues have said, my fullest solidarity with the victims of Epstein. And we should always maintain them at the forefront of our mind, notwithstanding the absence of them from the motion. It is something I know many colleagues across both ends of the House have referenced, and I'm sure will continue to do so. In respect of this motion before us, I want to be clear that I will vote against it, not because I have to be told to, but because the case is absolutely not made out. And given some of the contributions made about shaving in the makeup or shaving in the morning or putting makeup on in the morning, in considering and reflecting on the vote that will be cast tonight, I will have no compunction whatsoever and have absolutely no doubt in my mind when I go through the lobbies today that I will have made the right decision for the reasons, and I do not need to have insinuations to impugn my integrity to the opposite. And before I explain why I am making that case and that decision, I will happily give way.
I'm grateful for the honourable member giving way, and of course every member is entitled to make their decision in either the lobby. They have to justify it to the electorate. For that reason, does the honourable member believe that having a 3-line whip is necessary?
Alex Barros-Curtis.
It's an irrelevant point, and the point that I would make, I've already said that regardless of the position of the party, I don't need to be told how I will vote on this for the reason that the case is not made out. And he says, if people will stop chuntering, the individuals who have said that they have to look in the mirror tomorrow, every decision we make in this place, regardless on this motion or on amendments, on legislation, we do, I have no doubt, with integrity and with our best motivations of our constituents in mind. So the need to remind me or my colleagues of that today suggests more about the person making the statement than it does about me and the decision I've made. So as I said, I will vote against the motion because I do not believe the case has been made out. And in my time as a solicitor, I've seen many witness statements and particulars of claim. And if I hear and reflect on what the Leader of the Opposition laid out as her case today, I thought it was one of the most poorly made out cases in my professional lifetime. Well, if he waits to hear why I think that, then I will happily give way in a moment. This motion cuts across existing procedures, as has been said, and that just a few weeks ago, everyone in this House jointly, unanimously agreed, supported and initiated. And as I said, and I will go on to explain, it lacks any credibility or evidential basis. You can chunt us some more, but maybe listen to the basis on why I reached my decision, and then I will happily give way in a moment. So, I will turn to, as I say, the lack of evidence to make out this case. But before I do, I want to mention, as others have mentioned, the integrity of the Prime Minister in and of itself. I've known the Prime Minister for a number of years, and I know that he is a man of integrity and that he will act without fear or favour and will always be the hardest critic on himself. He has apologised, and rightly so, for the poor and incorrect decision to appoint Peter Mandelson in the first place. He's done it in this House, he's done it to the country, and he has done it, most importantly, to the victims of Epstein. He's very eager. I will give way.
Very grateful to the honourable gentleman. He's being most generous. But we haven't really heard the case yet, given that colleagues opposite will be in a similar position to the honourable gentleman. They will know the Prime Minister. They will have known him for years. They will be sure of his integrity or otherwise. Why does he think there should be a three-line whip imposed on members opposite? Even the member for Bishop Auckland, who spoke with his cause, could see that it wasn't a good idea. But the honourable gentleman doesn't seem to see it. But as a good lawyer, maybe he'll be able to share the argument with the House.
I appreciate his patronising tone, but I will simply say this. I have said that I don't need to be told how to vote in this, because I do not believe the case is made out, as I will go on to explain now, if I can make some progress. And I underline this by reiterating what the Speaker said earlier and what I said to him when he was in the chair, that of course the question here is not about the application that was put before him, and he's rightly made the decision as he is required to once it came to him. But I am clear that from those who put the application to him for him to have to make the decision, it is a nakedly political stunt to submit that application in the first place. And that's not just because of what the motion is before us, but because of the shape-shifting of the opposition party leaders on this issue since The Guardian broke the story on the 16th of April. I'll give way.
I'll give it to my honourable friend, making a really powerful statement to the House. Isn't the reality that this is about a leader of the opposition who, just like with her call for us to join the US in attacking and join the war in Iran, she called the Prime Minister a liar, and the evidence has shown that there is absolutely no basis for it. Isn't the reality that this is just the leader of the opposition once again shooting from the hip?
I thank him for his intervention. I completely agree, even if it was perhaps slightly askew from the point I'm about to make, but I think it goes to consistency on this issue and many others. And I think, as I said, the shape-shifting of the position of the party leaders, rather than wait for the evidence, we know that both the Leader of the Opposition and the Right Honourable Member for Kingston and Surbiton had already made up their minds 2 weeks ago. I've got here, I will at least make a point and make the point, and then I'll happily give way. On the 17th of April, this is the day after the Guardian story was broken, the Lib Dems put out a press release. Starmer must be investigated by Privileges Committee over the decision to overrule Mandelson's failed security vetting. But that was found wanting because the evidence was showed otherwise, as was proven when the Prime Minister came here at the earliest opportunity on that Monday, the 20th of April, and laid before this House the evidence, and Sir Ollie Robbins backed that up in his evidence to the Foreign Affairs Select Committee on the 21st of April. I'll give way.
Member for giving way. He mentioned the Guardian story on the 16th of April. The Prime Minister found out on the 14th of April, so the earliest opportunity would have been the 15th of April at Prime Minister's questions, wouldn't it?
Yeah. The Prime Minister already addressed this when that was put to him in this House a number of times in the following days, whereby he said he was trying to secure the answers to the questions which he put on that evening, and the officials were not able to answer, so that he could then, as he said, and as other colleagues and cabinet colleagues have made clear, at the earliest opportunity, then come back in order to update this House, as is rightly the case. I go back to the timeline of the shape-shifting of the opposition. On that same Friday, the 17th of April, the Leader of the Opposition went on national radio and television, saying it is completely preposterous for us to believe that civil servants would have cleared a political appointee who had failed security vetting. The Prime Minister is taking us for fools, and she called for him to go. A standard that, as other colleagues have elaborated on and I won't dwell on, has not previously and consistently been applied to the proven lawyer before Boris Johnson. So we've got the shape-shifting of the opposition parties on this point, and therefore the motion before us today dwells on two aspects: due process and, of course, the question of pressure. In respect of due process, Madam Deputy Speaker, now explain why I do not think the motion and the evidence is made out. I note the motion itself doesn't critique the process itself, which, as this debate has played out over recent weeks, has shown to be seriously deficient and lacking. That has necessitated the necessary reviews and changes at the Prime Minister's order, as some of this debate today has elaborated on. Indeed, this motion asserts, without actual evidence, that has been that has withstood further testimony from key officials to the Foreign Affairs Select Committee. And we know the Prime Minister was not told about the UK security vetting's recommendation to not grant Peter Mandelson clearance, that he was not told about that in many subsequent weeks. And Sir Chris Wormwood confirmed that due process was followed. So I do not accept that that case has been made out. And when we turn to the question of no pressure, the Leader of the Opposition made great play of her selected quotes. And I have Hansard before me from Prime Minister's questions of the 22nd of April. And it is quite clear, as the Prime Minister starts his answer to her question, that he will deal directly with the question of pressure in relation to the decision to appoint Prime Minister Peter Mandelson and to put him in place. The Prime Minister, is clearly referring to the parts of Sir Ollie's evidence of the 21st of April to the Foreign Affairs Select Committee on the specific point about whether or not pressure was brought to bear on the outcome of the vetting process. This was also the gist of the Leader of the Opposition's preceding question, actually, to the Prime Minister, to the question that the Prime Minister was answering. It is also notable that just today, Sir Philip Barton substantiated the position that there are two different types of pressure, and whilst there was pressure to get on with making a decision, which the honourable member earlier alluded to, he then went on to say he was very clear, quote, that he was not aware of any pressure on the substance of the vetting decision, which is what this motion goes to. I'm conscious of time, Madam Deputy Speaker, and so I want to conclude by expressing solidarity to my honourable friend, for South Shields, who spoke with great power earlier. And her and I have spoken about some of these issues before I have the privilege of being in this place, and of course I offer my support. But as my honourable friend for Bishop Auckland referred to in his excellent speech, I want to be clear that from the tone from some in this debate, it is clear that this is not about the substance of the issue, but it is about trying to exploit political partisan gain. And it is, I have no doubt in my mind, that certain political opponents will seek to make the lives of my honourable friend and others difficult, just like they have when it comes to other serious issues, such as impugning our decisions on, for example, grooming gangs, and putting out social media targeting us, which then means we have become the subject of death threats, and as my honourable friend for South Shields elaborated on, much worse for her and her constituency. Indeed, the Tory front bench were nodding at this when my honourable friend for Bishop Auckland talked to this earlier. They probably, as I said, have already got those digital media attacks ready to define us as voting to cover up. But I have no doubt, there we go, I see they've confirmed it already again, which I think belies exactly their intent behind this. There is no doubt in my mind that it was a mistake to appoint Peter Mandelson, and the Prime Minister has taken responsibility for that. But as the quality of certain contributions today have pointed to, and as I've explained my reasoning for why I will not support this today, it is clear to me that rather than seeking to uphold standards, this risks undermining them. We should get on with the business of government. We should get on with some of the issues the right honourable member mentioned earlier about the issues that our constituents are most concerned about. We should focus on the job in hand, and it's for all of those reasons why I will not be supporting this motion today.
Charlie Dewhurst.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'm mindful of Mr Speaker's earlier advice about repetition. I will keep my remarks short and to the point. We've had a number of speeches where other members on the other side have debated whether there is a sufficient threshold to refer this matter to the Privileges Committee. Yet, I have to say, if you look at the evidence, there is clearly some very, very concerning issues amongst those documents that have been released into the public domain, what has been said on the floor of this House and what has not been said on the floor of this House. Now, we take the advice given by Simon Case when he was Cabinet Secretary back in November 2024. It's very clear from that document that was released as part of the humble address that the Prime Minister was advised, if he wanted to make a political appointment, that vetting should be done before that appointment is made. We now know, of course, that didn't happen. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, when one takes the letter that Chris Wormholt, as then Cabinet Secretary, sent to the Prime Minister in September of 2025, he asserts that the process that was followed was in line with the advice given by Simon Case to the Prime Minister. And this is important, because the Prime Minister has referred back to that letter as a reason why due process was followed, yet that letter seems, on the face of it, to be inaccurate in itself. And therefore, that is something that we need to investigate in this House. And then, of course, we come to the answer to the Prime Minister gave at Prime Minister's questions on the 22nd of April, where, of course, he removed the word that with any, which implied that there had been no pressure, that there had not been any pressure rather than that pressure. And when this was raised by my right honourable friend, the member for Brentwood and Ongar, at Cabinet Office questions last Thursday, the Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster asserted on the floor of the House that he says, "I think the difference between the words that and any is not of any material relevance." Now, I think anyone with a basic grasp of English, and having heard the testimony of Ollie Robbins versus the answer the Prime Minister gave, would clearly say that he has tried, at least in my view, to misrepresent what Mr Robbins told the Foreign Affairs Select Committee. So I do believe that as well is an extremely, extremely powerful reason why this matter needs to be referred. And then I come to the case of the unanswered questions, the evidence that we don't have. And I refer back again to Simon Case's advice to the Prime Minister back in 2024, because what was released as part of the humble address is just Mr Case's evidence. The box for the Prime Minister's comments remains blank. Now, are we expected to believe that the Prime Minister did not respond to the advice given him by the Cabinet Secretary, or has that advice been withheld from this House? A question I think that does need to be answered. And then there are other matters. There are the evidence that the Prime Minister did see regarding Peter Mandelson, some of which he has confirmed to this House of Prime Minister's questions in relation to Jeffrey Epstein. But he has refused to answer whether he was aware of Mr Mandelson's business links, particularly those connected in Russia and his directorship of Sistema, even after Russia invaded Ukraine. And then there's the matter of documents which the government is unwilling to even confirm even exist. For example, Mr Mandelson's declaration of interest, Madam Deputy Speaker. We've asked repeatedly whether that document simply exists, not whether it's going to be published in full at this point, and we do not get answers. And then we find today Morgan McSweeney giving evidence to the Foreign Affairs Select Committee and confirming that a meeting took place in December regarding the first meeting that took place regarding the potential appointment of Mr Mandelson as ambassador to the United States, and the Cabinet Office have said they have no record of this meeting. So were there no minutes taken at this meeting? If not, why not? Or have those minutes somehow vanished? All of these, I think, are very, very good reasons why this matter needs to be referred to.
Honourable friend, I mean, the Prime Minister has told the House, and this is about the allegation that the Prime Minister may have misled this House, that all due process was followed. The decision to appoint Peter Mandelson was made, we're told, by Morgan McSweeney this morning, in a meeting for which there are absolutely no records and notes, despite extensive searches. At the beginning of this process, they'd failed in due process, and yet he has stood there repeatedly telling us that due process was followed. On that alone, there would be cause to allow the Privileges Committee to investigate, and members opposite do need to look deep in their consciences before they vote against.
Absolutely. I couldn't agree more with my right honourable friend. It's absolutely astonishing that the decision to appoint an individual to the most important ambassadorial role that we can offer took place in a meeting of which there now appears to be no record. So we have three clear issues here. We have a discrepancy in documents that have been published. We have inaccurate recollection of events in response to questions in this House, whether inadvertent or deliberate, and we have a failure to provide full transparency in relation to this very, very sorry saga. Now, as my honourable friend, the member for North Dorset, said, the Prime Minister is losing in the court of public opinion, and therefore the best route for him now is to refer himself to the Privileges Committee to make his case and perhaps to clear his name. Because as my right honourable friend, the member for Gainsborough, said, it is not necessarily, it's not always the cock-up. And we know in this case the decision to appoint Peter Mandelson was a cock-up. It is the conspiracy that brings you down.
Yeah.
Joanna Baxter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And before I start, let me also pay tribute to the victims of Jeffrey Epstein, because their views have been heard far too little in these debates. Let me also address some of the what I feel to be quite patronising comments made to backbench Labour MPs today. Nobody has asked me to speak today, and nobody has put any pressure on me. In fact, colleagues on these benches know that I have my own mind and will express it as I see fit. At a moment of genuine challenge for families across the country, when households are concerned about rising prices, instability abroad and pressure on living standards, the opposition has brought a motion that is ultimately more concerned with political point scoring than practical solutions, and that is deeply regrettable. Because the British public expect and deserve better than Westminster at its most performative. They expect seriousness and rightly expect scrutiny where scrutiny is due, but also expect Parliament to focus on the issues that shape their daily lives. The bills landing on their doormats, the cost of food in the supermarkets, the price of fuel at the pumps, and the strength of the economy in uncertain times. On Peter Mandelson, let me be absolutely clear. He should never have been appointed as our ambassador. The Prime Minister recognised that. He's apologised for that. He did so properly, repeatedly, with transparency and accountability, and with respect to the victims of Jeffrey Epstein. That was the right course of action, and I would not have expected anything less from the Prime Minister, because I too have known him for many years. I have worked with him as he sought to rid our party of the stain of anti-Semitism, which has now infected others. I've seen him stand up to Putin when others have taken bribes from his allies. Madam Deputy Speaker, given those processes of transparency are in place and underway, which they are, why, it has to be asked, are the parties opposite working to ride roughshod over investigation processes they all agreed to? Well, we've heard it here earlier in the debate. Social media clicks and cheap headlines ahead of significant elections. The fact is that the Government has agreed to and is complying with the humble address to allow scrutiny of the Mandelson appointment in this place, to see the facts, the advice that was available to the Prime Minister at the time Mandelson was appointed. And my right honourable friend, the member for Islington South and Finsbury, is chairing a select committee inquiry to which key figures involved in the Mandelson appointment have rightly been summoned. And the Prime Minister has come to this House repeatedly to answer questions about that appointment. As has been already expressed, politically motivated use of the Privileges Committee procedures risks undermining those procedures. What is clear, the circumstances the opposition hoped would come to light, which they hoped might bring down a successful Labour government, have been nothing more than conspiracy. First, they said that the Prime Minister must have known that UK security vetting recommendation was to reject the vetting for Peter Mandelson. Yet Ollie Robbins confirmed to the Select Committee last week that he had chosen not to share that crucial information with the Prime Minister. They were wrong. They said that the Prime Minister was wrong to say that due process was followed, yet Chris Wormold has confirmed in a letter to the Prime Minister that the process was followed. In his own words, the evidence I have reviewed leads me to conclude that appropriate processes were followed in both the appointment and the withdrawal of the former ambassador to Washington. Again, they were wrong. How could the Prime Minister have taken any other assessment than due process was followed when it was spelled out to him in black and white from his own officials? Those are not rumours, they are not talking points, they are facts, and facts matter in this place. Many good colleagues on these benches, and indeed I'm sure some on the others, know deep down that the #1 issue facing our constituents is the cost of living fallout from Trump's war in Iran, a war aped on by parties opposite. They know that because when we've been out on the doors in the lead up to the elections in May, that's what voters are telling every one of us. They're worried about their bills, the prices at the pumps and the prices in their supermarkets. And while some in this House want to engage in political stunts, this very afternoon the Prime Minister is convening a committee on the response to the conflict in the Middle East, on how we support the British economy, our services and, most importantly, our constituents. What is clear is that there is only one party focused on the job of delivering for the British people, and it is the one that the country voted for in the last election. The Conservative Party, after 14 years of chaos, scandal and economic recklessness, now wants to lecture anyone else on standards in public life is galling. From the party that gave us Partygate, revolving door Prime Ministers, cronyism, collapsing public services, Liz Truss's catastrophic experiment that sent mortgages soaring and punished working families for Conservative failures. Meanwhile, they collude with the SNP who asked voters...
I've made the point previously. Please will members confine themselves to debating the issue at hand and not into fighting the local election campaign, perhaps. Joanna Baxter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Those are the issues we could have been debating today, but instead we are debating a political stunt. This government is standing up for the British people, showing leadership in our support for Ukraine, bringing our national rails services back into public ownership, delivering our historic Employment Rights Act, amongst many others. Madam Deputy Speaker, when I vote this afternoon, I do so knowing full well I was elected to serve on the priorities that matter to the people of Paisley and Renfrewshire South. Their bills, their security, their welfare, and I will vote to ensure that we have a government that continues to focus on those priorities.
Richard Tice.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Well, the motion to refer the Prime Minister to the Privileged Committee revolves around two words, Madam Deputy Speaker. Pressure, that's the first word, and it's absolutely vital. Also, process. And, of course, the Prime Minister is the master of process. He bangs on about it all the time. The king of process here in the Commons. And he says that full due process was followed, and yet we've already heard from other honourable members that Sir Simon Case, the then Cabinet Secretary, gave the Prime Minister in November 2024 due process. He said that actually the vetting and the due diligence should be carried out before confirming the choice of ambassador. The Prime Minister chose to avoid that due process. There is a second key element of due process that I don't think has been properly teased out so far this afternoon, and that is with regard to the timing of the decision on vetting through January 2025. Because if full due process was being followed, then the security authorities, the vetting authorities, should have been allowed to take whatever time they deemed necessary to make their judgment. And with regard to Mandelson, goodness me, there's a lot to go through to check that clearance. Clearly, we've heard from a number of senior civil servants that actually they were not allowed to carry out full due process and to take as long as they determined was necessary, even if that took them beyond the inauguration of the President of the United States. No, I bring you on now, Madam Deputy Speaker, to the second word, which is whether or not any pressure whatsoever was applied. And we've heard from not one, not two, but from three separate senior civil servants that actually the pressure was not on the decision itself, the pressure was indeed on the speed of the decision, because the decision had already been taken by not following due process. And we have heard Sir Ollie Robbins confirm that pressure was felt to get on with the decision. We've heard yesterday from Ian Collard that actually pressure was applied to make that decision. And we've heard, of course, from Sir Philip Barton that actually, again, he said the pressure was to get on with it. There was no space in the decision. There was no space in that. In other words, due process was not followed. And it was all about, I will happily give way to the honourable gentleman.
If I give way. Did we not hear last week at the Foreign Affairs Select Committee that whilst there was pressure, and that was discussed, it had no impact on the decision, and it was a marginal decision, and they felt that the risks could be managed? I feel that the honourable gentleman is missing this part out in his story.
I thank the honourable gentleman, but I would remind him what the Prime Minister said at Prime Minister's Questions just last week. No pressure existed whatsoever. Whatsoever is the critical word, which is the flaw in the honourable member's argument. So we now know, Madam Deputy Speaker, that not only actually did the Prime Minister inadvertently mislead the House with regard to full due process, but he has misled the House for a second time with regard to whether or not any pressure existed whatsoever. Madam Deputy Speaker, the evidence is in. And for a Prime Minister that prides himself on process, anecdotally, it seems that there is a culture that does not exist around him and within him and perhaps himself. For example, we now know that the Cabinet Office questioned whether or not there should be any vetting at all. In other words, they didn't want full due process. So we know that. And we now know that Sir Ollie Robbins, in terms of the decision whether or not to retain him or fire him, clearly full due process was not followed. And then the issue of whether or not this decision to refer any member of the House to the Privileges Committee, precedent clearly shows that it should not be whipped. And I would argue, Madam Deputy Speaker, that precedent is a process. And the process of not whipping this decision, this vote, is not in this instance, Madam Deputy Speaker, being followed. So I would urge all honourable members to ignore the whipping, to follow the conscience and to follow the evidence. The evidence is in, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Prime Minister inadvertently misled the House of Commons.
David Pinto-Duchinsky.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Appointing Peter Mandelson was wrong. And as with any debate on this subject, we should start by acknowledging the suffering of Jeffrey Epstein's victims. They have my full solidarity. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I have listened closely to the opposition during this debate, and I think we need to call their behaviour for what it is. This is political game playing of the lowest order from the party opposite. Politics is a circus to them. They thrive off this use of politics as a soap opera because it is all they know. That's why the public grew so heartily sick of them, and it is precisely why so many of their former colleagues no longer sit on their benches. Just weeks ago, their leader showed a catastrophic failure of leadership in calling for this country to rush to war. When she spoke then, she had no underlying strategy and she didn't focus on what was right for the country. Clearly, she has learnt nothing from that. Her cynicism becomes clear now when we peel back their rhetoric and expose the lack of substance behind her arguments. Peter Mandelson was dismissed last September. Rightly so. The Prime Minister has already acknowledged that his appointment was a mistake. Senior civil servants, including Ollie Robbins, Chris Wormholt and Cat Little, have all made clear that due process was followed in that appointment. Ollie Robbins himself has said that no one from Number 10 ever spoke to him or messaged him to apply pressure. And Philip Barton today also confirmed that there was no pressure on the substance of the vetting. I also want to deal directly with this point about the sequence of vetting. I have been through developed vetting. I've been through security vetting numerous times. It is completely standard procedure to make offers of jobs contingent on passing security. On this point, as on other points, there is simply no case to answer. What's more, this government is undertaking an extensive release of documents. Now I'm making some progress. In the interest of transparency and respect for this House, ministers have updated us on that progress with the humble address. And on top of that, the Foreign Affairs Select Committee is holding hearings. What's more, alongside that, the government has strengthened already the processes around national security vetting and senior appointments. So I ask again, what's the real substance here? We are not uncovering new facts. In fact, the opposition's argument has changed time and time again, as the member for Cardiff West so eloquently pointed out. What we are seeing is lots of throwing mud in the hope that some of it will stick. The party opposite is not speaking in the public interest, but in service of political opportunism. It is demeaning and diminishing an important parliamentary process. Our disciplinary processes are serious. They should not be used for political point scoring. A privileges investigation would not bring further clarity. It would only create a long, costly and wholly unnecessary duplication of processes that are either completed or already underway. It is a distraction, and I'm guessing that's why the party opposite wants it, a stunt, and that's why I will be voting against it. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, under the previous government, this House was treated with contempt. Standards were bent and procedures were torn apart to protect those in power, with the support of many members now sitting opposite. So we are entitled to ask, why do they raise this now? Well, it's for one reason only. Of course, it's because there's an election in a few days' time, but it's also because fundamentally they cannot accept the change this government is delivering. They cannot accept that we are investing in public services that they ran to the ground. Nor
I'm going to make the point again. We're debating privilege. We're not debating the government's record and its actions. David Pinto-Jaczynski.
Madam Deputy Speaker, so with that, I will then wind up. We were elected with a mandate to deliver change, and that's exactly what we'll do. The party opposite is trying to distract from that fact, but, Madam Deputy Speaker, it will not work.
Joy Morrissey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And may I echo the voices of other MPs across this House, particularly the member for South Shields, when asking why doesn't the Prime Minister refer himself to privileges? And if the Prime Minister has nothing to hide, why is he whipping his MPs against a House motion? Now, we have the Privileges Committee, as Madam Deputy Speaker, you know full well. The Privileges Committee, the Standards Committee, is there to judge us and our conduct in this House, to judge members. We sign a MP Code of Conduct when we become MPs, and these two committees are the select committees that judge our conduct in the House. The select committees, the Foreign Affairs Select Committees, all of these committees are to judge the government, to hold the government to account. Those two committees are the only committees that hold us as MPs to account. Therefore, why hasn't the Prime Minister taken the leadership that he has demanded of others time and time again and not refer himself to privileges? He has demanded others resign for far less trivial matters. He has referred and demanded that others be referred to privileges and standards. But why have the rules changed for him? Now, we could spend another afternoon laboriously analysing who did what and when. Another week of the Prime Minister telling us what he didn't know and wasn't responsible for. That the buck stops anywhere but here. This is from the man who has made a career of standing on the moral high ground. damning others for behaviour he is now demonstrating, demanding others do the honourable thing, something we now see he is clearly incapable of doing himself. Instead, choosing this painful spectacle, clinging on until inevitably those sitting behind him or beside him dispense with his tarnished services, which we all know they will do soon. And I note, Madam Deputy Speaker, many are absent from the front bench, perhaps on full-time leadership manoeuvres as we speak. But I do not wish to further condemn the Prime Minister, only offer my genuine sympathy on a basic human level for the embarrassment and shame he must be feeling underneath the veneer of virtue he has spent decades cultivating that is now crumbling to dust with his every word, his every defection, every desperate excuse. What goes around comes around. And for the Prime Minister, it has come around, right here, right now. It is an intensely sad and embarrassing sight. And for that, he does not deserve my condemnation, only pity.
Andrew Lewin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In advocating for the motion today, the Leader of the Opposition, who I see is just returning to her place, I know she was waiting for me, her essential argument, I believe, is that we in this House have not spent enough time debating this issue and that perhaps just one more committee would be the answer. Madam Deputy Speaker, before we began our debate today, 5 statements, 2 debates and more than 13 hours of debate here in the House of Commons. That's my count of how long we've been discussing the Mandelson issue. That's a small c Conservative estimate because it cannot account for PMQs, all the other ministerial questions, and it is of course distinct from the hearings, the very important hearings, being held by the Foreign Affairs Committee and the Intelligence and Security Committee, as it forensically carries out its work in compliance with the humble address and the release of all papers relating to Lord Mandelson's appointment as the Ambassador to the United States. Madam Deputy Speaker, I do not believe that the British public believe that just one more committee is the answer. But I do want to set out why I think we are at an important juncture and look at 3 things, 3 actions that have been taken by the government. The apology from the Prime Minister, the action taken across government departments, and the ongoing scrutiny that is still being applied to this case. The apology. The Prime Minister has offered repeated and unconditional apologies from that dispatch box, from when he's been asked questions by the media and to the victims of Epstein. He's made clear that this was an error of judgment. There has been a message of contrition that I believe that has been heard by people in this House and across the country. We all make mistakes. That is not in dispute. So let's turn next to the action that has been taken and continues to take place across government. More than 300 documents have already been released to the Intelligence and Security Committee in full compliance with the humble address. And I think this is really important because I was a part of the debate, and it was a good debate that this House had about involving the Intelligence and Security Committee in this process and giving them that oversight. And at the time, the benches opposite said that this was the very important thing to do, and there was a consensus across the House. But earlier today, I will happily.
Given way, I too was in that debate, and if the member remembers, as the House will show, it was the decision during the debate to suddenly do that. The government was going to vote against having the humble address. It was only because members from both sides of the House, particularly the Security Committee, put themselves forward to say, we have an option here. So the reason we were actually having the debate in the first place was because this side of the House compelled the government to come to give that papers away. He can't have it that it was just put out there by his side.
Andrew Lewin.
Thank the honourable member for his intervention. I remember it vividly. Members from both sides made the case, and I said in my remarks that it was an example of the House at its best because we came to a good decision to involve the ISC. But the reason I raised it again today, Madam Deputy Speaker, is because I was fascinated by what the Leader of the Opposition said. She characterised that committee as, quote, a never-never committee in her remarks earlier today, as if it would never come to the answer. So all of a sudden it seems that it's politically convenient that they've now lost faith in the ISC when they were advocating for it for so long. But more action has been taken, and it's important that it has been. On vetting has been discussed extensively today. The process that was in place under the last government and at the start of this government has gone and has already been changed by my honourable friend, the Chief Secretary, to the Prime Minister. In the future, all vetting will now be completed before appointments. That is absolutely the right change.
Right. But it's quite clear from the advice given by Simon Case in November 2024 that that was the situation. The only reason that we found out that there wasn't the alternative one was because the documents were forced into the open. And does he not agree that Chris Wormold's letter that suggested that everything had been done properly directly contradicts the direct advice given by the then Cabinet Secretary that you should do the vetting first? It's not compatible. It's illogical. And surely the honourable gentleman, who is giving the least embarrassing speech on behalf of the government so far, congratulations to him for that, can see that.
Andrew Lewin.
It's very kind. I'll see him on the cricket pitch in a week's time. Look, there's a serious point here in that there are a number of very senior civil servants that I'm going to come to who have given evidence on this and have said that process was followed. And it leads neatly into my next point about the importance of ongoing scrutiny. The scrutiny that is being conducted by the Foreign Affairs Select Committee. Very happy to give way.
On the point, and we've heard a lot of evidence today, does he agree with me that what's clear about the process is that there were so many inconsistencies and so much confusion that the Prime Minister was absolutely right to build back trust in that process and make the decisions that he has done?
Thank you. I appreciate the intervention of my honourable friend. I think he was absolutely right, and the House was absolutely right, to accept the humble address, to involve the Intelligence and Security Committee, and to give the Foreign Affairs Committee all the scope that it needs to ask questions of the key actors in the process. And just to remind the House, in the last few weeks and days, we've had evidence in public from Cat Little, Sir Oliver Robbins, Morgan McSweeney, and of course the Prime Minister himself repeatedly from that dispatch box. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Prime Minister and the Government is not hiding. It is putting everything in the sunlight, as an honourable member suggested earlier. But this is a deeply serious issue for the House and for the country. And I want to again associate myself with everyone who has spoken today about the pain that must continually be felt by the victims of Jeffrey Epstein every time this issue is raised. And our thoughts are with all of them. But the Prime Minister has apologised unconditionally. He has acted, and the government has acted, and scrutiny from 2 committees is still ongoing. So the judgment before us today is not whether scrutiny should happen, because it most clearly and evidently is. It's whether we should support a conveniently timed motion from the Leader of the Opposition to refer the issue to one more committee. I'm afraid, Madam Deputy Speaker, I do not believe that is the answer. And I would trust the judgment of this Prime Minister over the Leader of the Opposition every day of the week.
Social Eastwood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I just want to put 2 things on record here before I commence my remarks. So, the Labour Party don't stand for election in Northern Ireland. We do not have elections next week or the week after. So, everything I'm about to say has got absolutely nothing to do with a so-called political stunt, but everything to do with the integrity of this House. And by the way, I find patronising the context that we shouldn't be discussing these things because the government of the day want to get on with the cost of living. I have had 2 car bombs at the edges of my constituency in the last 5 weeks, so believe me, there are much bigger things that I would prefer to be talking about at this time. However, it is incumbent upon everybody in this House to make sure that everything we're doing is completely above board. Now, last week, I posed the question. I don't know why Mandelson was appointed. Prime Minister then said it was a mistake. But here's what I don't understand. Everything that was out there about Mandelson that would have been cause for concern was open source material. It was out there. Peter Mandelson wouldn't have survived the vetting for a kids' football club, and rightly so. And yet we're expected to believe from those benches that it's nothing to see here, we're going to do some process here and there. It's a bit of a hoo-ha, as if there's been a bit of opprobrium around an appointment of a local Rotary club. This is the government of the United Kingdom and Northern Ireland. And we need to make sure that everything that is done here has the trust and confidence of the people that we are sent to represent. One of the things that I'm really passionate about is people being able to get on in life. But if you look at the social mobility figures for the UK, they are declining steeply. And that should be a concern for us all. But don't worry about that. It seems to be jobs for the boys going great guns over the road there. Instead of a meritocracy, it's a chumocracy. And that is at the nub of this. We cannot get answers as to why this was done. So what I'm asking today, will the real Prime Minister please stand up? Please stand up. Is it the man who wanted to tread lightly on our lives? Is it the man who promised a decade of national renewal? Is it the man who said that he was going to do things by the book and better? Because in my nearly 2 years here, I have not seen that. So I would ask people from across the way, and I want to commend the member for South Shields for her heartfelt words, because this should not be about party politics. This should be about doing the right thing. And I'm here as one member of my party, so I'm aware that I'm speaking from a place of privilege myself. But believe you me, there's a stink here, and the public smell it. And if we're serious about getting better in terms of making our constituents' lives better, in terms of proving that this place can deliver, well, every single person here today has a choice. Make the right one.
Phil Brickell.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I just start by saying I do take serious exception to the remarks from the honourable member from Beaconsfield, who I see is just about to exit the chamber, complaining about us spending an afternoon talking, in her words, laboriously about process, because it is process that is on the face of the motion that the Leader of the Opposition has brought to this chamber today, and that is what we are debating, and it is because of her party bringing that, and I am more than happy to spend an afternoon talking about process, because that is what we are here to do. I speak today in this debate on privileges with a unique perspective, one garnered from almost 15 years of experience working in a highly regulated sector, with responsibility for managing financial crime and reputational risk at 2 FTSE 100 firms, accountable for decisions made in managing conflicts of interest, for promoting ethical codes of practice, for training staff on when to do the right thing, for testing the effectiveness of whistleblowing regimes, and for completing enhanced due diligence on individuals who pose heightened risk. That is an experience gathered in the UK, in the US, India, the UAE, and elsewhere. And I also speak today as a recently departed member of the Foreign Affairs Committee, and as someone who sat in Portcullis House only in November and quizzed Sir Chris Walmald, the former Cabinet Secretary, and Sir Ollie Robbins, former Permanent Under-Secretary at the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office, when they gave oral evidence to that committee in light of Peter Mandelson's sacking as UK Ambassador to Washington. Now, let me say this. First, my thoughts are with the victims of Jeffrey Epstein's terrible crimes. Nothing we say or do today can take away from the unimaginable hurt and pain that man caused and continues to cause for victims, survivors, their friends and families. Today and all days, we must remember them and do all we can to support them in their continued fight for justice. Second, I will confine my remarks to the specifics of the proposed referral to the Privileges Committee in the motion today. Mandelson's appointment, what was recorded in the Proprietary and Ethics Team due diligence report, the UK security vetting process, those are all topics which have been debated on numerous occasions in this place already and there remain live reviews underway, which I do not want to preclude in any way. Third, the Prime Minister has rightly recognised that appointing Mandelson as ambassador to Washington was a mistake. Mandelson's behaviour has been contemptible, and we are in no doubt on these benches that he should never have been appointed. It was a mistake for which the PM has faced significant opprobrium, and there have been consequences for the Prime Minister. Let us not forget that. The honest truth is that we are all fallible. The PM made an error of judgment. For that, he has rightly apologised last Monday in this House and sought forgiveness. But to suggest that he has in any way misled this House is a political fabrication, as I will set out. It is anchored not in a truth, but in a smokescreen of political mendacity, which supposes a cock-up somehow equates to a conspiracy. Now, the opposition may wish to move a motion to have the Prime Minister referred to the Privileges Committee, something which has not happened since Boris Johnson's referral back in the early part of 2022. That case, then, and the matters being debated today are like chalk and cheese, because Johnson was referred to the Privileges Committee for the most egregious of lockdown breaches, partying in number 10 in breach of the rules, while we all made daily sacrifices to contain the virus, denying that he had breached the rules, and then doubling down on his denials. And reading back through the 108-page final report of the Privileges Committee from 2023 gave me flashbacks, especially recalling that Johnson misled the House on no fewer than 6 occasions, that he misled the Privileges Committee itself, that he breached confidence, that he impugned the committee and undermined the democratic processes of this House, and perhaps most importantly, that he was complicit in a campaign of abuse and attempted intimidation of the Privileges Committee itself. I mention all of the above not to advance a political argument, rather to warn Conservative colleagues that the country does not forget what took place the last time the Privileges Committee convened to consider a PM's conduct and advise them to take heed of that history. I will give way.
Thank my honourable friend for giving way. And he speaks wisely at the time that Boris Johnson was indeed put before the Privileges Committee. And does he also believe this House should remember that the Prime Minister then lost an anti-corruption champion over this issue and they resigned, and that again members on the other side of the House would be well placed to remember what happened when the Privileges Committee actually found the misdeeds and wrongdoing of the previous Prime Minister?
Well, my honourable friend makes a very valid point, and he is a noble campaigner on cleaning up this House and the public sector more broadly. Now, today's opposition motion supposes the PM may have misled the House due to statements he gave in this place, first about due process and second about pressure. This is a complex topic, and given the forensic demolition of today's motion by my honourable friend, the member for Cardiff West, with reference to pressure, I will focus my remarks on due process. Now, before I speak more pointedly to process, as flagged by the opposition, let me say this. I have no special access to information. I've not spoken to any of the individuals concerned regarding Mandelson in any way, shape or form since the humble address. I offer only my analysis based on the documents we have been given before us and statements made to this House by the Prime Minister and others when giving evidence before Parliament. And I speak as a member of this House determined to drive up standards in public life, to improve the integrity of our system of government and to work constructively with members of all political persuasions to improve the standing of politics as a force for good out in the country at large. That's why only last week I met with the Ethics and Integrity Commission to give formal input into that body's workstream to tighten rules about financial disclosures, lobbying and the operation of the business appointment rules as they relate to ministers and senior civil servants. But first, let us consider ongoing proceedings, because on the 4th of February, this House passed a humble address relating to the appointment of Peter Mandelson as His Majesty's Ambassador to Washington, DC. It directed HM Government to, and I quote, lay before this House all papers relating to Lord Mandelson's appointment, including but not confined to the Cabinet Office due diligence which was passed to number 10, the conflict of interest form Lord Mandelson provided to the FCDO, material the FCDO and the Cabinet Office provided to UK security vetting, as well as, amongst others, and again I quote, All information on Lord Mandelson provided to the Prime Minister prior to his assurance to this House on the 10th of September 2025 that full due process was followed during the appointment. Now, subject to agreed redactions for national security and international relations purposes, as agreed with the Intelligence and Security Committee, the first volume of material was published by the Cabinet Office on the 11th of March, and the Foreign Affairs Committee has taken evidence from Sir Ollie Robbins, former Permanent Under-Secretary at that department. That took place last Tuesday. On Thursday, the Foreign Affairs Committee heard from Catherine Little, Civil Service Chief Operation Officer and Permanent Secretary at the Cabinet Office. And earlier today, it heard from Sir Philip Barton, previous Permanent Under-Secretary at the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office, as well as from Morgan McSweeney, former Chief of Staff at 10 Downing Street. And there is also a separate live police investigation being undertaken by the Met into Mandelson, which the Cabinet Office will be keen to avoid prejudicing. It will require a delicate balancing of information so as to ensure that detectives are able to conduct their vital work without it being in any way overshadowed by ongoing parliamentary inquiries. Which brings me to the reasoning for today's debate brought by the official opposition. Now, on the first limb, due process. To the best of my ability, my understanding is that the opposition contend that due process was not followed, one, because UK security vetting took place after Mandelson's appointment, and two, because his vetting decision was not escalated for discussion with Number 10 or the Cabinet Office. On the sequencing of events, let me set the record straight as I see them. When the Cabinet Office published its first volume of material, after the humble address, it included a file note marked Official Sensitive, Personal and Staffing, dated the 11th of November 2024. Advice to the Prime Minister, options for His Majesty's Ambassador Washington. In that note, written to the PM by Simon Case, Cabinet Secretary at the time, it is laid out in very clear language that one option was a political appointment, as was undertaken when Ed Llewellyn was appointed as HM Ambassador Paris by David Cameron in 2016 and as HM Ambassador Rome by Boris Johnson in 2022, for which there was a clear process to go through. To quote Lord Case in that note to the PM, if this is the route you wish to take, you should give us the name of the person you would like to appoint, and we will develop a plan for them to acquire the necessary security clearances and due diligence on any potential conflicts of interest or other issues of which you should be aware before confirming your choice. A letter is then needed from the Foreign Secretary to the PUS to FCDO formalising the decision to make a political appointment. That was in November 2024. Simon Case's note was followed up by another note dated the 11th of December 2024 from the PM's Principal Private Secretary, Nin Pandit, noting due diligence had been sought from the Propriety and Ethics team in the Cabinet Office on Mandelson, checks which were conducted by PET on the 4th of December 2024. Then after that, the PM's Chief of Staff discussed Mandelson's relationship with Epstein and noted the PM's Director of Communications was satisfied with Mandelson's responses to questions about contact. Importantly, this was before further information came to light in September of last year, when it was identified that those responses were not truthful. The PM's PPS, I'm going to make some progress if that's okay, because I want to make sure that I just don't like I'm in the flow of things, and I want to make sure. Well, I'm not halfway through yet, so I've got a long way to go. The PM's PPS flagged that the relationship between Mandelson and Epstein would be gone over with the Prime Minister by his private office, and the Principal Private Secretary noted that after a decision to proceed was made, only then would a decision be made as to when to make any appointments and announce it, and when the new ambassador would take up post, subject to a letter from the Foreign Secretary to the Permanent Under-Secretary at the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office, followed by approval by the King, and then agrément being obtained from the US administration. Correspondence from Number 10 to the Permanent Under-Secretary at the FCDO, and from the FCDO PUS at the time, Sir Philip Barton to the King's Private Secretary, was disclosed in the first volume of material published following the humble address, which testifies to this sequence of events taking place. And on the 20th of December 2024, the Private Secretary to the Permanent Under-Secretary at the FCDO emailed Mandelson congratulating him on his appointment, noting his onboarding, including regarding his clearance, which the head of the US and Canada department at the FCDO on the 23rd of December 2024 noted was an important, and I quote, first step. And when Sir Ollie Robbins came before the Foreign Affairs Committee on the 3rd of November last year, he said in response to a question from my honourable friend, the member for Putney, that, quote, as is normally the case with external appointments to my department and the wider civil service, the appointment was made subject to obtaining security clearance. Yeah. Moreover, Sir Ollie confirmed in that very session, and I quote, we also went through the standard UK national security vetting process for DV, and that I am absolutely confident that UKSV undertook the process in precisely its standard way, doing all the checks it would expect to do, and we had ample time to assess and decide on the basis of its work. Now, in reference to the remarks from the Honourable Member for Lagan Valley, it is worth confirming, noting actually, that it was confirmed to the Foreign Affairs Committee that the high-risk concerns in SV were not Epstein-related, just for the record. I will give way to her on that point because I've mentioned her.
Does that make it better?
I am correcting her on the points that were mentioned here. I'm not here to talk about the process. We will come on to that shortly. Former Cabinet Secretary Chris Warmore, at the same session on the 3rd of November, noted, and I quote, the normal thing is for security clearance to happen after appointment, but before the person signs a contract, as my honourable friend the member for Hendon has mentioned, and before they take up a post. If we are recruiting a permanent secretary or similar from outside the civil service, this is normally what would happen. The security clearance process would happen after the announcement of the appointment, but before the person takes up the post, and the appointment will be subject to the security clearance being granted. Mandelson was issued an FCDO employment contract with a start date of the 3rd of February 2025. At Section 17 of that contract, entitled Security Clearance, it is made explicit that, in inverted commas, you must obtain the required level of security clearance as soon as possible and maintain the required level of security clearance throughout your employment. Dated the 30th of January 2025, Mandelson's offer of fixed-term employment with the FCDO confirmed his, and I quote, security clearance was confirmed by vetting unit and is valid till 29 January 2030. Now, I will not be selective in referring to evidence given to this House which favours one view or another. So let me be clear. Ollie Robbins mentioned in his letter of the 21st of April to the Chair of the Foreign Affairs Committee that the then Cabinet Secretary, at the time of Mandelson's appointment being proposed, Simon Case, recommended, the operative word, in November 2024 that vetting should have been completed before an announcement was made. But in the very same letter of the 21st of April, Robbins was also explicit in confirming, and I quote, when the PM informed the House that the process had been followed in respect of national security vetting, he was correct. Moreover, on the topic of vetting, Robbins stood by the letter he wrote with the Foreign Secretary to the Foreign Affairs Committee on the 16th of September 2025, in which he confirmed ministers are not informed of any findings other than the final outcome. He went on to state in his letter on the 21st of April that, and I quote, this position reflected long-standing practice and guidance and correctly constrained our ability to share information beyond the vetting process then or later. He noted that the FCDO, and I quote, completed developed vetting to the normal high standard. That he, Robbins, met the Director for Estate Security and Network Directorate, ESND, and was briefed orally that Mandelson was a borderline case, leaning towards recommending clearance be denied, that the highest risks could be managed and mitigated as recommended by ESND, and that UKSV acknowledged the FCDO may wish to grant clearance. Robbins also confirmed that UK security vetting did not fail Mandelson, the FCDO did not overrule their decision, that a risk-based decision was arrived at by the FCDO, taking into account the feedback from UKSV as a result of the full vetting process having been gone through, and that DV clearance is a risk judgment. So Ollie was clear in his evidence to the Foreign Affairs Committee recently that no direct communication took place between anyone in Number 10 and himself, that the interaction between UK security vetting and the Foreign Office was, and I quote, entirely standard, and that clearance was granted subject to mitigations agreed following a FCDO Security Department assessment which could address the highest risks associated with Mandelson. And take remarks from Kat Little, Civil Service Chief Operation Officer and Permanent Secretary to the Cabinet Office, in her oral evidence to the Foreign Affairs Committee, which was clear in her remarks last week, which I quote, "My view is that due process was followed, and if I might explain why, I believe that is because the process, as I have outlined to the committee, is that UKSV makes a recommendation and the Foreign Office makes a decision as to whether to grant DV. That is the process, and that is the process that is agreed with the Foreign Office. Furthermore, on the topic of vetting, Kat Little was clear in her oral evidence to the Foreign Affairs Committee that I do have access to a number of emails which have been disclosed recently to me. What I can see is that there is a senior official from the Government Security Group who goes back to the Foreign Office security team and advises two things. One, that is a decision for the Foreign Office, and two, that they would advise that developed vetting is sought. And that, and I quote, the Prime Minister did not know about the UKSV conclusion and that he did not know which specific risks were identified at the time of appointment. Only this morning, former Foreign Office Permanent Secretary Sir Philip Barton said in front of the Foreign Affairs Committee he was very confident the appropriate process was carried out. So there we have it. Not my comments, but those of senior civil servants, a former Cabinet Secretary, two former Permanent Under-Secretaries at the FCDO, the current Permanent Under-Secretary at the Cabinet Office, all in direct contrast to the motion laid before the House by the Leader of the Opposition. All of the view that proper process was followed. Madam Deputy Speaker, I know whose words I would rather believe, and this chimes with the remarks the PM has made previously that, for a direct ministerial appointment, it was usual for security vetting to happen after the appointment but before the individual starting in post. Members on the opposition benches might take objection to the process. They would be right to do so. But it was a process set out at the time of the appointment, and it was the process which was followed by the Cabinet Office, by the FCDO, by UKSV, and ultimately by the Prime Minister, as the Minister ultimately accountable for the decision. The PM has rightly changed the process so that appointments can only be confirmed once vetting has been completed. And he has rightly appointed Sir Adrian Fulford to lead a review into security vetting to make sure that there is consistency across government into the means by which decision makers are informed of any concerns ahead of appointment. The PM has rightly set up the Ethics and Integrity Commission and tasked it with improving processes around lobbying, the revolving door between government and the private sector, and financial transparency. I commend him on those steps and his commitment to bring forward legislation as soon as possible to allow for the removal of disgraced peers. That is the right thing to do, and I trust that legislation will obtain support right across this House. Now, only yesterday, the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister confirmed that the Cabinet Office has passed to the Intelligence and Security Committee all the material it has processed as part of the humble address and judged to be prejudicial to national security or international relations. Over 300 individual documents. It includes a number that are relevant to the processes of Peter Mandelson's security vetting too. And we expect the second tranche of documents under the ambit of the humble address to be published after Parliament returns following prorogation. Now, as was mentioned in yesterday's ministerial statement on progress around the humble address, outstanding documents are either with the government awaiting publication, with the ISC, or with the Metropolitan Police, given the ongoing criminal investigation into Mandelson. The last time a referral was made to the Privileges Committee on a PM's conduct was during the COVID pandemic, and Boris Johnson was under an investigation by the Metropolitan Police for repeatedly partying in Number 10 during lockdown, and then misleading the House by saying that rules had been followed when they had not. And the police had issued fixed penalty notices for breach of COVID-19 regulations. I have mentioned the vital ongoing work within the Cabinet Office to view documents within the remit of the humble address, of the Intelligence and Security Committee's work reviewing proposed redactions, of the public evidence sessions held by the Foreign Affairs Committee, and the wholly separate police investigation. The question to therefore ask the Leader of the House is why bring this motion to the House now? Why bring this motion when we have not had the full disclosure of the documents within the ambit of the humble address, including the private messages, the WhatsApps, the additional minutes and file notes which were not included within Volume 1, published back in March? Why duplicate the work already being undertaken by the Cabinet Office and the ISC under the humble address? Why not wait until after prorogation, when the full documentary evidence is available, to then determine whether a Privileges Committee referral is warranted? Why not wait until all relevant witnesses have been able to give evidence to the Foreign Affairs Committee, including remarks given today, which we're only just in the process of digesting? The Leader of the Opposition makes much of due process in her motion. My retort is simple. Due process will also be followed in getting to the truth. Let all the documents be released, and then let this House determine the facts of the matter. And so the cynic in me would say that today's privileges motion is nothing but a barefaced political stunt designed by the party opposite, clutching at straws with just over a week to go until the local elections, to politicise a very important review process currently underway across government and Westminster, which hard-working and dedicated civil servants are working on, alongside ministers, to ensure the humble address is fulfilled as quickly as possible. My obligation, Madam Deputy Speaker, it is to this country first and above all else. I owe it to my constituents to outline my rationale and my way of thinking. I have done so, and that is why I will be voting with the government today.
John Lamont.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm not quite sure how to follow that, but I do hope the whips are listening to that job application for a promotion. In the history of opposition leaders in this place, no one was quicker to demand investigations. No one was more willing to take a pious, high and mighty view. No one was faster to demand resignations. No one talked more about accountability than the current Prime Minister. The Prime Minister claimed to the whole country that he was a man of morals and principles and high character. In opposition, he portrayed himself as the moral arbiter, the font of all things just. Now that he is in power, with the threat of an investigation hanging over him, his true self has been revealed. There was much evidence of the Prime Minister's failings prior to the Peter Mandelson affair, but this scandal has truly exposed him for all that he is and is not. In the Prime Minister's efforts to reject and suppress an investigation into this torrid affair, he has renounced all those claims he made to be a man of morals, principles, conviction, honour, and all the other similar words he lifted from the dictionary without really understanding their meaning. In opposition, it was apparent the Prime Minister said what you thought he needed to say, not what he meant. The litany of broken promises he has presided over since assuming office are a system, not a bug. Because this Prime Minister did not come into office with a plan or a vision or anything he would stick by. He told the country what he thought they wanted to hear, with no intention of keeping his word or delivering. In the Peter Mandelson scandal, he is showing who he really is. A Prime Minister with no substance. And if the House believes this sounds like a partisan political attack, let's not forget that it was the very scandal that provoked Scottish Labour leader Anas Sarwar to call for the Prime Minister to go. It is the handling of this scandal that caused Scottish Labour to lose all faith in his judgment and his leadership. And I notice the Scottish Labour MPs are looking at their phones at this convenient moment. At the very best, at the very least, the Prime Minister could have come forward and admitted all he got wrong here and thrown open every document so the public got the transparency they deserve. Then, as some small consolation for his failings, there would be some accountability. Yet, now, today, he still refuses to even deliver that. The Prime Minister rejects further investigation. He gives the distinct impression, the distinct appearance of someone afraid of scrutiny, running scared of what may yet come out, unable to accept the scale of the mistakes during this scandal. If his position does not change, then it is now on Labour backbenchers to show what they stand for. Will they let a Prime Minister of this political colour or of any blatantly disregard accountability and transparency? Will they let a Prime Minister refuse the scrutiny that the public expects when a scandal like this occurs? Will they let a Prime Minister away with such a grotesque error of judgment as appointing Peter Mandelson? It is their choice today.
Labour MPs have the opportunity to show they are not all of the same lot as the Prime Minister. They can demonstrate they meant some of the lofty promises they were elected on, or they can continue to back a Prime Minister who has lost his way and lost the country. If an investigation happens or not, this scandal has already told the public everything they need to know about this Prime Minister. Even if they can't see it, and even if the Parliamentary Labour Party don't accept it for many months to come, it is over. Refusing investigations like he is trying to do today only confirms what is already apparent. The Prime Minister is not who he claimed to be in opposition. The principles he claimed to hold are gone. His commitment to accountability was a nonsense. The morals he espoused were a con trick. The piety was all pretend. His promise to the British people was change. Change is what they want now. A change of position today, which should not be hard given the example this government has set during its short term in office. What's one more U-turn among dozens? Change in the culture at the heart of this government, so it does not meekly go along with the Prime Minister's appointment of people like Peter Mandelson. The country's had a good look at the Prime Minister now, no longer sees what they thought they did when he was in opposition. Even the Prime Minister must now look back at his own words and wonder, who was that? His record has not lived up to his rhetoric, or to the standards he claimed to hold, or to the promises he made to the British people. If the Prime Minister whips his MPs to vote against an inquiry today, he may survive in office a little while longer, but it won't change what he has done or stop the British public demanding change. I'll happily give way to my constituency neighbour.
I thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank my constituency neighbour for giving way. He's given a speech full of hyperbole, and I would simply ask, if we're to take this matter seriously, this is a motion about a specific question, and yet he seems to be giving a speech whether it's a referendum on the Prime Minister. Would you agree with me that it is simply not the case that that is what we are voting on tonight?
This motion is allowing if this motion, if it is passed by the House, will allow an investigation into the integrity and the decisions that this Prime Minister has made. It is the Labour MPs opposite, it is the Prime Minister who is blocking that investigation. We are grateful to the Speaker for allowing this motion to be debated today. The Speaker has decided that it meets the standard required to be debated. It is for MPs like the Honourable Member for Northumberland to decide whether he is going to stand with his constituents and not block this inquiry, not block this investigation. We all want answers. If the Prime Minister has nothing to hide, he should have no fear of this investigation taking place. I will be happily supporting the motion to allow this investigation to proceed, but I would just reflect and congratulate the members for North Shields, Nottingham East, South Shields, apologies, South Shields, Nottingham East and Kingston upon Hull South East for their very brave decision to break the Labour whip and to support this motion. Now, I remember sitting over there in that far corner as a government MP, having just voted for the Owen Paterson motion. I've never felt so dirty and disappointed in myself having made that decision to vote in that way, following the whip at the time, following party colleagues, which we thought was the right thing to do. It was the wrong thing to do, but my gut told me that, but I just wasn't brave enough, perhaps, to make that decision. A few months later, when the same moment arose and I had to decide, do I follow my whip and follow my conscience? I followed my conscience and I resigned. I did the right thing, and I have never regretted it. And I urge, my call on the Labour MPs today, who are mulling over this decision, is do what your gut is telling you to do. Follow your conscience and do the right thing. This investigation will provide the answers we all want, and the Prime Minister has nothing to hide. He has nothing to fear.
Chris Vince.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And before I start, I apologise to you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I can't promise as learned and long a speech as my humble friend from Bolton West. However, even in such a heated and highly controversial debate as this, I've managed to gain cross-party consensus. So my day has not been wasted. I am... I am pleased to get the opportunity to speak in this debate. Perhaps not so much that I'm speaking in this debate, but because, for me, the opportunity to speak in this place, to represent the people of my constituency of Harlow, is an honour every single day. And I hope that members across the House will recognise I do my best to avoid being too party political. In fact, I gave a whole speech in which the member for Beverley and Holmes wasn't able to intervene on me because I avoided being party political. I know, the challenge is on again, I appreciate that. Except when it comes to education policy, but I do declare an interest on that one. Also, Madam Deputy Speaker, that I've actively engaged in this matter, contributed when the Chief Secretary of the Prime Minister has attended this House, as he has a number of... He's not there. Okay. He's slipped out and I've got a speech. But the number of times he's been in the House, in his place, to respond to the humble address, and represented my genuine concerns about the vetting process, which I'm glad, which if he was here, I'd ask him to make further reference to in his wind-ups, but also express my genuine concern about the impact of the appointment of Peter Mandelson on the victims of Jeffrey Epstein. I also, Madam Deputy Speaker, want to express my deepest respect to the Speaker's office and to you personally. As you'll be aware, I do find you just a little bit terrifying.
Quite right.
More cross-party agreement. So I absolutely respect the Speaker's decision to allow this debate to take place in the House today. Now, I'll admit I was reluctant to speak in this debate, not because of my lack of faith in the Prime Minister, which remains firm, and not, as the member for Cardiff West mentioned, because I do genuinely worry about my security and the security of my family, and I have to put that on record, and members from across the House who've supported me in that matter will know what I'm talking about. But on a lighter note, I was reluctant to speak in this debate because I couldn't really work out how I was going to make reference to Harlow in it. But twice. And then I realised that actually that's the point, isn't it? Oh, he's here. Because I come to this place to talk about my constituent, my friend, my former work colleague Jamie, who works 6 days a week with nothing left to enjoy himself, to treat his family or his 2-year-old son. I want to be talking about how this government helps people like Jamie, how people in this... Yeah, sorry, I need a figure. Again, terrified. How we in this House can make a difference to Jamie and tackle the cost of living crisis. What I would gently say to both sides in this debate who have implied that those who don't agree with them are somehow selling their soul, I would just, respectfully disagree. And I was genuinely... So I came to this place, I was a teacher, you all know that, and I came to this place because I was angry with the former member for Surrey Heath and some of the decisions he made about education, because I frankly disagreed with them. And what really struck me when I came to this place was members opposite aren't these horrible, terrible, horned beasts that I was led to believe that they are. Some of them may be. However, some of them genuinely believed... Did I say horned? But genuinely, that I feel I'm going to have to do a point of order and apologise a minute. But they genuinely believe what they were voting for, and I saw that the other day in the pensions bill, where the discussion about mitigation came across. And look, I disagreed with what the members opposite said, but I respected their right to disagree. And I think it's important that in any debate, including this one, we agree to disagree. Yeah, go on.
I realise the honourable member is struggling to read his own handwriting. Does he have anything to say at all about the Prime Minister's conduct in appointing Peter Mandelson?
I thank the honourable member for his contribution, and I'm sorry that he is offended by my handwriting. I think there are probably more important things to discuss. I will.
A moment or so ago, whilst he popped out, the honourable gentleman was saying something rather nice and complimentary about the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister. I just wanted to give him the opportunity to repeat it. Now he's back.
I thank the honourable gentleman for a far better intervention. My comments I made for the Chief Secretary, the Prime Minister, while he popped out, was just that he will be aware that throughout this process I've contributed to his many contributions to the humble address and asked a number of questions to him about the vetting process and also about the impact that obviously this ongoing issue has on trade invoice Harlow, did you say? Has on the victims of Jeffrey Epstein. I think that's really important that we recognise that, and I'd ask him to comment on that in his wind-ups. Madam Deputy Speaker, the point that I wish to make, and I hope that it's taken on its merits, is that I absolutely appreciate members on the benches behind me who have spoken in support of this motion and are doing so because they believe it is right. However, don't assume that those of us on these benches that aren't doing that aren't doing the same thing. The majority of people in this House, whatever political party they represent, vote in these lobbies because they genuinely believe it's the right thing to do, for whatever reason. So I reject the concept that that's not the case. And I say to members opposite, I say politely to members opposite, trust me when I say it will be far easier for me to join them in the lobbies this afternoon, but I don't believe it is the right thing to do.
Harriet Cross.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And listening to the debate today, I fear Labour backbenchers who are not going to support this motion are being too pessimistic. They see a referral to privileges as a threat or something to fear. That's the wrong way to approach this. This vote and a referral to the Privileges Committee should be seen by Labour MPs as an opportunity. An opportunity for the Prime Minister to prove, as he says he believes, that he has done nothing wrong, that he has not misled the House. An opportunity for the government, who have summoned all their backbenchers here today, to demand and to expect them to give the Prime Minister their confidence, to instead show them that the loyalty the Prime Minister expects from them is justified. Because Labour backbenchers should be in no doubt, and as we've heard multiple times today, the manner in which this vote will be managed by the Labour whips is not usual for a motion to privileges. In whipping them to vote to save the Prime Minister from appearing before privileges, from having to explain himself, the Prime Minister is once again not following normal process. We have already heard many speeches from these benches of what the allegations are, that we believe the Prime Minister has misled the House, that due process, normal process, has not been followed, as the Prime Minister has repeatedly said it has. And Labour members must not forget that at the heart of this saga is the catastrophic lack of judgment shown by the Prime Minister when he hired the twice-fired known friend of a convicted paedophile to whom the Prime Minister knew he had retained, even after the annexation of Crimea, an exec role at Sistema, a company with Russian defence interests. That's the level of judgment and calibre of decision-making the Prime Minister has been trying to justify. And in trying to justify that, that is what has led to claims that he has been misleading the House, and which we are discussing today. The issue that Labour MPs have to face today is in deciding whether or not to support the Prime Minister's version of events, and is that too many times we have seen throughout this saga that it has been the Prime Minister's version of events versus that of others. By asserting that he has not misled the House, the Prime Minister is effectively saying that Sir Ollie Robbins and Sir Philip Barton have misled the Foreign Affairs Committee. And is that really what Labour MPs are comfortable supporting? So Ollie Robbins said that Number 10 put pressure on the Foreign Office to expedite Mandelson's vetting. The Prime Minister insists this didn't happen. Sir Philip Barton said today at the Foreign Affairs Committee that usual process for appointing an ambassador would be vetting first and then the announcement, not the announcement and then the vetting, as has happened in the case of Mandelson's appointment.
Yeah.
Yes.
I think she may be inadvertently misquoting the Prime Minister, but if I'm wrong, I want to invite her to quote the Prime Minister exactly, where he talked about pressure to expedite the process. Because my recollection of what the Prime Minister said was that there was no pressure to change the decision not to expedite the process.
It's a very welcomed intervention, and my recollection and that of most people on these benches is that the Prime Minister said there was no pressure whatsoever, and that is not what was said at the Foreign Affairs Committee, so both those things can't be right. Are Labour MPs saying that the Prime Minister is right, or are the Labour MPs saying that Sir Ollie Robbins misled the Foreign Affairs Committee? Both those things can't be right. Exactly. So they need to choose who they agree with. They need to choose which of those is correct. They both can't be correct.
Frank, give way.
Yeah.
I've got a suggestion for this disagreement that's going on in the House. Why don't we refer it to the Privileges Committee to decide?
Genius! My honourable friend is full of great ideas, and that is the calibre that we expect from the member from the Isle of Wight. Yeah. But on misleading the House, the Prime Minister said that no one at number 10 was aware that any concerns on Mandelson's vetting before the revelation had been made a few weeks ago, despite it being reported in the Independent in September last year. And on this very point, I submitted a name day question to the Cabinet Office last week, which was due to have been answered yesterday, simply asking, and I quote, whether the Independent is one of the newspapers to which A, the current, or B, any previous Director of Communications, Press Secretary, or anyone else at number 10 has a subscription. The name day deadline has passed. The answer has not been received. This was a simple question. Why has it not been answered? It would be very easy to find the answer to that question. Maybe no one at number 10 had a subscription to The Independent, but if they did, it would be difficult to hold the line, but no one at number 10 had any inclination until just a few weeks ago that there had been any issues with Mandelson's vetting. And if the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister would like to intervene now and shed light on either the delay or the answer to that question, I'll happily take the intervention. That says all you need to know.
He shook his head.
But to conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, I do hope that Labour backbenchers and indeed ministers see today as the opportunity it is for the Prime Minister. By voting for this motion, they will give the Prime Minister an opportunity to present his case to the Privileges Committee, an opportunity to prove his side of the story, an opportunity to, if, as he said, he did not mislead the House, to be exonerated of that claim. But I will leave MPs with this final thought. If, as he claims, the Prime Minister has done nothing wrong, why has he whipped the entire Labour Party, summoned them back from across the country, some of whom we have not seen in weeks in this place, in order to vote to prevent him having to give evidence to the Privileges Committee?
Dr. Luke Evans.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I usually come to this House to speak and represent the people from Hinckley and Bosworth and occasionally some of the people from across the nation to try and raise issues and debate those that are pertinent to this cause. But today my speech is aimed at the Labour backbenches because at the end of the day, regardless of what is said here, it's their decision when there's 400 of them who will decide what happens in this debate. And so I want to just gently highlight two parts. First of all, the standards set, and second of all, doubt. Now, the Prime Minister set very clear standards since he's been in Parliament. And it reminds me of the famous fable, The Fox and the Stork. Those of you not familiar with it will know that the fox invites the stork in to have dinner, and he serves soup. But mischievously, he serves soup in a flat plate, and of course the stork can't eat it. But the stork, not losing their temper, reciprocates and invites the fox back to have soup at their house.
And when the stork serves the soup, serves it in a very long, thin glass. And of course, the fox can't get to it and loses its temper. And the moral of that story is, the fable of that story is, treat others as you wish to be treated yourselves. And if we look at the process that the Prime Minister, the now Prime Minister, has taken, this is due process by the standards set by the Prime Minister happening back in retort to himself. And you only have to look at some of the tweets that he put out. The first one was back on January the 22nd. I quote, "The Prime Minister is a national distraction. Millions of people are struggling to pay the bills, but Boris Johnson and his government are spending the whole time mopping up their own rule-breaching, sleaze and deceit. He must go. He's got to go." But then he follows it up from this dispatch box to the Prime Minister stating, "There are only two possible explanations. Either he's trashing the ministerial code, or he's claiming he was repeatedly lied to by his own advisers and that he didn't know what was going on in his own office. Come off it." So this is the standard that the Prime Minister set himself before he became Prime Minister. And so is he following that standard? No. Well, we only have to see from other examples since the Prime Minister has been elected to see that he isn't. He gave passes to a donor to number 10. He took suits. He took glasses. He appointed a donor to the football regulator. And of course, when it came to freebies, he is the MP in the last Parliament that took the most freebies above and beyond even the 3 or 4 below him. So he set his own standard but doesn't seem to meet it. And that fits with the way in which he came into Parliament as well, because he said change, but he changed his promises. Yep. He said, "I would do things differently." And this is where I will agree, because when it came to a standards debate, as we've heard here, the last government said it was house business and didn't whip it. This government has made a change, and they're whipping it. Yep. The question is why? Which leads me on to my next point. We've talked about the standards. Now we need to talk about the doubt. I've heard today that some Labour MPs have no doubt in their mind about the Prime Minister. But I've equally heard other Labour MPs on that bench who do. And that's really, really important here. Because if you have no doubt, that's fine, vote against this motion. You're going to have to explain to your constituents exactly the decision you made and why, and live with that. That's what an MP does, and that's what an MP should do. But the Prime Minister himself clearly has doubt in his backbenchers, because as we've heard, he's going to whip this. Why? If he's so confident that so many people would come to the conclusion that there was nothing to see here, he wouldn't need to whip it in the first place. But we know the real reason.
Running scared.
There are so many unanswered questions. A Labour MP is saying there's no chink of doubt. There's no question unanswered. They can explain the inconsistencies from the civil servant, why it's taken months to get this sorted, why it required humble addresses, emergency debates, and still 9 months on we're having these debates. Why were comments in the PM's box notes left empty? You see, I don't believe Labour MPs are going to show the same lack of curiosity that the Prime Minister showed when appointing Peter Mandelson, because they have a duty and they know that to their constituents to make sure they get it right. How do I know all this, though? Well, because our side have been here before. Many of us on these benches are the remnants of what we had to go through. We've seen it. And the sort of hypocrisy I've talked about does cut both ways. And what did we learn last time? Well, it's the infection that gets you. And here we are 9 months on since I made that speech, and the infection is turning into sepsis. The patient is in real trouble. Which leads me towards the end, because at the end of the day, Labour MPs could learn from this side of the House, or they will share the same fate. You see, the Conservative Party is effectively a mirror to the Labour Party that they didn't ask for, but they'd be wise to study. And if they don't believe me, maybe they'll listen to a certain now Prime Minister back in the debate on the 21st of April 2022, who closed his speech by saying, "If we do not pass this motion and take this opportunity to restate the principles, we are all complicit in allowing the standard to slip. We are all complicit in allowing the public to think that we are all the same, that nobody tells the truth, and that there are alternative set of facts." That's what Labour MPs have to wrestle with. So I hope they listen to the now Prime Minister and his words back then.
Dr. Ellie Chowns.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'll aim to be brief and to the point. Before I start, I'd like to pay tribute to the very moving, powerful and thoughtful speech by the Honourable Member for South Shields back at the beginning of this debate. I do not underestimate the bravery that it takes to stand up and speak out, and to all Labour colleagues who resist the whip with courage today, I recognise that and really welcome it and value it. Because what's at stake today is trust, honesty and integrity, issues that go to the core of what our politics should be about. And the behaviour of a Prime Minister who promised to restore honesty and integrity to government. And I agree with the Honourable Member for Nottingham East, who said, again very powerfully, that our constituents do care about honesty, truth, trust, integrity. Now, it's well known that I have many criticisms of the Prime Minister and this government, as do constituents across the country. Yes, he has repeatedly shown very poor judgment. Yes, he has betrayed the hopes of those who voted for real change in 2024. Yes, I am deeply frustrated that we are spending so much time, that we have to spend so much time debating these issues when there are pressing daily concerns of our constituents facing a cost of living crisis that we should be giving more attention to. And yes, I think he should resign. But that's not what we're here to discuss today. Our decision today is not even on whether the Prime Minister misled the House, still less to judge whether it was an intentional or reckless misleading. Our decision today is to decide whether the Prime Minister has a case to answer that he may have misled the House. And it is absolutely clear that there is a case to answer there. Let's look at the detail of the motion. It cites 3 quotes from the Prime Minister's own words. The first being his assurances about full due process being followed in the appointment of Peter Mandelson. And yet, just this morning, we've heard yet more evidence from Sir Philip Barton, the primary civil servant in the Foreign Office at the time, who was absolutely categorical that normal process is that vetting comes first and appointment comes later. It was the opposite way round in this case. The Prime Minister, again as the motion says, made clear that his position was that the position of Mandelson was subject to developed vetting and that no pressure whatsoever existed in relation to this case. This is clearly not a tenable position. Now, some colleagues on the government benches have tried to claim that although it's perfectly clear that there was considerable pressure put on the timescale within the context of an already announced appointment of Peter Mandelson, within the context of there being absolutely no contingency plan for if the vetting process failed him, within the context that it would have been a complete foreign affairs crisis for that vetting process to have failed him. Those colleagues are asking us to believe that there was still no pressure whatsoever on the process. This is clearly, the Honourable Gentleman has said a lot today and there are others still waiting to speak. It is clear that there is a case to answer here That is the decision we have to make. Not whether the Prime Minister, not whether we're definitively certain that the Prime Minister misled the House, but whether we feel that there is a case to be answered, and thus this matter should be referred to the body that is in existence to deal with these issues, the Privileges Committee. Now, as many members across the House have already commented, the Prime Minister could and should refer himself to that committee. That would save a great deal of heartache, clearly, within the Labour Party. But if he will not do that, all of us, whatever our party, owe it to our consciences and to our constituents to refer him to the Privileges Committee and to vote for this motion.
Hear, hear.
Christopher Chope.
Madam Deputy Speaker, it's a pleasure to be able to participate in this very important debate. And I'm going to add a perspective from somebody who has never been in the Whip's office, but has witnessed the dark arts of the Whips in my time in this place. And I can see that what is happening today is that the Prime Minister has been persuaded by his Whips to put on a demand that all his troops should support him in voting down this motion, the consequence of which is that he will be even more unpopular, the results for Labour in the local elections will be even worse, and that as a result it will be easier for the Labour Party and its Whips to be able to scapegoat the Prime Minister for their failures. And so it will then be easier for them to change their leader, which is what a lot of them are yearning to be able to do. If the Prime Minister referred himself, or this motion was not being contested, then what would happen is that the Prime Minister, as many of my honourable and right honourable friends have said, would have the opportunity to go before the Privileges Committee, explain himself, and even if some of the allegations were proved to be true, in my view, Madam Deputy Speaker, the penalty would not be that severe. And I can remember at the time of the 1997 general election, when Margaret Thatcher came down to support me in Christchurch, that was the same day that one of our colleagues who was standing in another constituency was condemned by the then Standards Committee for having been in breach of the rules of the House. And so, Madam Deputy Speaker, the first thing that the former Prime Minister had to contend with when she arrived in Christchurch was, what do you think of Neil Hamilton? And she had what I thought was a perfect answer. She said, nobody's perfect. And obviously, when you answer a question like this, it's very hard to put any supplementaries in. And despite the press's best efforts, they weren't able to get anywhere further. And then they had to start talking about the Conservative prospects of winning back the Christchurch constituency in that election. But I think that if this matter was referred to the Privileges Committee, then ultimately the effect would be that somebody would say, well, nobody's perfect. They've got a Prime Minister who uses words which to exaggerate a situation by such as whatsoever. And whatsoever, when looked it up in the dictionary, is really to reinforce the strength of the proposition, that there'd be no pressure whatsoever. And so in using that word, I suspect, no, I'm not going to give way because I think we need to make progress. So the effect of using that word was to, I think, probably inadvertently mislead himself. I'm being generous. But what I'm really saying to members opposite is watch out. You are probably working very well together to bring down the downfall of this Prime Minister. And what I would say, Madam Deputy Speaker, is that my constituents would be delighted if there was a general election and a chance to change the government. But the last thing they want is to get rid of this Prime Minister and be faced with another Prime Minister from the Labour Party who they think will be far worse, even though they might be more effective. So that's my small contribution to this evening, but I hope that it may influence the way in which some of the members opposite choose to vote.
Sarah Ball.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Prime Minister came to this very dispatch box and said that no pressure existed whatsoever in relation to this Mandelson case. Now, I recall our late Majesty famously saying recollections may vary, but even for the Prime Minister, I really think that's stretching that phrase given the evidence that we have from Ollie Robbins and others. Now, recently, Madam Deputy Speaker, I was reading Black Box Thinking, a book by Matthew Said, which at its heart was talking about the importance of learning from failure and using that to improve. And in some respects, I think the Prime Minister believes that he has done all that is necessary by changing the process for appointments. But the Prime Minister is really missing the point. The issue is what has, or rather what has not been done, and what the Prime Minister told this House about, what he told the House about, whether this was misleading and whether it amounts to a contempt of the House, bearing in mind the standards expected of ministers as set out in the Ministerial Accountability and Ministerial Code. So this is not just an innocent mistake. The phrase, "the cover-up is worse than the crime," is really resonating with me at this moment, although I think the crime is equally heinous. And on the cover-up, now despite the member for Bolton's protestations, I notice he's not in his place, so I think he's probably tired himself out, to which I'd say brevity is the soul of wit. I simply say due process was not followed, despite the Prime Minister stating otherwise to the House. The security vetting was not carried out before Mandelson's appointment. The Foreign Office had to act at pace to confirm the appointment. Pressure was applied so that there would be an appointment before the inauguration. And as the member for Bridgington and the Walls has said in the House earlier, no minutes or records are kept of a key meeting from December 2024. This is a drip feed of constant information, and eventually, like dams, it will burst. And we're waiting for this to come out. Now, on the crime itself, this is really a question of judgment. Alarm bells should have been ringing. We all in this House knew about the Prince of Darkness. I mean, I was 10 years old when he was first dismissed. I was 13 years old when he was dismissed for his links with the Hinduja case. Again, I grew up knowing the background about Lord Peter Mandelson. And then it comes out about his links with Russia, his links with China, which is a national security risk, let alone we're talking about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. And all of this was brushed aside in a rush to appoint this man as our ambassador. Now, I'm sorely disappointed that members opposite are going to be made by being whipped to allow him not to go before the Privileges Commission. Because if he has no case to answer, then he has absolutely nothing to hide. The prosecutor is only prepared to ask questions, he's not prepared to answer any. And I am sorry that some of the Labour MPs have had to come before us and say they are scared about what will happen next for speaking out against this. This is not what we should be aiming for in this House. This is all about today, this privilege motion, about the House and its reputation. And I feel that the Prime Minister is under a duty to answer the questions. And the Privileges Commission is a perfect mechanism by which to bring certainty on the procedure and what has been said to this House. This House has a long and distinguished history. And this, using the Privileges Committee, is all part of preserving that history and the respect that people have for the mother of all parliaments. And it is above party allegiances. He, the Prime Minister, would save his MPs if only he would refer himself to the Privileges Committee.
Graham Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And it's a pleasure to take part in this debate. And I do, as many colleagues on this side of the House have referenced, it brings back deja vu, rather kind of horrible chill up my spine, remembering being on that side of the House and being pushed by the whips in certain directions to vote for certain things. And here we have a Prime Minister, and it's would have been said, but who promised to do things differently, to promise change, promised higher standards, promised transparency, and is the ultimate arbiter and keeper of the ministerial code. And yet, week after week, if politics is often about a certain amount of deflection, but seems to go beyond all past precedent in not answering questions and drives the Speaker up the wall to the point where they actually have altercations in the chamber. So there's that as a backdrop. So we have a Prime Minister who promised he would be particularly transparent, was in fact going to bring a duty of candour law forward before that was dropped, who promised higher standards and yet doesn't live up to it. And even the most, and we have some of them. I mean, we have the new trade envoy to Korea. Fabulous to see that loyalty can be rewarded. The honourable member for Rugby is in the chamber. Well done. So for those who think there can be a reward for backing the government, even when possibly you shouldn't, there can be reward for it. But as colleagues on this side of the chamber have said, if you don't vote with your conscience, if you don't do the right thing when your gut tells you to, you will regret it. And there's a particular change in today, because on this matter, which is a House matter, I'll give way to the honourable gentleman in a moment, on a House matter, to have a three-line whip on this, when the members who've spoken on behalf of the government line, one in his seat said he didn't think the three-line whip was a good idea, the others didn't want to answer on it. But who was the three-line whip for? Perhaps the Prime Minister's Chief Secretary can tell us, because the members opposite are telling us they would always vote with a conscience and they would always do the right thing. And yet, after the whips had phoned round, it was decided that they must impose a three-line whip. Now, it could be my honourable friend, who's never been a whip and hasn't much fondness for them, has put the ghastly deed at their door. Well, as a former whip myself, I tend to think it's more likely the whips did their job. They gave a nuanced but properly informed answer. And then number 10, sitting there in their bunker, panicking, their only job to keep the Prime Minister in place, make sure he's not replaced. They said, no, unless you can give us 100%. Well, there's no such thing as 100%, the Chief Whip would reply. No, I insist that there be a three-line whip imposed, and that happened. But the honourable lady, who's a brilliant tennis player and great partner, will forgive me if I give way to the honourable gentleman who I referenced, and I therefore should allow to come in.
Thank the honourable gentleman. I like the honourable gentleman a great deal, and I thank him for his kind words. The moment's somewhat past, but he was implying that the Prime Minister is avoiding answering questions. But this is the if you listen, this is the Prime Minister who came before the House last Monday and answered questions from honourable and right honourable members for 2.5 hours. And the honourable gentleman spoke about transparency. This is the Prime Minister who led a government that is releasing all of the documents before this House and the public. So you can talk all you like about transparency. The right honourable gentleman can talk all he likes about transparency and answering questions. I've just demonstrated that both of those things have been achieved already.
Well, the honourable gentleman, as so often, does two things brilliantly. One, he reinforces his merit in terms of the whips and future position on that side, and yet makes our case for us. Yeah, dragged before the House. It's not me. The Speaker was falling out with him, and the Speaker is formerly a Labour MP. It's just the frustration of a whole nation at a man who promised he'd be open and transparent, who can't ever just give a straightforward answer. It's got to the point if he was asked whether he'd like mash or new potatoes, he'd say to his wife, he'd start talking about pork chops. He just can't answer the question. And when he is dragged here, I'd say to the honourable member for Rugby, and that's what the issue today, he misled this House. And we've gone over it, I won't go over it all over again, you'll be deeply relieved, but he said that due process had been followed. We know that, and we had evidence today, didn't we? Morgan McSweeney said, he interviewed. He's an old pal of Mandelson's. He was the man pushing for Mandelson's appointment, and he's the guy who asked Mandelson the questions, and then, whoa, let's review the answers that he got. Let's get now Lord Doyle, another pal of both of them, to provide the independent review. That is what the Prime Minister presided over, all in order to deliver what McSweeney also made very clear today was absolutely the Prime Minister's decision. He made the decision. He got his mates in this crony boys' club to sit around and review each other and then put Mandelson into place. And then he came here, and that's the point, and said that due process was followed. Due process was not followed. We know only because, and again the government had to give way halfway through the debate because it could see the direction it was going, only because of the humble address have we found out that the official advice to the Prime Minister, the official advice from the Cabinet Secretary was that you must, if you're going to have a political appointee, You must do the vetting before you announce it. That was there. And this effort, and that wasn't in the public domain when Chris Wormald, who will have to answer for his own judgments himself, came out and said, oh, all due process was followed. But quite clearly, to anyone who could read that advice and see what happened, it wasn't followed. So Chris Wormald's letter was false and wrong, and claiming it as the great defence of the Prime Minister, I don't see how you square it. And we've had no answers to that. So we've got so many questions. That's even before we get to last week, as the Honourable Gentleman says the Prime Minister was here. But under that questioning, he, and from my right honourable friend who does a brilliant job of keeping her temper while he evades and seeks not to answer, he said there was no pressure whatsoever. Now, quite clearly that's not true when Ollie Robbins repeatedly said how much pressure there was. So there are plenty of reasons to believe that the Prime Minister, who said he was going to set a higher standard, has misled this House. That's all we need. As the Speaker said, we're not judge and jury today whether he did mislead the House. That's why we have this a Privileges Committee to look at it. It's dominated by Labour MPs. And such is the lack of confidence in Number 10, perhaps in the Whip's office, certainly in the Cabinet, for this Prime Minister, that not only does this Prime Minister not trust the Labour MPs on that committee, it doesn't even trust all the members opposite who are being dragooned into voting for something with a three-line whip when no such whip should ever be applied.
Dave Dugan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I want to start with a clumsy metaphor. And if you're in public, not you, if one is in public office, having anything to do with Lord Mandelson is akin to filling the world's smallest hot water bottle with the world's largest kettle, dressed only in your shorts and your flip-flops. The question isn't whether you'll get burned. The question is how badly you'll get burned, and potentially how fatally one could get burned having anything to do with Peter Mandelson. And one of the falsehoods that the Prime Minister has sought repeatedly to advance is that this was a mistake. It was a mistake to appoint Peter Mandelson. It was no such thing. It was a debt to be repaid. He had to appoint Peter Mandelson to that job. It was a deal he made with the devil. It was a high-stakes political game of Russian roulette. And the Prime Minister pulled the trigger when the bullet was in the chamber, and it went off at the heart of his government. And now they've got through the noise of the bang, they're all suffering from some sort of collective cognitive dissonance where they can't see what a preposterous defence the Prime Minister and the Labour Party have mounted. I'll frame the rest of what I've got to say around honesty, integrity and respect. On honesty, the PM's version of events is inconsistent with the evidence in its greater or lesser part than that which has been proffered by officials. That much is clear. That in itself is enough to seek recourse to the Privileges Committee. The Prime Minister's evidence consistently sought to omit that this was a catastrophe of his own making for the reasons that I've set out insofar as it was political payback. These are the detriments and demerits against the Prime Minister on the honesty front, but I can't be the arbiter of that. On integrity, he made this happen, as we've discussed. It's his mess, but he has inflicted substantial damage to politics across these islands. Many of us are campaigning in elections at the minute, and most of us will realise people don't care which party you are in when they've lost trust in politics. It's a plague on all of our houses, and that plague is now substantially more fatal because of the actions of the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister was but what? Does somebody want to intervene on me? No, I didn't think so. The Prime Minister was but one of 5 actors involved in this debacle, and all the other 4 actors have lost their jobs, while the Prime Minister, for the time being so far, keeps his. And I want to touch briefly on the whipping scenario. I won't go over the ground that people have said already, Madam Deputy Speaker, that is deeply questionable about the conviction of backbenchers in their Prime Minister, or conversely, the conviction of Prime Minister in his backbenchers, that they've whipped this vote. But to be clear, notwithstanding the very brave speech given by the honourable member for South Shields and others, I'm prepared to believe that there are Labour MPs over there who will go through the no lobby tonight and vote against this motion in good conscience on the basis of the evidence as they see it, and that's fine. The problem they've got is they've been whipped to do it, whether that's their position or not, and they should be absolutely furious about that. But I can't be the arbiter of that. And on respect, finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, the appointment was a mistake. No, the Prime Minister must take responsibility. Officials and SPADs have all had to walk the walk while he remains in post, looking increasingly like a cuckoo waiting for his successor to arrive. And on respect, the most important thing on respect is when he stands there and he says that he's sorry to the victims of Epstein. What he should continue to say is that when I appointed him to the pinnacle of diplomatic appointments within the United Kingdom over in Washington, I appointed him in the knowledge that he was a sympathiser and close friend and confidant of the world's most prolific paedophile, and I still appointed him. I just didn't know how much of a friend and a confidant he was of the world's most prolific paedophile. That is no defence, Madam Deputy Speaker. I know that. I'm surprised the former Director of Public Prosecutions doesn't know that that's the shallowest of all defences. And in closing, I will say that many members opposite have talked about how often and how many hours the Prime Minister has spent in this chamber fielding questions. Well, very, very few of them were actually answered. And but for the Leader of the Opposition, nobody gets a right to reply to the questions the Prime Minister serially doesn't answer about the appointment of Peter Mandelson. So recourse to the Petitions Committee is what we need to see here. All the things I've said, I can't be the arbiter of that, and neither can anyone else in here, but the Privileges Committee can.
Ben Obsejecti.
Why does the Prime Minister think everybody else's actions have consequences except his own? A question the country would like an answer to, a prescient question given the appearance of several recently defenestrated senior civil servants. But it isn't my question, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's the Prime Minister's own question from 2022, and how hollow those words must feel now. The testimonies from Sir Oliver Robbins last week and by his predecessor Philip Barton and the Prime Minister's former Chief of Staff Morgan McSweeney this morning, all casualties trailing in the wake of a Prime Minister who will stop at nothing to save his own skin, to torpedo what last vestiges of credibility the Prime Minister is desperately clinging on to. The Prime Minister set the conditions for Peter Mandelson to be the UK ambassador to the United States with a devil-may-care attitude to the consequences. The public announcement of his appointment in December 2024, His Majesty the King being informed, agreement with the United States being secured, all before vetting had taken place, ensured that the appointment was a fait accompli. Peter Mandelson then being granted access to the FCDO building and higher classification briefings before he was granted his developed vetting is a shockingly lax approach to our national security. It is not one without precedent, though. We saw much the same laissez-faire attitude with the previous ministerial appointment, that of the Prime Minister's special envoy to the British Indian Ocean Territory, Jonathan Powell. A similar pattern, access to the FCDO granted, access to classified documents, use of unsecure email for communications, question marks over potential foreign influence, all confirmed to have taken place prior to his developed vetting within the last few hours by Morgan McSweeney. Only this was 6 months prior to the Mandelson farrago. As I said at PMQs last week, playing fast and loose with national security is a key characteristic of the Prime Minister's chumocracy. The question of Mandelson's security clearance itself asks a host more questions. When Peter Mandelson commenced his role, he had already been given developed vetting, although UKSV had highlighted concerns. That's now well established. But if full due process was followed, why was Ollie Robbins sacked? On the 4th of February, less than a week before Mandelson started his role, the Appointments and Interchange Officer of the FCDO informed him via email that the role also required STRAP in addition to DV, and that a new STRAP application would need to be made. So Oliver Robbins confirmed that it was clear to him that he had received STRAP clearance from the STRAP authorities. In the chamber during the statement on the 16th of March, I asked the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister there in his place, what level of security clearance Mandelson had been granted. Notwithstanding the minutiae of whether developed vetting is a clearance level and strap as a role-specific access, the reply I received from the Minister for the Indo-Pacific, somewhat conveniently 1 hour after The Guardian broke its story, only stated that Mandelson had developed vetting upon commencement of his role on the 10th. So when was his strap application made, and when was it granted? I asked the Prime Minister last week, and despite his legendary forensic eye for detail, he had no idea. Did the intelligence services also have access to the UKSV vetting report? The wider question is also what assessment the US intelligence services made of Peter Mandelson. Did he pass vetting by the US State Department? As the nexus for all Five Eyes intelligence and US-UK eyes-only intelligence coming from the United States, was Mandelson granted access to all the available intelligence in order to discharge all his responsibilities as ambassador? Would the US, for example, have given him visibility of TK-level imagery? What assessment has the government now made of the damage this debacle has done to the UK relationship with the United States? It is surely no coincidence that this special relationship has soured at the same time as this fiasco has unravelled, quite aside from the other faux pas the government have made in recent weeks. Even more damning, as Sir Ollie Robbins' testimony, was the Prime Minister's dogged determination to reward the now Lord Doyle.
Yeah.
I was under strict instructions not to discuss that with the then Foreign Secretary, which was uncomfortable. I found it very hard to think how I could explain to the office what the credentials of Matthew were to be an important head of mission role, when I was in danger of making very senior, very experienced diplomats leave office. The fact that the Prime Minister put pressure on the FCDO to give Lord Doyle a head of mission role in the diplomatic service in March last year, despite his complete lack of qualification for the role, owing for that same individual to later have the Labour whip removed, owing to his relationship with Sean Morton, a man subsequently convicted of possessing indecent images of children, the Prime Minister very deliberately directed that that information was withheld from the then Foreign Secretary, although I suspect that that's not the first time he's done that. Two men with proximity to convicted paedophiles, both Labour peers, both key figures in the Starmer project. This government's cronyism is second only to its nepotism. And knowing what we know about the role that Peter Mandelson played in the last reshuffle, what confidence can the general public have that ministers who owe their careers to Peter Mandelson would vote honestly in this coming vote? It isn't on this side of the House that we have to worry about whether Peter Mandelson paid for anybody's wedding. Wow. The laissez-faire attitude to Peter Mandelson's appointment has illustrated the nonchalance, arrogance and incompetence of the government under this milquetoast premiership. There's a key question we come back to once again. Why does the Prime Minister think everybody else's actions have consequences except his own?
Yeah.
The public must be assured that there has been an investigation to whether the Prime Minister misled the House. The Privileges Committee must investigate the Prime Minister, and Labour MPs must vote for this motion, for transparency and truth, not the defence of a Prime Minister who doesn't deserve their blinkered loyalty.
Ayub Khan.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I first of all extend my thoughts and prayers to the victim of Epstein. Can I also commend the bold and courageous contributions by the honourable members that sat opposite, which will be voting with the motion. Madam Deputy Speaker, I was elected as an independent Member of Parliament to represent the people of Birmingham Perry-Barr without fear and without favour. I was sent here without a party whip, without shackles, controls, or indeed hidden notes given to me behind closed doors. I was sent here to exercise my judgment, my discretion, and my conscience at the behest of my constituents. And that is exactly what I do each and every day. Because the truth is, the British public feel deeply, profoundly disenfranchised. Too many people no longer trust politicians. Too many believe that we say one thing and do another. Too many people feel that there is one rule for those in power and another rule for everyone else. And we cannot simply dismiss this sentiment. We must confront it. Honesty matters, integrity matters, credibility matters, and above all, transparency matters. Because without these fundamental elements, public confidence does not just weaken, it disappears. And once it's gone, it's incredibly difficult to rebuild. So I ask colleagues across this House, especially those colleagues that sit opposite, what message do we send today if we refuse even to allow a committee to examine the facts? What are we saying to the public if we block scrutiny before it has even begun? This motion is not a verdict. It's not a judgment. It's not a declaration of guilt. It's a process, a fair, established parliamentary process to examine evidence, to determine the facts and to allow the truth to emerge. And yet we are told that members on the Labour benches are under a three-line whip. For those outside this chamber who may not know, that means they are being instructed, compelled to vote against this motion, to vote against even allowing the question to be examined. So let us be honest about what that looks like. If an individual votes to prevent this investigation, they are not defending due process. They are denying it. They are not upholding transparency. They are obstructing it. And they are not strengthening public trust. They are further eroding it. Because to the British people, it will look like they are shielding. It will look like blocking. It will look like protecting the powerful from scrutiny. And that is precisely the perception we should all be fighting against, not reinforcing. If we expect the public to follow the rules, to respect the law, and to have faith in our institutions, then we must hold ourselves to the same, if not higher standards. We cannot ask for trust while refusing accountability. We cannot demand integrity while avoiding scrutiny. And we cannot rebuild confidence by closing ranks. This is a moment that calls for courage, not partisan courage, but moral courage. The courage to say, let the process take its course. The courage to say, no one is above scrutiny. And the courage to put principle above party. As an independent member, I answer only to my constituents and to my conscience. And I'm confident that every member that sat opposite and their conscience too tells me that supporting this motion is the right thing to do. Not because of politics, not because of just principles, not because of personalities, but because the standards we owe to the British public. So I urge colleagues across this House, particularly those under instructions today, to reflect carefully on the message your vote will send. Will it be a message of openness, or will it be a message of obstruction? Will it be a message of accountability or a message of avoidance? Because the public are watching and they will draw their own conclusions. Mr. Speaker, if we are serious about restoring trust in politics, then we must be serious about transparency. If we are serious about integrity, then we must be serious about scrutiny. And if we are serious about public confidence, then we must allow the truth to be examined, wherever that truth leads. And for that reason, I support this motion. And finally, can I say this? The Prime Minister is willing to put each and every member of Parliament of his political party at risk at the next general election. But he will not risk himself going in front of this privileged committee. Thank you.
Shadow Secretary of State Alex Burkhardt.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It has been a long and sometimes interesting debate. We have had some revelations. I was very interested to hear the speech by the Right Honourable Gentleman, the Leader of the Liberal Democrats. I'm sure we will all be delighted to hear that the Liberal Democrats are now opposed to sanctimony. I was also interested to hear from the Father of the House that he's not particularly political. And I welcome the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister back to his place. I congratulate him on the fact that the Today programme this morning he was being lauded as the Prime Minister's right-hand man. I hope that you will be not made too anxious by what's happened to all of the other Prime Minister's right-hand men. And,
he is smiling. He is smiling.
The motion before us today is very, very simple. The motion before us today is about starting a process which will take what is being discussed in this House and put it in the hands of a group, a committee of our peers who will get to adjudicate because there is no agreement on these points. This is the process that has long existed in this House to resolve issues such as these. We're doing this for a reason. It is simply because... Come on. Come on. We're doing this for a reason. It is because members of all parties, believe that there is reason to believe that the Prime Minister may have misled this House. And so those Labour MPs who stood up and said, to the horror of the Liberal Democrats so sanctimoniously, that this was some sort of political stunt, OK, all right. Do they think that the honourable lady from South Shields was part of a political stunt? Yeah, exactly. Do they think that she was part of a political stunt when she said, good, decent colleagues will be complicit in a cover-up? When she said, it is a matter for privileges, was she part of a political stunt? Was it all about the local elections for her? When the honourable lady from Lagan Valley stood up and explained that she has no Labour opponent, she doesn't have any local elections, was she part of a political stunt? Was the honourable gentleman not in his place at the moment, the member for Kingston upon Hull East, when he stood up and said that he doesn't believe the House was misled by the Prime Minister, but he does think that the Prime Minister should be referred to the committee? Was he part of a political stunt? This falls away at the first hurdle. Exactly. What is going on here is a political objection because the Labour Party knows that the Prime Minister may well be in the wrong and they are scared of referring him. And that's the only reason. That's the only reason they need to put down a hard three-line whip and start twisting arms. Do they really believe that the member for Grangemouth was part of a political stunt? The member for Bradford East was a part of a political stunt? The member for Clapham, who's absent, who's tweeted that if she was here, she would be voting for this motion. They think she's part of a political stunt? No. As my right honourable friend from Belfast East said at the start of this debate, if the government has nothing to hide, it has nothing to fear from the procedure committee. Now, a number of Labour MPs have objected, saying that they think the Prime Minister is innocent, and they're perfectly entitled to make that case. We think that case is wrong, which is why, as my honourable friend from Gordon Buchan elegantly pointed out, that is why we need the Privilege Committee to adjudicate. A number of Labour MPs thought that the Prime Minister should have referred himself. Indeed, he should have done. It would have been the simplest way of moving this whole process on without any further need for the House to agonise over it. And those Labour MPs who stood up and said how sad it was that they couldn't debate all the other things they wanted to debate today, they could have done if the Prime Minister had referred himself. The case, which has been well trodden this afternoon, I will make again very briefly, is on 2 points. It's on full due process and it's on pressure. And on full due process, we know, because of the humble address, and only because of the humble address, a point made elegantly by my friend from Beverley, that Simon Case, the then Cabinet Secretary, set out in November 2024 what full due process looked like. That the Prime Minister's appointee had to have security clearance before he was appointed, and he had to declare his interests before he was appointed. So far, the government, despite being asked on very many occasions whether Peter Mandelson filled in a conflict of interest document, have been unable to tell us. Did not release it in the humble address and have not been able to tell us whether such a document even exists. And on the case of security clearance, well, we know that this wasn't followed. We know that the Prime Minister immediately went ahead and made the appointment anyway, despite the fact that he had been told by the Cabinet Secretary that he should not do this. But look, there are plenty of other reasons why we know that full due process wasn't followed. It doesn't require any great experience of government to know that full due process does not include reading a due diligence document by the Cabinet Office which tells you that Peter Mandelson was a director of a Russian company during the Russian invasion of Crimea, and then think, well, we just did security clearance later. That's obviously not full due process. It's not full due process to ask Peter Mandelson's Labour Together friends to complete the clearance process for him. It's obviously not due process. And it's not due process to not keep any records of any meetings, of any calls, of any decisions in a way that is clearly in violation of all of the guidance given to civil servants. this in no way was full due process following. Those people who have nobly stood up and tried to make a case that Wormald, the later Cabinet Secretary, said it was all done fine. Let us remind the House that Wormald's letter to the Prime Minister was written on the 16th of September. By that time, the Prime Minister had already told the House that full due process was followed. The system was trying to defend a position that the Prime Minister had already made very clear in the House repeatedly. And at that point, at that moment in time, on the 10th of December, when he told my right honourable friend, the Leader of the Opposition, that full due process had been followed, the last piece of advice given to him by a Cabinet Secretary was from Simon Case. He knew that he had not followed full due process. On the point of pressure, that, I'm afraid, it's also very clear that the Prime Minister, at the very least, misspoke in the House last Wednesday. The Prime Minister said yesterday, he said that Sir Ollie Robbins went on to say, I'm quoting at this point, "I have complete confidence that recommendations to me and the discussion we had and the decision we made were rigorously independent of any pressure." But what Sir Ollie actually said to the Foreign Affairs Select Committee was, "I also have complete confidence that their recommendations to me and the discussion we had and the decision we made were rigorously independent of that pressure." There's a difference between no pressure and there being pressure. Sir Ollie, as he made very clear throughout his whole testimony, was put under pressure. He and his office were put under pressure. And when the Prime Minister said, and I quote again, Sir Ollie was absolutely clear that nobody put pressure on him to make this appointment, that is manifestly false. Because what he actually said was throughout January, honestly, my office and the Foreign Secretary's office were under constant pressure. Again, he said, while I think the department felt under pressure, we were proud of the fact that we had not bowed to that pressure. And he also said that he was very clear that he found an atmosphere where this was not just, please get this done quickly, but get it done. That was, I think, pretty clear. Yeah, it deserves to be said loudly because it's important, because the Prime Minister appears to have misled the House and not corrected the record. And under the ministerial code, as everyone knows, a minister sometimes makes mistakes, but they have to come and correct the record at the earliest available opportunity. The earliest available opportunity was Thursday. We could have probably squeezed it to Monday, but it is Tuesday, and the Prime Minister is still pretending that he has done nothing wrong, even though it is here in black and white for everyone to read. There is clearly a case to answer. There is clearly a case to answer, Mr. Speaker. And I have sympathy for all those Labour MPs who have spoken in this debate, who have deep concerns and grievances about this, and I also have a very great deal of sympathy with those who feel the same way but haven't spoken. The Prime Minister's failure to self-refer, as several Labour MPs have suggested, has put them in this position, and they are being whipped to support something that they know is wrong. They are being whipped to support something they know their constituents will hate. They are being whipped to defend the Labour Together machine, which has brought such shame on the Labour Party. You've all taken money from them, so you can get angry. You've all taken money from them. Well, not all of you, to be fair. There are some honourable members opposite who are calling for an investigation into Labour Together, and quite rightly so. And they are being whipped by a Prime Minister who will lead them over the edge of the cliff if they let him. As my right honourable friend from Herne Bay said very powerfully, it is important in politics, at the end of the day, to be able to look yourself in the eye. And I know that there will be many Labour MPs who are going through the lobbies tonight who will struggle to do that. They don't need to. They all know how this ends. Where this ends is with the Prime Minister not fighting the next general election. They all know where this ends. It ends with them having then to justify what they've done. They then are left only with what is left of their reputations.
Secretary Jones.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Can I just begin by saying that the comments from the honourable member in his final speech, not least at the beginning where he visibly enjoyed his jokes more than the rest of us in this House, shows that for them on that side of the House, this is purely a joking matter. But we take this seriously, Mr. Speaker, And so I will speak to the substance and the motivations of the motion that's before the House today. Before I do so, can I thank all right honourable and honourable members for their contributions to the debate. I would particularly like to thank honourable friends and other members who reminded us, as they should, that the victims of Jeffrey Epstein suffered the most hideous abuse and will be reminded of that every single time this matter is debated. The Prime Minister has apologised to them and expressed his ongoing regret for having appointed Peter Mandelson in the first place, which he knows is at the heart of this matter. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister and indeed the whole government recognise the importance of transparency in respect of Peter Mandelson's appointment and dismissal as ambassador. This is why this is my 8th appearance at the dispatch box to provide updates on these issues, and why the government welcomes the opportunity today to debate the substance of the motion before us. Can I also recognise the diligence of this House's select committees to pay tribute to the work of my right honourable friend, the member for Islington South, and the members of her committee for the important work that she is leading on the Foreign Affairs Select Committee. Members from across the House will have heard the evidence from a number of officials and the Prime Minister's former Chief of Staff as part of that ongoing work in this Parliament. I would also like to thank the Honourable Member for North Dorset as Chair of the Public Administration Committee and the members of the Intelligence and Security Committee for their support in providing additional layers of transparency and accountability as the Government complies with the humble address. Mr. Speaker, moving to today's motion from the Leader of the Opposition. I won't. In recent weeks, Mr. Speaker, I will happily give way in due course, but I want to turn to the substance of the motion first. In recent weeks, Mr. Speaker, some have accused the Prime Minister of dishonesty, saying there was no way that Foreign Office officials would have given Peter Mandelson's clearance against the vetting agency's recommendation, let alone without checking with the Prime Minister himself. The Leader of the Opposition herself on BBC Radio 4 said he knew, and I quote, that I know he is lying. But the testimony provided by Sir Ollie Robbins has disproved those accusations without further question. So rather than focus on the issues affecting our constituents and the country's most, what do the opposition benches do? They try to shift the goalposts and have tried again and again to make their arguments fit. Today alone, Mr. Speaker, we have heard members of opposite bounce from one accusation to another in a desperate search for something that will stick. And we have been subjected, Mr. Speaker, to the ranting incoherence of the Leader of the Opposition, where she's in search of something that she could use to justify today's politically motivated spectacle. I think we've heard enough, Mr. Speaker, of the ranting incoherence of the leadership of the opposition. So let's take the specific allegations in turn. First, Mr. Speaker, as to whether the Prime Minister was correct when he said full due process was followed. Yesterday, the government deposited a letter from the then Cabinet Secretary, Sir Chris Wormold, into the library of the House. In that letter, it is clear he was specifically asked by the Prime Minister to review whether due process was followed in the appointment. He confirmed it was. Last week, the former Permanent Under-Secretary at the Foreign Office, Sir Ollie Robbins, stated to the Foreign Affairs Committee that his department followed that process. We have also heard the Cabinet Office Permanent Secretary's evidence, which covered this issue in great detail. Catherine Little stated unequivocally that due process was followed in relation to Peter Mandelson's vetting. I give way.
I thank him for giving way. Would not full due process have required the vetting to be completed before announcing the appointment as advised by the then Cabinet Secretary and ignored or overruled by the Prime Minister personally?
The right honourable gentleman should listen to my speech, Mr. Speaker. I have just said that Catherine Little, Sir Chris Wormold and Sir Ollie Robbins all agree on the point that due process was followed. When the Prime Minister received new information about the UKSV process this month, he immediately asked for the full facts to be established, and he then came to this House on the 20th of April. And, Mr. Speaker, on the statement that Peter Mandelson's appointment was subject to developed vetting, the Prime Minister has always been clear that this appointment was in line with the processes at the time. I understand there have been some questions about this process, but to be clear, as Sir Ollie Robbins told the Foreign Affairs Select Committee in November, and I'm quoting, "As is normally the case, With external appointments to my department, the appointment was made subject to obtaining security clearance. As Sir Chris Wormald told the same committee, and again I quote, "The normal thing is for the security clearance to happen after appointment, but before the person signs a contract and takes up post." And as the former Cabinet Secretary said in his letter to the Prime Minister, having conducted a review into the process, and I quote again, "The vetting process was complete before the previous HMA Washington took up post on 10th of February 2025, and it is more usual for security vetting to happen after appointment." I'll give way.
Can I thank the Minister for giving way? Clearly, he believes that he has a defensible position. So will the Minister support the withdrawal of the whip against the backbenchers?
Yeah. I'm not going to answer silly questions, Mr. Speaker. Next, Mr. Speaker, on the question of pressure. On the question of pressure, because many members on these benches, many members have asked questions today about a general pressure or a specific pressure or a variety of different pressures, so they may want to listen to the answer. It is important to be clear about this because there is pressure. There is pressure to get stuff done every day across every area of government as we work hard to deliver for the British people. The Leader of the Opposition and other members who had previously served in government will no doubt recall this from their time in office. But there is clearly a difference between asking for progress updates and putting pressure on officials to predetermine an outcome or not to follow a proper process. That was not the case in this scenario.
Is it due process to make a public announcement of an appointment before vetting is completed? And is it not the case that having made a public announcement, the government created pressure on the process?
Mr. Speaker, I'm trying my best, but I've just answered both of those questions already from the dispatch box. I refer the Honourable Lady to her comments. I'll finish this section, and then I'll come to the Honourable Lady, the Right Honourable Lady. And as Sir Philip Barton told the committee this morning, and I quote, "During my tenure, I was not aware of any pressure on the substance of the Mandelson DV case." I give way.
Mr. Speaker, I asked the Chief Secretary to the Prime Minister really just one question in my speech. Will he repeat on the floor of the House the exact words that the Prime Minister used at PMQs in front of all of us, that no pressure whatsoever was put on the Foreign Office?
It's an important question, Mr. Speaker. It is an important question because it's going to the very heart of the motion before the House today. I'm going to just, rest your horses. It is important. It is important to place the Prime Minister's words in the right context. When the Prime Minister's... Mr. Speaker, they don't want to listen to the answer again. They don't like the facts, but I'm going to try my best. They should pay attention. When the Prime Minister said there was no pressure whatsoever, to answer the Right Honourable Lady's question directly, he was specifically responding to the allegation that there was pressure that Peter Mandelson should not be vetted at all and that he should be sent to Washington regardless of the vetting outcome. Again, Sir Ollie Robbins told MPs it was, and I quote, "never put to him in that way," and the Prime Minister made that comment immediately after quoting the evidence provided by the Foreign Affairs Committee. Regrettably, Mr. Speaker, and we're seeing it again today after time, the opposition is just trying to expand their interpretation of the Prime Minister's words in bad faith because their previous claim that the Prime Minister must have known about Peter Mandelson's clearance has fallen apart in front of their eyes, and now they are grasping at straws. And this matters, Mr. Speaker, because, as the Honourable Member for Herne Bay and Sandwich argued, the processes in this House, the work of the Privileges Committee, is important. It is integral to our Constitution. But there must be appropriate thresholds for these investigations, not every week off the back of PMQs on an interpretation of the wording of the Prime Minister, but instead on very significant cases that warrant the work of this committee. And that's why it is important, Mr. Speaker, as many members in the House have done today, to contrast the allegations and the accusations of the opposition party today to the seriousness of when Boris Johnson was referred to the Privileges Committee in the last Parliament. This is important precedent, Mr. Speaker, because in those circumstances, Boris Johnson knowingly told this House that there were no parties in Downing Street during COVID lockdowns, only for it to emerge that he'd personally been at 5 of them and received a police fine for attending them. That is the nature of lying to this House, which he was proven to have done in the work of the Privileges Committee. This is not about interpretation of a question and answer at Prime Minister's questions. This begs the question, therefore, Mr. Speaker, if there is no substance to the allegations in the motion today, what is it? What is it that is driving the behaviour of opposition parties on the opposite bench? This question goes to the very basis of the motion before us. So I have to ask, Mr. Speaker, I have to ask, what is it precisely about this Labour government giving rights and powers to workers, to renters, to the disadvantaged that they do not like? What is it, Mr. Speaker, about this Labour government standing against unearned wealth and people who use their privilege to extract value from the system rather than adding to it that they do not like? What is it, Mr. Speaker, about a Labour government raising taxes on private jets and non-doms to raise money for our state schools, our NHS, our police, to lift children out of poverty after years of neglect from the Conservative Party opposite that they do not want to hear? We all know why, Mr. Speaker, because they are on the side of the vested interests and we are on the side of the British people. But Mr. Speaker, to be fair to the House, this is not just an accusation I'm levelling at the Conservative Party, Mr. Speaker, because they are not the only ones playing games with this motion today. The SNP too. They're desperate to distract from their record in power. 10,000 kids in Scotland without a home to call their own, a Scottish NHS in decline, and the shameful ferries fiasco. What is it that they're trying to distract from today?
I thank him for belatedly giving way. I don't know if he's noticed, but this afternoon polling was released which outlines that 61% of people on these aisles believe that there should be an inquiry in the terms laid out in the vote tonight. Just 20% of the public agree with his position. Why is he once again on the wrong side of public opinion?
I notice, Mr. Speaker, he has nothing to say to those kids, those patients waiting in the NHS line, or the people waiting for his government to perform. And the so-called Green Party, Mr. Speaker, just for me to complete going round the House, a party desperate to distract from Labour's mission for clean energy, from their opposition to clean nuclear power, to quibbling over new solar farms, which, and I literally couldn't make this up, Mr. Speaker, they think are too big. Get real. We are in an energy bills crisis and a climate emergency, and this Labour Party is going to pull out the stops to serve the British people. Mr. Speaker, whilst the parties opposite play...
Order. Please, if he's going to give way, in fairness to Honourable, he's given way once already. You can't stand while the member's speaking. You can indicate, but you can't continue to hang loose like you're trying to summon a taxi. Come on, Secretary.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful. Mr. Speaker, I for one am rather enjoying myself, but I think the public might want to listen to the debate in the House today. Because, Mr. Speaker, whilst the parties opposite, which you can hear from their chuntering and their joking and their shouting, are playing games, this Labour government is doing the work that matters. I've been asked, Mr. Speaker, where is the Prime Minister? The Prime Minister has been chairing this afternoon the Middle East Response Committee, bringing together the government to mitigate the impact of the war on the Middle East. In contrast, Mr. Speaker, the parties opposite want to distract from the fact, after years of ordinary people facing pressures from the cost of living, a feeling like hard work isn't rewarded like it used to be, that they, the Conservative Party and their friends in Reform, wanted the UK to go to war in the Middle East, making it harder for families up and down the country. Distraction, distraction, distraction. In contrast, Mr. Speaker, this government is investing in new rail, roads and nuclear reactors, new scanners for our hospitals, free breakfast clubs for our kids. It is this Labour government that has saved British Steel, investing in sovereign AI, renewing our high streets and delivering homegrown energy. This is relevant, Mr. Speaker, because it goes to the behaviour, the motivation behind the motion today. This Labour government is doing the hard work of building a better Britain. A Britain that gives people hope for a better future. All these opposition parties, they want to tear that down. They want to tear down this Labour government and the Labour movement. And they agree, Mr. Speaker, they agree, because like our forefathers before us, we've stood up to the power of vested interests, and we will do so again. And so I say to the opposition parties today, I say to them all when they come here to try to tear down this Labour movement and our project for the British people, not today, Mr. Speaker, not on our watch. We will not let it happen, and on that basis I commend this statement to the House.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many of that opinion say aye. Aye! Of the contrary, no. No! Division, play the lobby. The question is, as on the order paper, as many of that opinion say aye. Aye! Of the contrary, no. No! The tellers for the ayes, Eric Cross and Gregory Stafford. For the noes, Deirdre Costigan and Nestle Calliscamp. Order.
The ayes to the right, 223. The noes to the left, 335.
Thank you. The ayes to the right, 223. The noes to the left, 335. The noes have it, the noes have it. Unlock. Can I just say, a Member of Parliament's been to complain to me and another member. When other members are shouting shame when they're voting, it is not acceptable and it will not be tolerated. So I hope that the people concerned will apologise to those members that they shouted at. Point of order, Sir Julian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Out of 190 questions for written answer that I've put down this session, which is coming to its close, all but one have been answered. The one exception is one that I mentioned on the floor of the House yesterday during the Chief Secretary's statement. And he responded that he always ensures that he honours parliamentary questions in a timely fashion. The last day for answering this question is today, and it so far hasn't been answered. So I wonder if I might give the Chief Secretary the opportunity to answer it now. And it is this: to ask who first suggested to the Prime Minister that Peter Mandelson should be appointed as ambassador to the United States.
Just to say, we're not going to carry on the debate, but Secretary Jones is desperate to answer.
Whilst I'm here, Mr. Speaker, first, can I apologise to the right honourable gentleman? I would have cleared parliamentary questions, but I've been in the House all afternoon. To answer his specific question, I will refer him to the evidence given today to the Foreign Affairs Select Committee from Mr. Morgan McSweeney, who confirmed that the first person to recommend Peter Mandelson to become ambassador was Peter Mandelson.
Emily Darlington, point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to seek your advice. I understand that it is custom and practice when an MP comes to visit your constituency that you are given due notice of that. The Leader of the Opposition came to my constituency and did not inform me that she was there, and I would like to know if we could how best to resolve this.
I think the good thing is you've told me about it, and what I would say to honourable members, whether the ministers, shadow ministers, leaders, whoever they are, the courtesy is the MP should know, unless it's for a private visit. So please, can everybody take that on board, especially as we're coming up to the election. The fever's already with us, so please adhere to what I believe is good practice. The clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Pension Schemes Bill, consideration of Lord's message.
Sorry. Now. Before we consider the Lord's message on the Pension Scheme Bill, I inform the House that the Government has tabled a new motion in relation to the Lord's message and has withdrawn the motion it tabled this morning. The new amendment paper is available in the Vote Office and online and was issued at 5:55 and includes a note indicating that a motion relating to Lord's Reason 88X has been withdrawn and the new motion has been tabled. I can confirm that nothing in the Lord's message engages common privilege. Right, we now come to government motion related to the Lord's Reason 88X. As set out on the notice paper, I call Minister Torsten Bell to move. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's obviously disappointing to see that not every member in this chamber prior wishes to stay for a detailed discussion of the Pension Schemes Bill, but it's not the biggest disappointment ever, and it's good to see our regular engagers on this bill in their place. And I want to actually thank particularly those members for helpful discussions on the bill in recent days. Madam Deputy Speaker, I do not intend to detain the House for long. Honourable members will be, that's always the reaction we're looking for, honourable members will be aware that there is one outstanding issue between this House and the other place when it comes to the Pension Schemes Bill. This relates to the reserve power on asset allocation. Today, the Government returns to its previous amendments on this issue. These spell out the intended purpose of the reserve power to underpin the industry's own commitments in the Mansion House Accord and to rule out other uses, such as a focus on any specific asset or asset class. But we are also bringing forward a final set of changes that aim to do justice to the points made in this House and the other place, while retaining the original policy intent. These have three elements. First, a new requirement on regulators, in this case the TPR and the FCA, to make an assessment of barriers to the delivery of private asset investment, including the extent to which those barriers reflect the collective action problem that we have discussed extensively during exchanges on this bill. This assessment would be required to be incorporated into the ex-ante report the Secretary of State must produce before any use of the reserve power that the bill provides for. Our amendment, importantly, also places a duty on the government to have regard to this regulatory assessment before any use of the power. This will ensure a Secretary of State behaving reasonably, as they are required to do, must place weight on the assessment of the regulators on this matter. Now, it was always the government's intent to evaluate progress against the Mansion House Accord commitments in terms of the broad direction of travel over a substantial period of time, rather than short-term movements in private asset exposure. To reinforce this, we also propose to add to the face of the bill that the power cannot be exercised any earlier than 2028. Our second set of changes builds on the saver's interest test to reinforce the central role of trustees and providers. Our amendments in lieu would change the bar required to engage the saver's interest test. Rather than having to demonstrate that meeting the asset allocation requirements would be likely to cause material financial detriment, a scheme would instead have to show that meeting the requirements is likely not to be in the best interests of members. This language reflects language regularly used when considering trustees' duties. In addition, we have more tightly specified the regulator's role, confining it to ensuring that the trustee or the provider's own assessment of what is in the best interests of members is reasonable, rather than replacing that assessment with their own. Thirdly, our amendment address worries about the differential treatment of particular investment vehicles by allowing for consideration of direct or indirect holdings in the 6 asset classes named in the Mansion House Accord. Madam Deputy Speaker, I would remind the House that this bill has its roots in much work that was underway for some time in government, but also the commitment in the Labour Party manifesto to ensure workplace pension schemes take advantage of scale and invest in a wider range of productive assets. That was why one of the first things this government did on taking office was to launch a comprehensive review of pensions investment. That review found clear evidence that DC pensions market is operating with an excessively narrow focus on costs to the detriment of saver outcomes. That is where the reserve power comes from. It exists because the review found, and the industry itself has told us, that competitive pressure focused on cost minimisation is the single biggest barrier to diversifying in savers' long-term interest. But, of course, things can change over time, and there are a range of other factors which may come into play, which we have discussed particularly with the member for Wyre Forest. The changes we propose today address that worry directly and others. They require regulators to assess whether these competitive pressures remain a material barrier to more diverse private asset investment before any use of the power. And they put trustees or providers' own assessments of savers' best interest centre stage. And on that basis, Madam Deputy Speaker, I commend the government's position to this House.
The question is that this House insists on its disagreement with the Lords in their amendments 15 to 24, 27, 30 to 34, 36, 38 to 42, 83 and 88. Insists on its amendments 88C, 88E to 88P, 88R, 88S and 88W to the words restored to the bill by that disagreement. Does not insist on its amendments 88A, 88T, 88U and 88V to the words so restored to the bill, but proposes amendments A to J to the words so restored to the bill. And I call the Shadow Secretary of State, Helen Whately.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I begin by welcoming the honourable gentleman back to his place. We missed him last night and it is good to see him back in the chamber. Through our many debates, we have broadly agreed on the policy intent behind most of this bill. But as I have said time and time again, agreement on the principles of a bill is not the same as offering the Minister unqualified support for every measure within it, particularly not for the power contained in Clause 40, mandation, the reserve power, as he calls it, the power for ministers to instruct pension funds where to invest. When this bill was first introduced, that mandation power was truly breathtaking in scope. It was extraordinary, an unconstrained power that would have allowed the Secretary of State access to 100% of at least £400 billion worth of auto-enrolment default pension funds. It allowed ministers to direct their investment however they saw fit. And what happened the moment that became clear to people? Well, right honourable members and honourable members opposite, in front, and indeed members behind me, not least Reform UK, were already queuing up with pet projects and struggling sectors they thought savers' money should be used for. Exactly. Net zero schemes, steel, renationalising water. And to be clear, they were not proposing these on the grounds of the return on investment for savers, the income they would generate people for later life. That much is obvious. But we said no. No to politicians having that power, no to ministers directing pension savings into their pet projects, and no to overriding the interests of savers in favour of politicians desperate for access to capital. I was clear from the outset. This power was dangerous and it had no place in this bill. But after sustained pressure from the industry, from the other place, and from this side of the House, the government has slowly, very slowly, been forced to row back. They have rowed back from a power grab that threatened trust in auto-enrolment pensions and risked damaging savers' retirement incomes. And let us be clear about what those concessions amount to. First, on allocation limits. The original bill contained no cap whatsoever on how much of a saver's pension could be mandated into specified assets. Now, after pressure, the government has imposed hard limits. No more than 10% of a default fund may be directed into qualifying assets, and no more than 5% may be directed specifically into UK assets. That is a major retreat from the original proposal. Second, sunset and single-use restrictions. The government has brought forward the expiry date of the reserve power to 2032 if unused, and repealed the whole regime by 2035 unless renewed by fresh primary legislation, and limited the core mandation power so it can only be exercised once. Another retreat. Third, the scope has been narrowed. Mandation can now apply only to the main default auto-enrolment fund, not the entire pension scheme, not every pot. Again, another retreat. And today, we've had further concessions. The government now accepts that before this power can ever be exercised, regulators must conduct an independent assessment of whether a genuine collective action problem exists, whereby no one wants to be the first mover, and whether that problem is inhibiting investment in private markets. We have been consistent in our view that mandation is not the right solution, but we accept that requiring independent assessment before the power can be exercised is a safeguard against ministerial overreach. And I appreciate the Pension Minister's assurances on the weight of evidence regarding the dispatch box. They have also accepted that the reserve power cannot be used before 2028. Again, another retreat. The government has also further strengthened the savers' interest test since yesterday's amendment. Schemes will no longer have to prove that compliance would likely cause material financial detriment. Instead, they need only demonstrate that compliance is likely not to be in the best interests of members, thereby aligning that test with trustees' existing fiduciary duties. This matters because fiduciary duty must be protected. It is sacrosanct. Nothing is more important in a modern pension system than the duty to act solely in the best interests of savers. That duty is the foundation upon which trust in our pension system rests. This amendment means that in a conflict between mandation and fiduciary duty wins. Again, another important retreat. Finally, the government has agreed to remove discrimination between investment vehicles by clarifying that both direct and indirect holdings in the relevant asset classes count towards compliance. The final retreat. Madam Deputy Speaker, every one of those changes tells the same story. The government introduced a power that was too broad, too vague and too dangerous, and step by step, under pressure, they have been forced to narrow it, constrain it and hedge it about with safeguards. Why? Because the original power was indefensible. Because the government knew the concerns were real, the work we have done has obliterated the government's original proposal. The mandation power, as it stands now, looks nothing like how it was first imagined. What began as a sweeping ministerial power grab has been stripped back, pared down and boxed in on all sides. Only now, after our intervention, has it become at least palatable. This is a vestige of its former overmighty self, a shrivelled husk. But let me be clear. We do not believe government should direct private capital, and we do not believe ministers should interfere in investment decisions properly left to trustees and markets. Here we have Labour doing what they always do, thinking government is the answer, the state going where it has no place to go. When Conservatives return to government, we will remove mandation from the statute book entirely, because, Madam Deputy Speaker, at the heart of this policy lies a dangerous assumption that ministers in Whitehall know better than trustees, fund managers and markets how to invest the public's pension savings. I have yet to meet anyone who wants a politician managing their pension. And pensions belong to the people who earn them, not government ministers. It is as simple as that.
We have no backbench speeches, so I'll come to you, Steve Darling, if you're ready. The Liberal Democrat spokesperson, Steve Darling.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And Liberal Democrats have opposed mandation from day one, and we have continued to oppose throughout this bill. The challenge is that once you cross the Rubicon, you have changed the dynamics of pensions significantly. And the crucial thing that pensions need to be is that people need to have confidence that this is a good way of saving for your retirement. And if we undermine that by government interference, then that will reduce people's confidence in actually saving for their pension. And that is a complete reverse of what this bill as a whole is all about, because this bill is mostly about making sure that our pension system is fit for the future, fit to serve those who are looking to have a good retirement. And that is to be celebrated with the vast majority of this bill, and it is to be welcomed. However, as Liberal Democrats, although there have been significant concessions, and we welcome those steps in that right direction, there is still a crossing of a Rubicon, and we continue to have grave concerns.
Would you allow me?
Do come in.
Thank you. The Liberal Democrat spokesman makes an incredibly important point about crossing the Rubicon, with the government taking mandation powers to be able to interfere in people's savings and assets. And we're talking about pension funds here. But once that Rubicon is crossed, actually there's no reason why the government might not feel that they could start mandating investment trusts, other types of savings schemes as well. So this is not only something about pensions, this is about this fundamental relationship between the state and the private individuals.
Thank you. And my colleague makes a very powerful point that is well made, and I'm sure the Minister will reflect on that in his wind-ups. So we continue to oppose mandation as Liberal Democrats, and we plan to vote against this tonight. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Wind-ups, Minister Torstenberg.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and to members for their contributions and for the kind words from the Shadow Secretary of State. I will be brief. The Government has continued to insist on the inclusion of the reserve power in this bill across 4 rounds of discussions in this place, because we have not heard a convincing alternative approach to solving the collective action problem that we have discussed. But we have heard convincing arguments about how this part of the bill can be strengthened, and on each of them we have acted. That is why the amended power is necessary but also constrained. It is capped, time-limited, single-use, sunsetted, subject to savers' interest test that has been materially strengthened, as the Shadow Secretary of State laid out. Madam Deputy Speaker, on that basis, the elected House has now been clear on many occasions. On each occasion, that has been seen by large majorities. And on that basis, it is now clear that this is the time to resolve this and get the bill passed, as the industry and the groups supporting workers and pensioners themselves have repeatedly called for. The government has listened to the arguments from the benches opposite and those expressed in the other place, not only listened but acted on them. But the elected House has also made its position overwhelmingly plain. Given both these points, which are both important, it is clearly time for the unelected House to bring to an end attempts to frustrate the clearly expressed will of this chamber. It is with that, I think, entirely reasonable expectation that I commend the government's amendments and the passage of this bill to the House.
The question is that this House insists on its disagreement with the Lords and their amendments 15 to 24, 27, 30 to 34, 36, 38 to 42, 83 and 88, insists on its amendments 88C, 88E to 88P, 88R, 88S and 88W to the words restored to the bill by that disagreement. Does not insist on its amendments 88A, 88T, 88U and 88V to the words so restored to the bill, but proposes amendments A to J to the words so restored to the bill. As made in that opinion say aye. Aye. No. No. Clear the lobby. Miss Waitley, are you exiting the chamber? Mr. Darling, wonderful. The question is, as on the order papers, may in their opinion say aye. Aye. On the contrary, no. No. Tell us for the ayes are Deirdre Castigan and Nessel Caliscan, and tell us for the noes are Katie Lamb and Gregory Stafford. Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 335. The noes to the left, 158.
The ayes to the right, 335. The noes to the left, 158. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlock. That concludes consideration of the Lord's message on the Pension Schemes Bill. 7 o'clock motion.
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order paper. As made in their opinion say aye.
Aye.
Contrary no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Do the front bench wish to shuffle over?
Thank you.
Order, order.
English Devolution and Community Empowerment Bill, consideration of Lord's message.
Now.
Before we consider the Lord's message to the English Devolution and Community Empowerment Bill, I inform the House that the Government has tabled a new motion in relation to Lord's Reason 123J and has withdrawn the motions it tabled this morning relating to those motions. The motion relating to Lord's Reason 155J is unchanged. The new amendment paper is available in the Votes Office and online and was issued at 6:30 p.m. and includes a note indicating that the paper was issued at 6:30 p.m. and replaces an earlier version. The motion relating to Lord's Reason 123J has been withdrawn and a new motion has been tabled. We will begin with the Government motion relating to Lord's Reason 89F as set out on the notice paper, with which it will be convenient to consider all other Lord's amendments, Government motions and amendments. I call the Minister to move the motion. Minister,
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am pleased to speak once again on the English Devolution and Community Empowerment Bill. Can I start, Madam Deputy Speaker, by thanking members from across the House for their constructive engagement in getting the bill to this point. And why this bill matters is that if we are to transform our economy, if we're to drive up living standards and deliver better public services in every community, a fundamental change is needed in the way that the country is run. This landmark bill will deliver just that. It represents the biggest transfer of power out of Whitehall to our regions and our communities in a generation. And so I am glad that we have found a way forward on several of the issues we most recently discussed, namely the role of strategic authorities and mayors in rural affairs, agents of change in the planning system, and the role of town and parish councils in neighbourhood governance. We have listened carefully to the concerns raised in both Houses on remaining issues: the ministerial power of direction in Schedule 1 of the bill, prioritising development on brownfield land, and the models of governance in local authorities. This is why the Government has today tabled 3 amendments that I will now outline. On the question of ministerial power of direction in the bill, I remind the House that ensuring every part of England can benefit from devolution remains a key objective of this Government. I repeat for the record that we on this side of the House believe strongly that Government has a duty to drive economic growth, unlock investment and deliver better outcomes for our communities. To deny communities that opportunity would be to hold them back. This is why we originally put in place a backstop power of direction for the Secretary of State to use in exceptional circumstances. And I emphasise exceptional circumstances. But to be very clear, the approach that we are taking in practice is to work with local leaders to forge enduring local partnerships and strong local institutions with their consent. However, we have heard the concerns and the strength of feeling from some noble peers about the scope of the powers previously included in Schedule 1. To that end, and in the interest of not delaying the progress of this bill and of ensuring that communities can benefit from the powers that all of us wish to see enacted at the earliest opportunity, the Government is content to remove all powers in Schedule 1 that would allow the Secretary of State to direct the establishment of a strategic authority, whether mayoral or non-mayoral, or to provide directly for a mayor of an existing non-mayoral strategic authority. In addition, I am happy to commit that the government will not seek to use remaining power to direct the addition of a local government area to an existing strategic authority for a period of 4 years following royal consent. It will then remain subject to all the same safeguards that have been discussed at length. As I have said consistently throughout the passage of this bill, our policy and our practice is very, very clear. We are working with local leaders, and we will continue to work with local leaders to develop devolution proposals that command broad support across their area. That collaborative approach will always be our clear preference. The concessions I am making here today put that commitment beyond any doubt. Turning now to the issue of brownfield land. The government considers Lord's Amendment 89B and 89C to be unworkable. They would undermine effective plan making, constrain proper consideration of local circumstances, and introduce inconsistency between spatial development strategies prepared by mayors and strategic authorities and those prepared by other authorities. As I have previously said, national policy remains the most effective route through which planning reform should be pursued, and is the right place to set clear expectations about where development should take place. Where concerns have been expressed about the effectiveness of existing policy, it remains too early to assess the full impact of recent and proposed changes to national planning policy. However, in recognition of the strength of feeling expressed about inappropriately located development, and to further reinforce a brownfield-first approach, the government has tabled its own amendment. This would set a requirement in primary legislation for the Secretary of State to use existing regulation-making powers to ensure that strategic planning authorities have regard to the desirability of prioritising development on land that has been previously developed. This will put consideration of brownfield land on the same legal footing as other highly important issues that are also on the face of legislation, such as promoting sustainable development and the impact on health and health inequalities. It will ensure that the prioritisation of brownfield land is front and centre when strategic planning authorities are producing a spatial development strategy and considering how to meet the growth needs of their area. The drafting of our amendment is consistent with national policy, making clear that prioritising development on brownfield land is an overall objective and clearly desirable. Enshrining this requirement in legislation will elevate its importance and will further solidify the government's commitment, clear commitment, to a brownfield-first approach. I now turn to the matter of local authority governance. As honourable members will know, the government has set a clear default position. Councils currently operating the committee system and which are not otherwise protected should be required to move to the leader and cabinet model within 1 year of the relevant bill provisions coming into force. That remains the government's firm expectation. However, we have heard concerns from the other place and concerns expressed in this House that requiring a council to move to the leader and cabinet model within a year could potentially create challenges for some councils, their members and officers. For example, where authority has submitted a proposal for boundary change or merger in response to the Secretary of State's new power to invite such proposals. The government amendment we are bringing forward today responds to those concerns. It allows the Secretary of State to extend the 1 year transition period for non-protected councils by a further year in certain circumstances. This provides flexibility where a council is already on a clear path to dissolution, so that it is not required to undertake a significant governance change that may have little practical benefit. This does not change the government's wider policy on local authority governance reform, but it does provide a proportionate and pragmatic safeguard in response to the points that have been raised over the pace of change. To conclude, Madam Deputy Speaker, the bill has undoubtedly been improved as a result of scrutiny in ping-pong so far, and I thank the noble lords and this place for their contribution in helping us with that. We are pleased to be able to offer concessions on brownfield land, local authority governance and the ministerial power of direction, and I urge the House to support the government's position and to accept these concessions.
The question is that this House insists on its disagreement with the Lords with their amendments 89B and 89C, but proposes amendments A in lieu as on the notice paper. And I call the Shadow Minister, Davidson.
Well, thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I start by expressing and putting on the record my thanks to the Minister and colleagues in her department for the constructive spirit in which they've approached the negotiations around this bill. It remains the view of the official opposition that the overall direction of travel of this bill is a centralising one, that it does bring into effect many new powers for the Secretary of State to direct the work of local authorities, and especially the new mayors and the strategic responsibilities that they undertake will all be subject to a degree of direct influence from Whitehall. However, it clearly is in the interests of all parties represented in this House to seek to reach agreement on those points that have remained in contention. And I know I share the Minister's sense of delight at once again being here at the dispatch box discussing Lord's amendments. Let me just briefly address those in turn. The Minister set out very clearly the government's agreement to step back from some of the directions which were included in that original legislation. And that was an example of one of the points that we felt on this side demonstrated that sense of a centralising power within the legislation. However, government has been, I think, very constructive in the way that they've approached that, has recognised that there is a degree of justification around that backstop power to avoid a situation where the whole of the country is covered by combined authorities, but some councils are left outside of those boundaries. And I know many members have expressed concern in the debates both at Bill Committee and in the House at the impact that that would have, particularly on opportunities for economic development. But let me turn secondly to the amendment around brownfield. Now, members on this side of the House have been resolute from the outset in saying whatever new arrangements the government is determined to implement, we need to ensure that local communities will continue to be able to stand up for and protect the green spaces that they cherish, whether those are greenfield sites that are used for agriculture or whether they are greenfield and greenbelt sites that may be used for leisure to provide that buffer around our cities and our suburbs.
Will my honourable friend give way on that point?
Of course.
Thank you. I thank my honourable friend for giving way. Does he agree with me that it is vital that we continue to protect those greenfield sites, as we do in my constituency of Bromley and Biggin Hill, and indeed Conservative councils across the country do? And does he agree with me that it's sad that the Reform candidate for Mayor of London disagrees and wants to build over some of our precious greenbelt land?
David Simmons.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the member for Bromley and Biggin Hill is absolutely spot on in what he says. I think members across this chamber have been quite surprised to hear Reform in particular saying that they wish to tear up London's greenbelt as part of the local election campaign. And I am grateful to this Minister and to her colleagues that they have recognised, in the fine tradition of many of our Labour councils as well, that we need to make sure that there are sufficient provisions in the legislation to ensure the protection of those vital green spaces for future generations. And I'm grateful in particular for the Minister having made what may seem like a fairly technical change, but as she's just told us at the dispatch box, what it establishes for the first time after 5 rounds of ping-pong is a very clear hierarchy in the legislation that sets out that the new mayors in their spatial development strategy will need to prioritise brownfield land for development. And many of the concerns which members across the House expressed when we debated local government reorganisation just a few weeks ago about the impact of housing targets being displaced will be more effectively managed by the amendments which have been agreed across the House tonight. So that is a distinct step forward from all our perspectives. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'll just briefly touch on the point about local authority governance. Now, we recognise that there is a difference of opinion. It is the view of the opposition that local authorities should be able to set up their structure of governance in a way that reflects their local circumstances. And whilst it is strongly our view that the Leader and Cabinet model is the most efficient and effective way to do that, it is the essence of local democracy that people may take decisions that we disagree with. But the government's agreement to pause the use of that requirement so that there will be a period in which local authorities can reflect on their governance arrangements, can consult if they wish to do so, in which the normal cycle of local elections can take place, and in which, of course, there will also be a parliamentary election. And I think we all know that the matter of local government reorganisation never entirely stops. It merely starts again at a different point in each parliamentary cycle. So there will be further opportunities in the future to reflect on that. But all of those do represent, in the context of a bill with which we do still have some significant concerns, progress in a direction that makes us much more comfortable. For those reasons, we do not propose to divide the House on these matters this evening.
I call the Liberal Democrat spokesperson, Gideon Amos.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'll be brief, as most of the arguments have already been well stated. We recognise the Minister's argument yesterday that this bill represents a step forward, not the final destination, and that some consistency is needed to make the system function. But in seeking that consistency, it's really important that we don't lose the very flexibility that makes devolution truly meaningful. We remain supportive of my Lib Dem colleagues in the Lords in their efforts to strengthen the bill. I want to place on record the Liberal Democrats' continued backing for a number of those amendments. On Lords Amendment 36, we return to the central point. It's not devolution to mandate a single model of governance from the centre. Local areas must retain the ability to choose what works for them. I'd like to thank the Minister for concessions she has made from the dispatch box in relation to the amendments Liberal Democrats have tabled. We're grateful the Government has taken note of those issues and the importance of the right of communities to choose their own governance and ensure that choice is better protected. We've already seen why flexibility for local authorities matters. In Sheffield, the Council moved away from the leader and cabinet model to a committee system following real concerns about transparency, accountability and council overreach. That change was driven locally by councillors responding to their communities. As my noble friend, Liberal Democrat peer, Lord Mohammed of Tinsley set out in The Other Place, the consequences of concentration of that power in a small executive can be profound. In Sheffield, decisions to fell thousands of healthy trees, street trees, were driven through by a small group without the scrutiny of a wider number. A plaque now stands in Sheffield which reads, "In recognition of the courageous campaigners who saved thousands of street trees from wrongful felling by Sheffield City Council," as a reminder to all that such failures in leadership must never happen again. This is a stark warning of what can go wrong when power and authorities is too concentrated in the hands of too few. Liberal Democrats will continue to challenge the government on this because we are the party that believes in real community representation and local governance decided by local people. We'll always fight to ensure that communities have a genuine voice in how their areas are run, not decisions handed down from Whitehall. If consistency comes at the cost of the local voice, then we are not strengthening devolution, we will be narrowing it. Turning towards Amendment 98, Liberal Democrats believe that placing limits on Secretary of State's powers over structural changes is vital if local democracy is to have genuine autonomy. I'd like to thank the Minister for what she said in relation to that. Likewise, we have sought to remove powers that would allow ministers to direct the creation or expansion of combined authorities, including the imposition of mayors without meaningful local consent. On both sides of these benches and those opposite, we agree that meaningful devolution cannot mean that structures designed in Whitehall and delivered to local areas with limited input, cannot mean structures delivered and sent from Whitehall with limited local input. If local government is to have real autonomy, consent must be meaningful and Parliament must retain its proper role. We will continue to work constructively with the government on that front. On Lord's Amendments 89B and 89C, we strongly support prioritisation of brownfield development. That is why Liberal Democrats are grateful to the government for listening to calls for better protection of greenfield land, and that they have taken steps in this bill to encourage prioritisation of brownfield. Going forward, this will help ensure that development is happening in the right places on land that needs to be developed on, and in consultation with communities that surround it. This is not about opposing growth. It's about delivering that growth sustainably and making best use of the land that has already been and previously been developed. Whilst I recognise the Minister's argument that some flexibility is needed to meet housing demand, if that flexibility results in greenfield and green spaces becoming the default, then we will have failed and got the balance fundamentally wrong. Green spaces are essential to community well-being. They support mental and physical health, provide space for recreation and contribute to the identity of local places. Once lost, they cannot be replaced. If brownfield land is not properly prioritised, development pressure will fall on those spaces. We therefore welcome this step in the right direction from the Minister, and we will continue to ask the Government to go further on prioritising brownfield. When taken together, these three amendments do not frustrate the bill, they improve it. They move it closer to what devolution should be, rooted in local consent and accountable to local communities. We're glad the Government has taken heed of the priorities Liberal Democrats put forward, and we will continue to work constructively to ensure decisions are made with local people and not done to them.
Minister, to wind up, Minister Matapambola.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I thank honourable members for their continued engagement and their insightful debate on these issues. In the time left, I will respond to some of the particular points that was made. I do want to put on record my thanks to opposition members for the constructive way in which they have approached this so that we can progress this bill and take it forward. To the member for Islip, Northwood and Pinner, we will continue to disagree on whether this is a centralising bill or a radical shift in power. I still fundamentally believe that this is a huge step in transferring power outside of Whitehall, but candidly, we will demonstrate this through our actions and through the impact of the bill. The thing that drives us is the impact that this will have in our communities, and I think we have got strong measures that will help us ensure that we are putting communities in the driving seat so that they can shape their place. To the member of Taunton and Wellington, I hear the points that he's made on local government governance in particular. The example of Sheffield that he's raised is one that many of my honourable friends on this side of the bench have advocated and been very clear and advocated for their communities on their behalf, which is why we made the original concession. We think that we have found the right balance. What I would say is that we are clear that if we are to empower local authorities in the way that we want, they need strong governance in order to make decisions for their communities that will impact on their communities. And the reason why we are trying to support the shift in governance arrangements is to ensure that we have enduring local authorities that can fundamentally deliver. And we think that we have achieved this in the concessions that have been made. Madam Deputy Speaker, to conclude, look, the thing that I have found hugely heartening throughout the passage of this bill is that there is a clear point of consensus across the House that if we are to deliver change in our communities, we must push power out into our communities, into the hands of our local leaders, into our neighbourhoods, and to people who know their patch best. And I hope that this bill represents the start of a journey that will fundamentally change the way that government works and how we in this place serve the communities that we are here to represent, where the principle of devolution by default, underpinned by a clear framework, is locked in, where local leaders are empowered to drive economic change and improvements in living standards across their patch, where communities are put in the driving seat and given power to shape the places in which they live and work. I've been clear throughout the passage of this bill that this represents a flaw, not the summit of our ambition for devolution. So I look forward to working with my honourable friends on this side of the House, but with honourable members across the House as we build on the provisions in this bill. Finally, I'd like to thank my brilliant team of officials that have worked on this bill. Hannah, Carrie, Guy, Jenna, Marie, Alice, John, Rachel, Wendy, as well as my private office, Molly, Simon and Lucy, who have all done an absolutely heroic job in taking through an absolutely mammoth bill through the House. And with that, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to commend the Government's amendment to this House.
The question is that this House insists on its disagreement with the Lords with their amendments 89B and 89C, but proposes Amendment A in lieu as on the notice paper. As may in that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the motion that this House insists on its disagreement with the Lords' Amendment 36, 90 and 155, insists on its amendments 155A to 155F and 155H to the words so restored to the bill by that disagreement with Amendment 155 and proposes Amendment A to the words so restored to the bill as on the notice paper. Minister to move formally. The question is that this House insists on its disagreement with the Lords' Amendments 36, 90 and 155. Insists on its amendments 155A to 155F and 155H. To the words so restored to the bill by that disagreement with Amendment 155 and proposes Amendment A to the words so restored to the bill as on the notice paper. As may in the opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary no. Aye. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to the motion to insist on disagreement with the Lords in their amendments 85, 86, 97, 216, 120 and 121 and 123. It sits on its amendments to 123C, to 123H and 123J. to 123k in lieu, and to propose amendments A to E in lieu as on the notice paper. I call the Minister to move the motion formally. The question is that this House insists on disagreement with the Lords in their amendments 85, 86, 97 to 116, 120, 121 and 123. Insists on its amendments 123C to 123H and 123J to 123K in lieu, and proposes amendments A to E in lieu as on the notice paper. As many as that opinion say aye. Aye. No. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. That concludes consideration of the Lord's message on the English Devolution and Community Empowerment Bill. A point of order, Michael.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last week I tabled a written question to the Foreign Secretary asking whether Jonathan Powell was subject to scrutiny vetting before or after he was appointed as the Prime Minister's Special Envoy on the Chagos negotiations. I have not yet received a response. Given that Morgan McSweeney appeared to tell the Foreign Affairs Select Committee this morning that the vetting process only began after Powell was later appointed as National Security Advisor, how can I secure an official answer from the Foreign Office to this basic question before Parliament prorogues?
I know that the Honourable Member is diligent in getting answers on behalf of his constituents and will no doubt explore every avenue to get that answer. And for the Treasury front bench, it is only appropriate that backbench MPs are able to get responses in due time on behalf of their constituents. No doubt they have heard, and no doubt the Honourable Member has got his words on the record. If the front benches wish to shuffle over, this is the time to do so. I now come to motion number 5 on income tax, and it would leave the House to take them collectively. Motion number 5 on income tax, retained EU law reform. That's motion number 6, retained EU law reform. Motion number 7 on energy. Motion number 8 on financial services and markets. And motion number 9, services and markets. And motion number 10. No. Motion number 9 on financial services and markets. Minister to move.
Minister to move.
The question is as on the order papers. May that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. And now come to motion number 10 on retained EU law reform. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is as on the order papers. May that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no.
Aye.
Division. Clear the lobby. The question is as on the order papers. May that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no.
No.
Tell us for the ayes are Nessel Caliscan and Deirdre Castigan, and tell us for the noes are Charlie Maynard and Tessa Munt. Happy.
Order.
The ayes to the right, 308. The noes to the left, 81.
The ayes to the right were 308. The noes to the left were 81. So the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Unlocked. We now come to motion number 11 on immigration and asylum. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion to say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no.
No. Aye.
Division, clear the lobby. The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no.
No.
Tellers for the ayes, Nezel Kaliskan, Deirdre Costigan. Tellers for the noes, Kirsty Blackman, Graham Ledbetter. Order, order.
The ayes to the right, 304. The noes to the left, 28.
The ayes to the right were 304, the noes to the left were 28. So the ayes have it, the ayes have it. Unlock. Motions number 12 on land, motion number 13 on electricity, motion number 14 on tribunals and inquiries, motion number 15 on excise. Minister to move.
I beg to move.
The question is, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye.
Aye.
Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. We now come to motion number 16 on business of the House today. Minister to move. The question is the business of the House today motion as on the order paper. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it, the ayes have it. We now come to motion number 17 on select committee statements, with which it will be convenient to consider motions 18 to 21 on the backbench business committee and select committee chair elections. I call the Minister to move. Shadow Leader of the House.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I brought forward a number of motions today in order to facilitate recent recommendations of both the backbench business committee and the procedure committee. I thank both committees for their recent reports on these matters, and I will briefly address each motion. Honourable members should note that the explanatory notes are also available in the vote office. First, Select Committee statements. Currently, for a Select Committee statement to be made, it must be made within 5 sitting days of publication of the report or announcement of the inquiry. The Backbench Business Committee recommended in its 15th anniversary report that the Select Committee statements under Standing Order number 22D should instead be allowed to take place 10 sitting days after publication of the report or announcement of an inquiry. Select Committee statements have increased in popularity in recent years, and the Government agreed with the Committee in their recommendation, and therefore the motion asks the House to amend the Standing Order to enact this change. Madam Deputy Speaker, turning to the motions relating to the operation of the Backbench Business Committee, both the Backbench Business Committee in its 15th anniversary report and the Procedure Committee in its report on elections in the House of Commons proposed that members and chair of the Backbench Business Committee should be elected in line with all other elected select committees, that is, for the whole Parliament rather than each session. While the Backbench Business Committee does have unique powers in scheduling business on the floor of the House, the Government recognises that the operation of the committee is well established and that the reappointment of the committee at the beginning of each session can cause delays to the scheduling of backbench business. The Government therefore has accepted this recommendation, and the relevant motions bring forward proposals to make this change ahead of the next session with a few consequential changes. The Government proposes, as far as possible, alignment of nomination periods and ballot timings for the Backbench Business Committee to that of other Select Committee chairs. No other arrangements relating to the election of the Backbench Committee chair, for example, signature required for candidates or parties eligible to stand for chair, have been amended. However, as the current chair and members have only been appointed on a sessional basis, the committee is still required to be re-elected at the beginning of the next session to allow the chair and members to be appointed for the remainder of this Parliament. As ever, the Government will endeavour to ensure that the committee can be re-established in good time in the new parliamentary session. A further motion has been tabled which sets out the arrangements for the election of the chair and the appointment of committee members at the beginning of the next session to ensure clarity of the arrangements for setting up the committee in the transition session. Madam Deputy Speaker, the final motion in this group relates to Select Committee chair elections and follows the recent report from the Procedure Committee. Their inquiry recommended that rules be adopted for Select Committee chair elections to limit campaigning activity and the time that campaigning can take place. Paragraphs 109 to 111 and 114 to 115 of the committee's report set out how the rules should be adhered to. The Government accepts the committee's recommendation, and the motion asks the House to endorse these rules. I thank the Backbench Business Committee and the Procedure Committee for their consideration of these matters, and I look forward to continuing to work with them across a number of areas, both as leaders of the House of Commons but also as Chair of the Modernisation Committee. I hope members will support these motions today, and I commend them to the House.
The question is motion number 17 on select committee statements as on the order paper. And I call Shadow Minister Joy Morrissey.
Thank you. And may I echo the words of our Leader of the House, and to thank the Backbench Business Committee and the Procedure Committee for contributing to these motions today. And they're widely very sensible.
I call Chair of the Procedure Committee, Kat Smith.
And thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a pleasure to follow a previous member of the Procedure Committee. I thank the Honourable Lady for all her work that she did in contributing to the work of this committee, which came to a very clear view, very consensual view across the committee, that the elections that we saw in the House for select committee chairs at the beginning of this session of Parliament did somewhat resemble a silly season with excessive campaigning, and for newer members of the House who perhaps maybe didn't even expect to be in this House, they found it very overwhelming, and we were able to take that information and put together a very sensible set of rules that create a level playing field for all candidates, whilst respecting the right for members to have be able to open their office door without falling over a pile of leaflets, frankly, Madam Deputy Speaker, which was one of the things that was fed to us as a committee as one of the problems last time. And I hope that the change to the election of the chair of the Backbench Business Committee to be in line with other select committee chairs will be able to bring that in line, and shows the Backbench Business Committee is a select committee in the same way as other select committees are in this House. So I'd like to thank the Leader of the House for bringing this forward and accepting the committee's findings in full, and I look forward to supporting them. Thank you.
I call the Chair of the Backbench Business Committee.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I'd like to thank the Leader of the House for listening to the Backbench Business Committee and the Procedure Committee and bringing forward these long overdue amendments. I have to say, when the Backbench Business Committee was inaugurated, when I was first elected to this House in 2010, the government of the day refused to listen to those on the backbenches who said, why is this position having to be elected every session? Unfortunately, what had happened, of course, was, if I can put it politely, members of the awkward squad managed to get elected to the committee and cause the government of the day immense problems. However, I suspect that the government now sees that their power within the Parliamentary Labour Party to control their members who sit on the Backbench Business Committee and elect them appropriately. And of course, I regard him as my honourable friend who sits on the committee.
Thank the Chair of the Backbench Business Committee for giving way, and I just want to generally just put on record my thanks to his able chairing of that committee throughout my time on it, and I think he would agree with me that we've had some really good and useful debates in this place and also Westminster Hall because of the work of the Backbench Business Committee.
The honourable member for that intervention, and clearly I'd like to thank all the members of the Backbench Business Committee for the excellent work they've done over the last year and a half, effectively, in bringing forward debates, ensuring that members on all sides get the opportunity to debate the issues that they want to debate rather than what the government wants to debate, which sometimes can be embarrassing for the government. We know that. However, that is the will of the committee. And indeed, it has been a pleasure to oversee that work. We've reformed things as well, so that members that come in front of our committee now will be at face questioning from all members of the committee, not just one or two, which was the case in previous years. So that, I think, has been an important reform. In terms of the changes that the Leader is putting forward, I just point out the consequences of this. The Select Committee statements have been coming forward to the committee or requests for Select Committee statements on a regular basis. Because of pressure on the Chamber, we've had to push some of them into Westminster Hall, which limits the amount of time in Westminster Hall.
Now, this will give the committee in future flexibility on when the committee allocates these select committee statements in the House. And I think that is to the benefit of all select committees. So it's something we recommended, I warmly welcome. Indeed, the other issue, of course, is that the election of the committee. Now, I'm working out what's likely to happen in the next session. It's likely that there'll be at least one day, possibly more days, when the government will have to put on general debates in the chamber, which have not been committed by the Backbench Business Committee because we won't have been reformed or reconstituted in time. As the leader knows, I've written to him with a list of debates that members want to debate, so he can choose from some of those, I hope, to make sure that the will of backbenchers is heard, and those, particularly those who have been waiting for some time, will get the opportunity. It does mean that it brings the Backbench Business Committee in line with other select committees, and so the chairman and the committee will be elected at the beginning of Parliament and serve for the duration of Parliament unless the parties decide to remove members of the committee. And indeed the chairman, of course, will serve for the duration of Parliament, which is, once again, I think, sensible and a good move. I hope, of course, that members will see the wisdom of re-electing me as chairman of the Backbench Committee when we return after state opening. But that's for another day, Madam Deputy Speaker. Equally, I think it's extremely welcome the change of rules, which obviously came from the Procedure Committee, on how the lobbying and process of elections will take place for Select Committee Chairman at the beginning of Parliament. We all are used to the fact of been fighting each other in the election, suddenly arriving back in Parliament to be greeted as long-lost friends when somebody's standing for election for a Select Committee chairmanship, which I think that's reasonable. But what has not been reasonable has been the literal deluge of papers and other lobbying that's taken place, and particularly use of the email system on behalf of candidates. I think most of us got fed up with it a long time ago. So this is a very sensible reform. So in closing, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to thank the leader for listening to what we had to say and acting upon it, as we asked him to do, and bring forward these motions, albeit literally at the last minute before we prorogate, but nevertheless, it's welcome nonetheless.
Very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. Firstly, can I thank all members for their contribution to today's debate, and thank the Shadow Minister for her kind words, and I agree with her that these changes are, as she said, eminently sensible. The Chair of Procedure Committee, Madam Deputy Speaker, does a fantastic job, and we work very closely together with her and with her committee and our Modernisation Committee. And I thank her and all of the members for all of the important work that they do. In welcoming the changes to campaigning, I think that it will be to the relief of members to know that once we're into the campaigning season, there is campaigning, but there are limits as to what they can do. So I thank you for that. Again, that is eminently sensible. The Chair of the Backbench Business Committee posed the question, why are there different rules? And suggested it might be because of the awkward squad on his side. I couldn't possibly comment on that, but I do remember those days. And I have to say, in the good job that he does, it's less awkward and more respected. I did say to him that I would bring forward these motions, and I have done. And as for his final remarks, better late than never, I suppose, in that sense. But I do thank him and his committee for the important work that they do. And again, they work closely with modernisation. And we will be taking forward a piece of work on how we spend our time in this particular chamber. And I think that there are lessons that we can learn from people like the honourable gentleman and the experience that he brings. But let me finish on this point. I am clear in the changes that we make, including if they need to be made to backbench business time or indeed petitions, that I want to be seen as a champion of the rights of backbenchers in this place. It is really important that they have the opportunity to have their voices heard, and long may that continue. So I hope that members will support these motions today, and I commend them to the House.
The question is motion number 17 on select committee statements as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to motion number 18 on the Backbench Business Committee. I call the Minister to move formally. The question is motion number 18 on the Backbench Business Committee as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to motion number 19 on consequential amendments arising from the Backbench Business Committee motion. I call the Minister to move formally.
Move formally.
The question is motion number 19 on consequential amendments arising from the Backbench Business Committee motion. As many as are of, as on the order paper, as many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to motion number 20 on Backbench Business Committee election of chair and nomination of members in the 2026 to 2027 session. I call the Minister to move formally.
Move formally.
The question is motion number 20 on Backbench Business Committee election of chair and nomination of members in the 2026 to 2027 session as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. The contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now come to motion number 21 on Select Committee Chair elections. I call the Minister to move formally.
Move formally.
The question is motion number 21 on Select Committee Chair elections as on the order paper. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Of the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The House will now suspend pending the arrival of Lord's messages. I will cause the division bells to ring 5 minutes before the sitting resumes. Order.
Order, order. The sitting is resumed. Point of order, Emily Darlington.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Following my point of order earlier today, I received an email from Conservative Party headquarters having a picture of an email they said they sent to me ahead of the Leader of the Opposition's email. While I have never seen this email and we cannot find any evidence of it in my inbox, I do feel that I should give the benefit of the doubt that the email was sent and have suggested that you use parliamentary email addresses to ensure that it gets through to the correct people at the correct time.
Can I thank the Honourable Lady for her point of order? She will know that that is not a matter for the Chair, but she has put that correction on the record. Petition. Bambos Charalambos.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I present a petition on behalf of the residents of my constituency of Southgate and Wood Green who are concerned about illegal activities in shops on local high streets. It has been well documented in both national and local media that shops, including in my constituency, are being used for illegal activities which are causing harm to the local community. Residents have expressed their concerns to me that the local authority has limited power to tackle the illegality and that efforts to do so are not always coordinated with the police. The petitioners therefore request that the House of Commons urge the Government to provide greater enforcement powers for local authorities to crack down on shops being used for illegal activities, to support the work of trading standards officers and specialist financial investigators, and to enable a framework for greater communications between trading standards officers and the police. And the petitioners remain, etc.
Thank you. Petition, use of shops for illegal activities.
Petition. Mims Davis.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I rise to present this petition on behalf of 116 of the constituents from East Grinstead, Uckfield and the villages, and a further 87 online who have signed online. Madam Deputy Speaker, my constituents suffered unprecedented and unacceptable water outages in January. Whilst nothing will compensate my constituents for a week of no running water, at least there has been recompense for householders. That is not the case for local businesses who have lost thousands of pounds of trade and income. Both myself and the East Grinstead Business Association are clear more must be done for our small businesses in the town and the affected villages. The prayer of the petition is as follows. The petitions of the residents of East Grinstead and Uckfield declare that the recent South East water outages have had a particular effect on businesses in the constituency of East Grinstead and Uckfield. Further declares that compensation offered to date is not adequate, and further declares that compensation can be paid to landlords in cases where landlords pay the water bill. But this does not reflect the end impact on the businesses themselves of water outages. The petitioners therefore request that the House of Commons urges the Government to take action to ensure the water companies are obliged to pay adequate compensation directly to affected businesses following the outages such as the South East water outage recently experienced in the constituency of East Grinstead and Uckfield, and petitions remain, etc.
Thank you. Petition, compensation following South East water outages.
Petition, Adam Jogi.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. The people of Audley in Newcastle and Lyme are proud of their green spaces, and in this week of Staffordshire Day want to say no to the land south east of the M6 being released from its green belt status for development. Further declares that this proposed change of use would be significantly detrimental, particularly to the parish of Audley, and further declares that the proposed development would result in poor air quality, noise, litter, loss of habitat and illumination for up to 24 hours a day, as well as severely impacting the views across the Cheshire Plains and North Staffordshire, leaving a devastating impact on the local community. The petitioners therefore request that the House of Commons urge the Government to encourage Newcastle and Lyme Borough Council not to permit land south east of Junction 16 to be considered for release from its green belt status for development. And the petitions remain, etc.
Petition Newcastle-under-Lyme Greenbelt.
I beg to move that this House do now adjourn.
The question is that this House do now adjourn. Lee Anderson.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The reason I'm here in this chamber tonight speaking on HMOs is because I've been contacted by hundreds of families in Ashfield over the past 6 years to raise their serious concerns about the impact HMOs are having on my community. Anybody can set up an HMO overnight, no qualifications, no training, no checks. All they need is a few £1,000s in the bank, get a mortgage, go and buy a cheap house somewhere in the Midlands or in the North or in places like Ashfield, buy up a cheap terraced house, turn it into an HMO. But this leads to thousands of unscrupulous investors who live hundreds of miles away from places like Ashfield, buying up properties and filling them with people, quite frankly, that I don't want living in my community. People who are criminals, people who are out thieving overnight, people who are creating antisocial behaviour. They're filling our streets full of wrong-uns. And then the local politicians, the police, the councillors sit there scratching their heads, asking themselves why crime is on the up in that area. I will give way.
Can I thank the honourable gentleman for allowing me to intervene? Does he agree with me that local authorities such as Lib Dem Control 3 Rivers District Council in my constituency of South West Hertfordshire should be issuing things like Article 4 directions in order to protect our areas from a proliferation of HMOs?
I thank the honourable member for his intervention. I do agree with the Article 4 legislation used to put HMOs through the planning process at local councils. It's something that I've forced my local council to do, but unfortunately they're only doing it in certain areas. I like to see it across the whole constituency. I will give way, yeah.
Madam Jogi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm grateful to the gentleman for giving way, and I thank him for securing this debate, and congratulate him on that. I wonder if he'd agree with me, and indeed the honourable member from Hertfordshire, that that should also apply to the Conservative-run council in Newcastle-under-Lyme, who should be applying Section 4 sooner rather than later.
Lee Anderson.
I thank the honourable member for his intervention. I think that's a matter for local councils to decide upon. I know in my area HMOs are a big problem, and I'm glad that they've used Article 4 in certain areas. I'd like to see it rolled out to the whole constituency. But I get back to my point, Madam Deputy Speaker, that we have druggies, criminals, wrong-uns, living sometimes 6 at a time in one small house on streets that were once considered a good place to live. And the decent folk who can afford to leave these streets are leaving in their droves. The problem there is that the investors